May the 1st, April showers bring May flowers. Hope everybody's doing good today. Hope you slept well. You're feeling energized. We're going to be looking at the hot stocks picked out by the hot stock finders. May the 1st, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Tony Henry. Christine K. Good morning, all. First in the tank. First in. Splashing in there. It's nice to have someone warm up the tank waters. You know, here in Michigan, it's cold right now. It is so cold. Alexa, what's the temperature outside?
Right now, it's 37 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, expect a high
Alexa,
of
stop. 37 degrees. A freeze watch we have. Look at this. Look at this. Freeze watch for your area. May the 1st, and we got a freeze watch, people. It could snow. That's that global warming for you. Go listen to a song that I have on Spotify called Why Is It So Cold Outside? Go give that a listen. Well, yesterday morning, I showed you this picture. Does anyone know who this is? I forgot to answer that question yesterday, but Frost and 37 in Iowa, too. Wow. Are you from Des Moines? All right, so those of you that might be new to this channel, let me explain. I have a group and a community of listeners here, and many of them are on the same mindset, and that is we're trying to make money in the stock market, but we want to try as best as we can, not to just willy nilly. It's not like a game of roulette where you just put your money out on numbers or colors. Or, it's not like that at all. The individuals here on this channel are working together in a group, and we are all using these different types of scanners and candlesticks and screeners. And I'll give you an image here so you can see this. And here at this channel, you're going to be able to be using, if you will, this is what you'll have at your fingertips. You're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, currently 20 others on this channel who are using all of these different types of software to increase the probability that we can get onto a stock that is going to rise. And of course, we have no guarantees of knowing whether they're going to keep rising, but this helps us target stocks that have momentum, have volume, have consumer interest. Now, also, just so you can say, let's see some proof, this is the stocks. And again, uh, I am not trying to advocate that every stock we buy will see these kinds of returns, but these are the percentage returns. And also be aware, these are stocks that we do not hold overnight. We do not hold these stocks overnight. Okay. We buy them in the morning, they shoot up, we sell them. We buy them in the morning, they rise, we sell them. We buy them in the morning, they rise, we take the profit. All right. This is what our objective is here. Now, this doesn't always happen because sometimes you buy into a stock and it hits an all time high. And then they decide this would be a good time to do a public share offering because we could sell a minimum amount of shares and get a maximum amount of money. So this is the risk involved. And, we had a guy here the other day who tried to say that all I show is the good, all I show on there is the winners and don't show the losers. But the truth of the matter is, I do show. I show on this piece of paper right here, or this uh, data sheet, that there's a lot of this is the things you risk to be on this channel with me. There can be loss, greed, fear, stress, panic, vulnerability, challenging, misunderstanding, reverse splits, public share offerings, sacrifice, surrender. You're green and inexperienced. I'm going to add that. All these things you're you're susceptible to when you're day trading stocks, or even when you're this could just be life in general, right? Ignorance, stupidity, foolishness, impatience, loss of control. All this, all of this exists. There's no doubt about it. You underestimate. y- you're not thinking about what the hedge funds can do and the power and capability and how they can manipulate a stock. You're doubtful. You have liabilities. You're troubled. You're in debt. You have all bills to pay, right? Higher taxes. If we sell, we pay more than holding a year. We pay about 15% more in taxes selling on a 1 day basis. But hey, if you get the kind of gains we get, the way I look at it, the more I pay, the more I made. There's CPA fees, and you have emptiness and hopelessness and intimidation and trauma, sadness, gullibility, overconfidence. You know it all. You're a know it all. That's when you lose it all. Know it all, lose it all. You got people on here that are trolls and naysayers and doomsdayers and pessimists and name callers and morons, and there's resistance, and who wants to be a bag holder? But this is the other side of the coin. And if you're here on this channel, you will experience number one, love, happiness, friendship, joy. You're part of a family. People here care about one another, and we share with one another, and we're optimistic. We have a history of proven history, and we use history to tell the future. because as I show people mirroring stocks, that's right. There's loyalty here. We're loyal to one another. There's religion, there's prayer, there's faith and belief, and there's dedication and speculation and fundamentals that we study, and there's enthusiasm here, and there are positive attitudes and perseverance, and we learn to persevere, right? And we're unified. We're comrades. This is a community where we talk about health and our goals and our desires and our objectives, and we're all like-minded. We have good perspectives, and we study the patterns on things, and we look for patterns. We research like crazy, and we use restraint. When we find a stock that we buy into, we don't just dive in without any kind of, life preserver. We're nibbling at these things when we get in, and we get experience from that. We use each other's knowledge. We share stories of our past failures and mistakes that we've made, and they happen in real time. There's also energy here, and there's a great amount of knowledge and prospecting. And we're looking with all of our scanners and our screeners and our radars and our AI. We're prospecting with that. We give each other advice, and hopefully we'll become wealthy and we'll prosper together. This is our goals. This is what we try to do here. We have fun here. It's entertaining. I play music, I do magic tricks, and there's a mystery here that I try to unsolve on this channel. A lot of times I put up videos and refer you to things I watch on YouTube that I think you'll enjoy about life and outside the box, thinking outside the box. We have the same ambition, and we have hopefully we've got a savings account here going on, and we're gaining interest off the money that we set over each day out of our profits. We move it over into a high interest yield account, and we let that money make money for us while we let it sit there for our tax payment every day, folks. You should understand this. If you're going to be making the kind of gains that I just showed every day, you should be taking those gains and you should be moving them, some of it, over into a high interest account. Now, again, I'm not going to guarantee you that you're going to see these same type of results on every time we trade. But if you're going to make these types of gains, then you have to do one thing: immediately take 30% and move it over into an interest bearing account, something that yields interest. And good morning, Pat Yeager. Good morning, MH. Good morning, 28 Trader. Right on. All right, we got our first call out for Friday. Thank you. Our first Friday call out. Happy first day of May, everyone. Now, yesterday, and one of the things I mentioned on this list right here, when we're on these stocks, they're day trade stocks. These are not the ones you hold long. Okay, if you want to hold stocks long, hold these stocks long. Well, I'll show you in a moment. If you want to hold stocks long, hold these long. All right, hold these stocks long, and this will increase your odds of making money. On this list here, I have about 50 stocks, and this is what they've done over the past. The way this is set up, these sheets I've got here, it shows the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year. These are the stocks that you want to hold long. Okay, everyone? the last 5-day gain, 10-day, 30-day last year. Over here, their market cap, PE ratio. So there are two types of stocks. Ones like these, that there's really three types, I should say. Ones like these that you want to hold long in your portfolio. And you can get this list from me if you become a member at the Goliath level, and you can edit this list and you can change it and add your own stuff to it. So just be aware, when I send you this list, make a copy first. So if you start adding and making changes and adjustments, you don't screw it up. Make a copy of the original when I send it to you, okay? And today is a special day here on the channel. Today, we're going to be doing a drawing at the end of the day. And we're going to have a winner of today's t-shirt. And that will be done at 4:08 p.m. is when we do the drawing. And if you'll give me a minute here, I'll find the names of all those who are going to be in on the drawing today. And this is it right here. All these individuals have donated to the channel this way or become a member at the monster level or Goliath level, and they saw the value in these sheets that I'm showing you here now. And if you'd like to become a member of this channel and get yourself 5 entries into the drawing, then become a Goliath member today. I'd encourage you to use this website here, this channel, and understand that you're with a lot of other people here that are trading together. We're all together, and we all help contribute to this channel together. And I want to thank each and every one of you for doing so. And now, actually, I'm on another page, so we're going to add. And oh, by the way, we had a member come in here yesterday, and I don't know whether it may have been. Well, I'm going to have to go look now because I've got to make sure and get this done. Because let me get up here to my YouTube studio and come down here to members. Yes, there it is. Christ Lone Wolf rejoined yesterday. So, Christ Lone Wolf, I forgot to put your name on here. And thank you for rejoining. And interestingly enough, see if I look at this, if it tells me what level you are. No. Hmm. All right. So here we go. See all members. Charles Washington. If you're there, Charles, are you with me here this morning? Charles Washington. So Charles Washington, he joined as a Goliath member yesterday, and so his name is going to go on here because it's $25, and his name is going to go on this list now 5 times for the drawing today for the t-shirt. Because $5 gets you 1 entry, $10 gets you 2, $15 gets you 3, $20 gets you 5, which is the limit I do here on my drawing. No matter what your donation, the most I'm going to give for a t-shirt is $5. Charles Washington, you're on here 5 times. You've just increased your odds of being the winner of a one-of-a-kind, only once made t-shirt. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hello?
Hey, honey. Um, I just had an idea. You know, Colleen wants you to go and be doing these birthday parties and stuff and be the glitter queen or whatever. And, Alex might want to do something like that too if you're not ever available because it's artwork, right? Of some sort.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
another thing, if we do this t shirt thing and we start cranking out our own t shirts, maybe you could throw that at Colleen and say, hey, how'd you like to have a t shirt where we can make kids t shirts at these birthday parties?
Yeah. That's a good idea.
There you go. All right. Well, I was just
Yeah.
wondering. You might throw it at her and see what she says.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Love you. Bye.
Love you.
All right. Oh,
Hey,
yes,
hey,
honey,
hey,
buddy. Yes.
hey, hey,
Hey,
hey.
hey, hey, hey.
Um, ask ask some of your people about Medicare that might know about Medicare Part C because I'm looking at it right now for your dental. If they have any suggestions of what's the best, like Humana, Aetna, which one to go for the best uh, coverage for dental.
All right. Maybe somebody will know.
Maybe someone will know.
Especially when Gary Edwards gets here.
Oh, he's not there yet.
No, he'll be here though.
Okay, because I'm looking into it, but I would love to hear someone's
All right. We'll throw it out there when he gets in.
suggestion. Okay, all
Okay.
right.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. Everybody.
Alexa, stop. All right. So now we've got Charles Washington who just became re renewed his membership as a Goliath member, and he has been for 4 months a member of this tank. Hey, Cat, Humana is a very good one, brother. All right, good, good. All right, we're gonna write down. We're gonna write down three here. Now, for those of you that don't know what's going on here, first of all, I am not a financial advisor. I make no guarantees. We work as a group here. With it, we cannot stress enough that I will provide and you will decide. Okay, that's all I'm here to do. I provide information and analysis. People ask me about stocks. I dig into them. I look into their several different things depending on what their portfolio is, how many shares they have outstanding, and we look at other things like are they known company for doing splits, reverse splits, and we look into all kinds of things, and then we make a decision which one we want to invest in. And we don't these stocks again, we don't hold them long. Okay, now uh, Charles Washington, this list of the stocks I hold long is now going to be sent to you, but I need you to send me your email address. All right. And please send it to this top one that's highlighted in blue, in light blue up there. All right, Charles, if you're listening, please send me an email. And you may have already done that. I don't know. But that's where I need you to send your email to. And if you like music, I have over 125 songs here on YouTube and on Spotify and Apple Music, Google Play. Look up my name. You're doing a road trip or something, or out there on the highway driving back and forth to work each day, listen to my songs. I think you'll enjoy them. There's a lot of variety there, believe you me. Rock and roll, jazz, country, you name it. I even do some rap music. Listen to one of my songs that's called, hang on a second here. Listen to one of my songs called The Nagging Song, folks. I think you'll enjoy it, especially if you have a wife that henpecks you a little bit. All right. And now I'm going to move this away and I'm going to show you not only will I be sending you, if you become a Goliath member, these long stocks that I'm long on, I'm going to send you a list of over 70 stocks, or 69 right now. I think I took one off yesterday, that pay dividends. Okay. And again, you can look at how these stocks have done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year. And over here, I show you the market cap, I show you the PE ratio, and I show you the dividend amount that they pay. This list right here, $24.99, $24.99 for this list of stocks that pay 5 day, 10 day, 30 day, and the last year's returns, and they pay dividends. And the top 40 stocks on this list were put there by Roaring Kitty. His name is Keith Gill, and the top 40 stocks that are on this list are his picks. He was known as the man who, well, at the time he was, yeah, he was a man, but he was a young man, a very young man, and he helped push GameStop all the way up to over, $200-300. And not only that, but he was much like me, and I helped push SoFi from the $4 range all the way up to $32, and that was because of this channel that I prospered, and everybody else that bought SoFi with me in the below $10 is sitting pretty right now. Yeah, we've experienced a drawdown from at $32 down to good buying and range of 14 even. And but now it's turned around and it's going to go back up, I believe. And I told everybody yesterday morning that were here, you should get back in on SoFi now. And I said, I showed everybody the chart. And in case you're not aware of this stock, SoFi, I'll tell you a little bit about it here, and we'll look at it on a long-term chart. There it is. So right here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at a chart that is time frame of 20 days. And the reason that I thought that this was a good buy point was because I went to a 180-day chart, and this is what I saw. Okay. And when I looked at this chart, I saw this line where the price just dropped below. I saw it was resistance once. I saw it was resistance twice. And even this line where it just bounced now, look at that previous line of resistance. It was resistance to the rise right here, and it was resistance to the drop. And so I thought it was a good place to get in, and I said that to everybody. When you look at their earnings, folks, this company has beat earnings estimates for like 10 quarters in a row. If you go to the longest term chart on this stock, the 3 year, look at this. This is the 3 year chart. Look at the 5 day blue moving average, the light blue line. Look how it stopped right there. And of course, when they run it down, 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 they knew this is as far as they wanted to push it. And that's why they pushed it to that line, and then off it went. And this is why I told everyone, if I were you, I'd buy back into SoFi, which I did. And I hope you did, because that is the perfect place to get it right there. Now, do you know why I told you yesterday morning that SoFi would be a good buy right there? I was right. And even if they try to pull it down here and candlestick it right on this previous resistance, so what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I showed over here to everybody yesterday. If you go back here over the last 3 years, They beat estimates here. They were estimated to be under by 7, 8. They were only down 5. They beat estimates here. They were expected to be down 0.68. They were only down 6. They beat estimate here. They were supposed to be, oh, well, that's just a conference call notification. Here, they beat estimates. They were supposed to be up 3.003, and they were actually up 0.02. They were supposed to be down there 0.03, and they were up. Oh no, this is the one. I apologize. This is the one time. Yes, they slaughtered estimate here. They slaughtered it here. Look at that 0.03, and they got 2 cents. Here, beat estimates again. Expected 0.12, got 0.02. Beat estimate. Again, beat estimate. 0.04, got 1. Over double what they were expected to get. Earnings. They got 0.4 estimate, and they actually got 5. Earnings, 0.39 estimate, they got 5. Here, 0.32 estimate, they got 6, almost double what they were expected. Folks, this company has always outperformed every single quarter. Expected 5.7, got 8. Jeez. See, this company, they've always done one thing in common. They underpromise and they overdeliver. SoFi, 0.0085, got 11. 11 was expected, they got 13. 11 expected, got 12. So this is what's going on, okay? This company has reduced their debt a year and a half ago by doing they had a payment that was costing them about 10 million a year in debt on warrants they had issued way back, and they did what was called, and some of you remember it. I have a chart here on SoFi that goes back to right here. And this is when they did their convertible notes. And everybody was crying their eyeballs out about this because on 9/10, the price had been at 876. And then 9/13, 766 and 727. Folks, this was a crying, bleeding heart, everyone complaining. And I showed them what was going to happen that day. I showed them what was going to happen. And I created this thing called the convertometer, okay? And I told everybody what was going to happen with SoFi. And I said eventually they were going to reach their first goal of 1229, and then they'd reach their ultimate goal of 1454. This is what I told people 2 years ago. And some of you probably remember this. Some of you looking at this right now. Who would have thought that not only would it go from here all the way up to what I said it would, but then double that? Double that number, folks. It went up over $30 to 32 plus. Wow. Man, that was a great pick right there. And again, I mentioned to you, look at this 3-year chart on SoFi right now, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it go all the way up here to $32. And then what line do they bring it down to and turn it off of? This line here, this very line. See how they can execute whatever plan they want. And if they see a line they want to attain, they're going to get there, people. They're going to get there. And this is just making so much money off of gullible retail. If you don't believe that, come over here and let me show you something. I'm going to show you right now, and it'll change your mind. Here we go. SoFi institutional ownership. all the while that SoFi's price has been dropping. Look at the institutions. Look at them just scarfing up those shares that dumbass retailers were throwing out. Do you see that? I'm here to tell you. You give me a minute more, I'll show you something else. And again, folks, I provide, you decide. That's all there is going on here. Now, institutional ownership, I see here over the most recent quarter has actually reduced. But this is because a lot of times they like to take profits, okay? And one of the things I'm going to do is come down here now, and I want to look at something. And the first thing I'm going to do with this is I'm going to come over to SoFi's page, historical data, and I want you to see something. The lowest low that we saw here was looks like 1493. Yep, 1493. Now, some of you have heard me tell you before that a lot of times when these lows are established, like on March 30th of 1494, I've told you people before that what uh, hedge funds like to do and shorters is they like to get a reestablished low at the same or 1 penny below this. And if you look up here, you'll see where they did it right here. See that? So my suggestion is for you to look at the previous day's low and then put your next day's bid in 1 penny below that number. Okay. And if you want to see what I mean by this, um, take a look at how many times they attempt to get the same low or a penny lower or somewhere around that. Okay. I'm going to show you right here as we go back in history. And so you can see this. So look how many times. Here's the low of 2703. Well, look at the next day's low, 2703. You see? Now, I'm going to show you this so you understand this, and you'll go, wow, he's right. This happens quite frequently. And you'll see it. Here, the low was 2620. Look how hard they fought to get that same low the following day, and they missed it, 2622. Well, that's a sign of weakness, folks. And look at the next day, the price is at $27. If I look at this as an indicator, okay, of how strong the shorts are on this stock or how heavy they're coming at it. So I'm going to show you some other ones up here, and you'll go, dang, he's right. He's right. You'll see it. You'll see it. See this low right here? 25.21. Look at here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days later. 25.21. Are you with me? They aim for these previous lows when they're running down. So you'd be wise to go back over and look at the last week's low and go, all right, they're going to go for that number. They're going to go for 25.20 or 25.21. I can show you other instances of it, folks. I can show you, and you can learn from this of being on this channel. I promise you, you can. You can definitely learn on this channel. You can learn to look for certain things you never even thought of before. As a matter of fact, everybody that I'm showing this to right now has never seen me show this before, but I know it. Look at this low here. They got it to 1915 the next day, 4 cents lower. Yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay. And that's not a good sign either, I want you to know. That shows they have power over it. And a few days later in the 17s, see? Just watch what I'm going to show you here, folks, and you'll get this. You'll understand. The objective is to make the price lower than the day before. Lower lows is what they're looking for here. And I want you to notice something. The stock must have made a big move, and it was. This day, 1861. The next day, 1864. Shooting for that lower low, trying to get just a little lower. Look at this. You'll see many of them, folks. I'm telling you. What I'm telling you here is the truth. Here, look at this. 1649. The next day's low, 1652. Now, this is when the price was reaching its bottom, nearing the bottom. But I can promise you, this is commonly done. Commonly done. And a lot of times, the number that they'll want will be either 1 penny below, or they'll try to get it down 10 cents lower or 13 cents lower. You'll see that quite often. See right here, they were shooting for 13 cents lower, 1839, and they're shooting for 1826, 13-cent drop. Pretty common. All right, well, I'm just showing you. I provide, and you decide, folks. I provide, you decide. And we're going to move forward here now. This morning, again, just so you guys know that are joining me here late this morning, we're going to be doing a giveaway of this T-shirt today. It's the one I wore yesterday. It's the Short Eating Porpoise, and it'll be a one-of-a-kind shirt that only you will own. And I'll sign it for you if you want me to. And I'm going to put this back over here now. Keep our history files away. So on today's drawing, we're going to be giving away to one of these lucky people who have donated this week. If you gift up to, in gifts, it has to be $5. If you do $10, you get 2 entries. If you do $15, you get 3 chances to win this shirt. If you do $20, you're going to get 5 chances to win the shirt. If you become a member today as a Goliath member, you're going to get 5 chances to win the shirt. If you become a member at the Goliath level, you'll not only get my spreadsheets of the stocks I hold long, but also the dividend-paying stocks. And a lot of people do like making money on dividends. I know that. It has an attractiveness to it. So we're going to get over here for a second. We're going to be looking at the stocks people called out first, yesterday's stocks. I want to see if any of those are having a pullback and getting fleeced out this morning. And if they are, that's where we want to buy on the low, okay? But again, thank you to all of these individuals that are on this list. And I'll say another thank you midday. And if it wasn't for you people and your memberships and your dedication and your gifts, this channel would not exist, period. It's absolutely the truth. And so let's go see how these stocks that were called out yesterday, and we have a list of stocks for today as well that we're going to be looking at. And we're going to roll up here on my channel right here. And I want to see something else here. Tomato bisque soup. Solo Lee, I see that you have rejoined as a member again. And I don't think I have that written down. So Solo Lee, yes, just rejoined again as a monster bottom, 4 months now, rejoined 2 days ago. So Solo Lee, your name is going on this list for this drawing. Thank you. And for those of you that don't know, these people have all become members lately. And if you want to become a member of this tank, it's easy to do. And I'll be sending you, everybody who's a member will be getting my Catfish long stocks. And these are the stocks showing how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. So everyone that becomes a member gets this list, and they show the market cap and PE ratio on the ones that apply to that. And you can see how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And these are all stocks that I'm long on. Okay. Now, I do not day trade these. These are not day traders. All right. Now I cannot guarantee you the same return that has happened over the last year on these stocks. I can't guarantee it. But your odds are better if you pick out the ones that have been going up over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, or last year, or if you look for ones that might be on the bottom that have been very red and starting to go green again. Okay. So, in other words, you'd see red and red here, but you'd see green here. So it started to turn the corner. All right. Understand? You'd see that's what you're looking for. Something that might have been red, but now, like this one, starting to go green. It's had a fall, a pullback, and now it might be starting to turn the corner. It might be at its low, and it might be a good place to come on in. So that's how these work. And if you'd like to become a member, my win this year was ARM went up 40% last week. All right. Madrud, Madrug, Madragadio. Uh, no, I don't trade Forex as well. No. You often you're one of many who've asked me that question, but I do not do that. But good morning and welcome to the tank. We're glad you're here, and you're going to hopefully learn something from being here. And I have been trading for 26 years. The history goes back to 26 years ago. I was living in Orlando, Florida, and I was working at two places at the time. One of them was Gatorland Zoo, and I was teaching people all about alligators and crocodiles. I did what was called the Gator Jumperoo Show. It's down south of Orlando near Kissimmee. And at the same time, I was selling automobiles for a Chevrolet dealership. And World Chevrolet, the biggest dealership in the state of Florida at the time, pretty much. And I was working there, and I was one of their top salesmen, and I got a chance and got lucky, and I got on the Wheel of Fortune. And they were doing that tour of the United States, and they came through Orlando, Universal Studios. And if you go onto YouTube and you put Wheel of Fortune and you put Tyler, Amy, Joy, you'll find a clip that shows the 1 minute review or breakdown of how I did on the show. And it was pretty amazing, and something I'll never forget. But I got very lucky on that show, and not to mention I'm good at the game, so I did very well, performed well, and I won $38,000. And after that, I started. My friend that I met in elementary school had done very good in the stock market through high school, and after he graduated, he said, "You ought to come in the market with me," and that's where I got my beginnings. And back then, you could not trade like on your own like we do today, folks. Have we have it made today compared to what it was like back then. If your stock took off, you'd call your broker and say, "Hey, man, did you see?" And oh, he's not in right now. Well, could I sell my stock right now because it's really up? I'm up like 2,400. No, he has to sell it for you. You'll have to call back. Huh? Oh yeah. And there was one morning I got up and that happened to me. I was up 2,400. By the time he finally called me back, the stock had gone from 80 up to 116, and it went back from 116 down to 80. And before he could even call me back, I'm looking at 2,400 on the table all morning long, and he couldn't call me back. And then by the time he did, he said, "Man, I'm sorry, man. I see what happened with comms." I said, "Man, how can we get around this? Can't someone else at your firm sell my doggone stock?" "Well, no, that's not how it works." Oh, you guys wouldn't believe what it used to be like back then. You wouldn't believe it. It was very hard sometimes. But as it turned out, after the market opened up, because I was up in the pre-market, and then when the market opened, I was even again. But after the market opened up, it shot on up, and I sold it at 120, and that was my first trade, 2,400. I walked away. I was like, oh my gosh. I called my family and said, you're not going to believe this. By the way, out of the money I won on the Wheel of Fortune, out of that 38,000, I did have to pay 12,000 in taxes. It's called gift tax. But fortunately, I did win it anyway. So I'd rather pay taxes because that means I won something. But this morning, uh, I want you to know that I'm going to be showing people a lot of different stuff all day long. And as you watch, you'll see a lot of different members will come in who are using scanners and using chat GPT and AI screeners and all kinds of stuff. And they'll call out these stocks and we'll start looking into them. And this was all the stocks that were called out on Wednesday, and all the stocks that were called out yesterday are on this sheet of paper here. So this is Mondays, Tuesdays, and we get a lot of stocks called out. And we look into all of them, and we're looking for ones that have the perfect scenario for us. Okay, and so every day, and this goes back to April 23rd, April 24th, April 27th, April 28th, April 29th, and here is April 30th. We are going to look at the April 30th call outs, and we're going to learn a lesson, okay? And this is why you do not hold these day trade stocks. We're going to look at this list of about 15 stocks and see what they're doing right now today, okay? And these are stocks that were called out yesterday. And again, if you want this list from me of all these stocks I'm holding long, and these are the ones that pay dividends, I have 69 stocks on this list that pay dividends. And right here, you can see what they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. This is their market cap, their P ratio. This shows the dividend that they pay and the percentage of the dividend that they're paying out. Okay. And this Google Sheet is not a guarantee from this past performance that they're going to keep doing this. But so far, over the last year, these are the gains of these dividend paying stocks that I have on this list. And some of them have been phenomenal. Many of them, almost all of them, are green. And I can't guarantee you that they're going to stay that way. But chances are, if the money market funds keep reducing and they keep moving that money back over into the market, we're going to see incredible, incredible gains over the next year in the market, I believe. I believe it has a lot of upside potential still. We get past this oil situation in Iran and what's going on over there, and that's not going to last forever. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to proclaim for you that not one single war has ever lasted forever. Alexa, what is the longest war that has ever occurred?
I don't know that one.
Seems pretty simple. Alexa, how long did World War I span?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Alexa, when did World War I begin?
The First World War started on July 28, 1914.
July 28th, 1914.
Okay, here's national calendar.
Alexa, stop. Alexa, when was the end of World War I?
The First World War ended on November 11, 1918.
Okay. Alexa, how many days passed between July 28th, 1914 and November 11th, 1918?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Yeah, you know that. Alexa, how many days is it from July 28th, 1914 to November 11th, 1918?
There are 1,567 days between July 28, 1914 and November 11, 1918.
Alexa, what is 1,567 divided by 365?
1,567 divided by 365 is approximately 4.2932.
World War I lasted 4.29 months, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long time, and that's a world war, okay? It's world war we're talking about. Hey, Alexa, how long did World War II
The
last?
Second World War lasted for roughly 6 years. The conflict began on September 1, 1939 and ended on September 2, 1945.
Wow. Did you hear that? Started September 1st, ended September 2nd. It's kind of interesting. Well, besides just stock market news here, we'll talk about other things of importance. And I see no chance whatsoever of this engagement in Iran lasting for 4 or 5 years or 6 years. I don't absolutely do not believe that. PE ratio, pro, PE ratio is the stock's price to their earnings, to what they earn to have coming in. Okay, let's look at some of these stocks here. I'll give you the definition as is. We'll look it up here. What AI says. Price to earnings. The ratio measures a company's current share price relative to its earnings per share, indicating how much investors are willing to pay for $1 of profit. Yeah, I when you told me yesterday where you were trying to get SoFi, I was trying to indicate to you that I didn't see it turning back around for a while. I thought it was already at the bottom. I showed that chart and I showed you it turned off of that line, and I tried to tell you. I almost said, why don't you just put in a market order now, because you're not going to get that. I should have said that to you. See, here's what happened with SoFi and why you weren't going to get it. When they saw it hit $32 here plus, they wanted to make sure and get in before the run up to 60. So if they're going to get in before the run to 60, and I'm not saying that's going to happen necessarily, but I want you to know that it's very common for them to look for a pre-established line that they know was major resistance. And this was it right there. And I showed this to everybody yesterday morning. I showed them this. I said, hey, check out SoFi. It just fell this morning to this price, and that price happens to be right here, and I think it's a good place to buy it. And this is what I said yesterday morning. And it turned right off that line yesterday morning and it went right back up. Now, they're trying to give a little bit of a hitch and go here. So even here, I think this is a good place to pick up some. Okay. Because I've seen this before. This is called the hitch and go. Okay. Well, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I believe this is the typical big old rooster head, come down, peck the 50, then come up, give a little head fake, and then go. It's a hitch and go right now. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And if you come over here to SoFi and you come to the summary page, I'm going to show you something else. Over the last 5 days, it's down 12%. So there isn't going to be any dang profit taking this week today at the close. It isn't going to happen. Nope. Okay. Now, sometimes SoFi can be up over a 5-day period here when we were in it and when it was in the 4s and 5s and 6s, and it would be up over the 5-day period 8 or 10 or 12%. And on Friday, profit takers would just wipe it out, and options were in control, options, hedge funds, and they would just beat it down on a Friday. Even if it made gains all week long, they would just decimate it on Fridays. I'm not kidding you, folks, there were times a year and a half ago when I would be up $8,000 on a Friday by Friday because it had gone up so much and lose every bit of that profit on Friday afternoon. And boy, that's when I started deciding to day trade. Okay. I got sick of that. I mean, I'm telling you, I got sick of it. I said, man, I'm done with this bull crap. I'm going to start day trading. And then that's what I started doing. And, but I'm telling you right now, there won't be any profit taking going on today. Okay, I don't believe so, and I'm very happy to see it still rising here this morning. But I want you to know something important, and I tried to show everybody this yesterday. Please understand this about any stock that you own. As a general rule, it is always best to see that stock close at or near the previous high. Okay. And I can make this as clear as a bell to you right here if you look at this. Okay. So use this information. And if you like what I'm about to show you, when we get done here, which will take about 4 minutes, it's going to be 7:56 in the morning. And actually, we'll do this at 8:08. So just give me a second here. And I want to set my alarm clock, my little egg timer, because I don't want to miss it. At 8:08 a.m. So we're going to set our timer now. And right now it is 7:51. So we'll set it for right here. And at 8:08, we'll hit the like button together. Okay. But what I want you to see something here, folks, right now. And for anybody that's new to this channel, I want you to know that I go by the name Catfish because I want to try to buy stocks at the bottom. People will be calling out stocks today, and you guys can look in the chat, and you'll see a lot of them are on the radar because they're exploding to the upside. But we do not want to get in on those. We want to get in on those when they fleece out on Monday morning. Monday morning, these stocks that go up today, they're going to get fleeced out Monday morning. They get too many exuberant, over anxious buyers, and all these newbies are buying into it, and all the new retailers that are getting in the market every day. And they get in, and then on Monday morning, they see all their profits start to dwindle and it starts to drop, and then they sell, and someone else sees that, and everyone's selling, and they get in this selling craze, and Monday morning, bam, we catch it when they put the hatchet on it. And we do not buy heavy. When it hits that low, we buy a little bit of shares because a lot of times they'll turn it up and head fake people, and then boom, they take it to another low. We buy a little more there. We do not buy heavy. We go in lightly. Then we look for that third dagger, the triple dagger low, the triple ta-ta, okay? That's what we're looking for. That's when we buy. That's how I got the name Catfish Tie, okay? Is because I am not looking to jump in on stocks that when everybody's shouting, I'm getting outing, okay? When everybody's crying, that's when I'm buying, okay? This is my motto. And listen, I make no guarantees, zero guarantees, but I do know that a company is very highly likely or way more likely to do a reverse split or a public share offering when their price is at a 52-week high. And a lot of times these stocks are on the radar that these people call out, and they're on the highest highs that they've ever been, and they're running people. And then the company says, right now, we could get $5 million and we'd only have to sell this many shares. Yesterday, we would have had to sell, you know, 1 million shares to get 5 million. But today we've only got to, because of this massive run up, we've only got to sell, 500,000 and we'll get the same amount. So let's do that right now. And they get together and they have a little board meeting. They go, and they usually, this happens often in October, November, or December because they're getting close to that Christmas bonus time. Iguera says, I learned that from you, but in the low sell, high buy, small quantity and sell the same way. Exactly. This is also key. You're right, Iguera. When I'm buying in and I'm buying, 10 shares and 10 shares, and the stock is, say it's $8. So I'm spending $80 at each buy. When I go out, I'm going to be selling the same way, but not in such small amount. I will double or sometimes even go up to 50 shares if I'm buying 10 at a time. But I'm not going to sell them all. I'm accumulating all these as it's rising, and I'm looking for each little pullback, and then it goes up, and then a pullback, and then it goes up, and then it needs to breathe, and then it goes up, breathes a little more, and I just stay under it. I got my buy orders down here. It goes up here, and then I got my buy order here, and then it comes down, and I catch it, and then it goes up, and I raise my buy order, and it catches here, and then it goes up, and then I raise my buys, and I catch a little, then it goes up here, and then I raise a little, and then I buy when it drops, and then it gets here, and I sell, and I sell usually twice as much as what I was buying. The increments are usually at least twice, okay, and sometimes 3 or 4 times, okay. So, but I don't sell all at once because, as many people have learned on this channel, sometimes these stocks go way up beyond what you were expecting, and you run out of shares. You're just out. You're like, oh my gosh, I sold them all already. But this is the mistake people make. I've heard so many people say when we're on a stock and it's doing really well, and then they go, "I'm out." I see them type out, "I'm out at blah blah blah," and I'm like, well, wait a minute, you're all out? We never went all in, did we? We don't go all in, and we shouldn't go all out. Okay, you just don't know, and we've seen this before. Sometimes, like this stock that was last week. I'll show you an example of what I mean here on our top gainers. Look at this stock right here. This stock right here, folks, it was called AIXI right here. And the previous day's low was 12 cents. Jayhawk called this out. And some people started selling it when it was at 30 cents because, well, you've doubled your money. That's wise. Sell it at 30. Well, then it went to 60 cents. And then the next thing you know, the daggum thing had gone all the way up to 203. So if you nibbled and bought 100 shares at 12 cents, right? Or you bought 200 or 500 at 12 cents, it doesn't matter. When you got to 24 cents, you doubled your money, folks. That's a nice profit. But why sell it all? You didn't buy all in at once. Never, ever. And again, it goes to the pros and cons sheet that I have, wherever I put that. Here it is, right here. The one thing that we do, and I have this over here, is there's a line here, underestimating. Underestimating, okay? Never underestimate, okay? Don't do it, folks. Don't underestimate. But on the other hand, you also don't want to be stupid or foolish and you do not want to be greedy, okay? If you've made a 100% profit and you sell there, that's called wisdom, okay? Okay. And by the way, that's another word I'd really like to add over here to the good part of being on this channel. Wisdom. You gain wisdom. Too bad I can't spell it. And you get knowledge. Okay. No, I don't know that that might be here already. Yep, it is here. So I'm duplicating that one. Okay. Sorry about that. Bye-bye. Okay, get it off there. There we go. All right. Uh so let's put this list back down here. We'll save it now. Come over here and go like that. Now, here's today's lesson about SoFi and yesterday's price. First of all, going back to his comment, yeah, I put my buy order in on SoFi yesterday. It didn't reach that. You might get it today. You might get it today. But I'm showing you this is why I suggested everybody should buy into SoFi yesterday morning. When I saw it drop down and finally hit that number, I knew that this was a number that had been a previous heavy resistance right there. It was heavily resisted there, heavily resisted there. So, what I show people and teach people on this channel is that when they establish a low during a day, go look back to its relevance to the past. Why did they stop that right there? Is it some ambiguous number? Just, oh, well, that's just as low as it's going to go. Well, they stopped it there at that line because of this, folks, right there. And they knew there was just going to be a ton of resistance against it there. So they said, why bother? Let's just take it to that line, then we'll go long. All right. And then today it's just a double fleece, just one more time to chisel away any weak hands. And then this thing is going to go higher because this is, folks, a shoulder. You want to see what I mean? This right here is a shoulder. See? And boom. And this right here is a shoulder of almost the same duration. However, this shoulder here was actually created with a little bit more flatness to it than this shoulder. Look, just be aware of that. This is a similar pattern right here. We're looking for patterns. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a shoulder. It's called a shoulder. And they drove it down to this, hits right below, shoulder, boom. Come over here, can't even get it below this time, which again, to me, shows a sign of weakness. Down here, they had enough power to push it down below the 200. Here, just tapped it. And now they're going to try and tap it one more time, just a little tap this morning. And then it's off to the races, folks. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I'm calling it out the way I see it. And SoFi is going to be doing some IPOs here pretty soon that are going to be helping it as well. As someone said, though, SoFi lost one of its biggest clients here recently. And that affected them negatively because of the type of stock that they are, tech stock. All right, anyway, look for a little double ta-ta action on SoFi, and I think you'll be seeing a nice little move again today. I actually do not believe that this 5-day line is going to repeat here. But this is what I want you to see. Okay? And I want you to quickly look at this and understand what the meaning of it is. Okay? So let's take a look at a few days here of SoFi's trading, sort of SoFi's trading history. And then maybe you'll understand what I'm about to show you in a big way. All right. And I'm going to show you right now. And why I'm going to show you this right now about SoFi is because if we come all the way up here currently, I want you to look at what happened yesterday. Okay, yesterday it opened at 1577. They dropped the price 23 cents at the open. It fell 23 cents at the open. Then, and that was 1554. Then it rose to 1637. And then it closed, ladies and gentlemen, 27 cents off of this high. Now, that is a good way away from the low, however. It's 44 cents off the low. Understand that? So it's nearer the high than it is the low. And that is usually a very good scenario. All right. You want to close your stock near the high. Okay. You don't want it to close closer to the low. That shows strength by the part of the shorts. And now I'm going to come down here and show you what I mean. Coming way down here, and I'm going to show you what I mean. And then you'll get it. You'll definitely get this. I'm sure you'll get this. You guys are all very smart and educated. And so I'm going to show you right now. Take a look at this day. And we're just going to go over some brief ones. Here, 1340 is where the price opened. They drove it down only 4 cents. First of all, that's a good sign of strength because usually they want to drive this stock down at least, and they want to achieve a low lower than the previous day's low. So they did that here, and they almost got it down to the low of 2 days before of 1333. But at any rate, it opened at 1340. They drove it down to 1336. And then, ladies and gentlemen, it closed at 13, and then it went up to 1370. Let's see here. 1386 was the high, and it closed at 1373. And this is actually an exception to the usual rule. And I'm going to come up here because I want to find, and there are exceptions to this, no doubt, but not 90% of the time. Okay, 90% of the time, this rule I'm going to show you is very clear and true. So let's look at here. Oh, hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's 8:07, and we are going to hit the like button in 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. So before I go any further, we're going to come over here to this screen here. And I would like it if you wouldn't mind, please putting a heart on the screen for us right now or adding to the chat. And I'd appreciate it very much if you would do so. And this will help the channel grow right now. So we're going to hit the like button all together at the same time. We're going to wait until 8:08 and 8 seconds. And I'd like to ask you all to please hit the like button with me. I'd appreciate it. And this is going to be what we're going to be doing right now is hitting the like button at 8:08 and 8 seconds. We're going to do a countdown. And let's see some love on the screen over here, everybody. And here we go. We're going to count down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. Yes. And thank you for putting a heart on the screen. And I will tell you what that price is just a moment. $12 could make 200, but I would buy 5,000. Hey, Charles Washington, I want you to know that today we're going to be doing a giveaway, and your name is going to be on that drawing because yesterday you became a member of this channel as a Goliath member, and your name is going to be added to this list right here. And because you became a Goliath member yesterday, and you're now at the top of this. So today at 4 o'clock, at 4:08, we're going to do a drawing. And if your name is drawn, you could win this shirt that we're giving away. And the shirt that we're giving away is this one here, the Short Eating Porpoise. It's a one of a kind shirt. It will have been worn by me before, and I wore it once, and I'm going to Either leave the stain I got on it if you want it stained with my DNA, or I wash it. So at your request, but it does have a coffee creamer that I dripped on it. And thank you very much, Iguera. So your name is on the list again, Iguera. And if you give gifts that add up to $5 in your jewels, and you'll get your name on the list again for the drawing. Thank you very much, Iguera. And so, guys, gals, listen. Charles Washington, you're here, right? Yes, that was a renewal. Yes, it was. It was a renewal, and but that means that you paid $24.99, and that gets you 5 entries into the drawing. Now, so I don't need to send you any spreadsheets because you've already had them sent to you, is what you're saying. And Charles, thank you for your recommitment to this channel. And uh, but everybody who renews their membership, they're paying $24.99, and that means they get 5 entries into the drawing. And we'll send you a pre-stained shirt, um, or we'll wash it for you. And Greta says, "You are the best teacher, Kat." Well, thank you very much. Well, I'm not the only one teaching here. We're all teaching each other. We're teaching each other. We learn from one another. We learn a lot from others. And this is a channel. This is a learning channel. Or if you're in another state, it might be known as the Leering channel. Okay. uh, so I hope you're leering something here today. uh, Give me a laughing figure if you got that. Does anybody get what I'm saying? Does anybody at all understand? Someone said to me yesterday that they love how I destroy the Spanish language here on this channel too. So, yes, si es posible ustedes hablar español, muchas gracias por ustedes estar aquí conmigo hoy. Yo sé que mi español es no muy fuerte, pero pasar. eh, Solamente necesito dónde es la baño. The Asian accent is the best, though. Ah, you like I talk a Chinese. People are many come here from everywhere around the world. I want to talk a Chinese with the other people. And we not to have a. It's so long. Long, long, long. Well, it was a long, long time ago. Do you feel like a fly? Saki? Ah. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10. That's Japanese, actually. I believe Cantonese is 1、2、3、4、5、6。Some of you might know that. E-Trade still shows no change in today's market. That's interesting. It's very interesting. And es necesito en español hablar. Yo tengo hambre. Okay. Yo quiero beber una cerveza frío. Uh, if it's possible that you happen to speak any French, I also want to say bonjour, merci beaucoup que vous êtes ici avec moi aujourd'hui ici sur cette channel. Yes, good morning, Coach and Tank family. Hello there, We Launch TV. Yes, I do remember Wong. He giving me a hard time. But here, not here very long. Just a short time here, come here on this channel. Ah, nouveau musique, oui, pas de français. Ah, c'est comment le pépé le pieux. Catfish le pieux. All right, thank you. What we do on this channel is we have a lot of members here that are, and other just viewers that are using all types of chat GPT and AI and software to target hot stocks, and they throw them out to me, and then we analyze them and make a decision whether to get in on them or not. That's what we do here each day, and also I just try to entertain people with some of my music, and I play it on my breaks and stuff for you, and enjoy my original music. And so there's kind of a plethora of stuff going on here. Sometimes we get off on a off topic, and we'll talk about all kinds of other things that really aren't related to stocks, but we still trade here, and we're still all during the day analyzing, searching for runners, looking for key uh, charts that indicate that it's about to springboard. And that's what we do here on this channel together. So I hope you'll enjoy your time here. And we do have a good time here. There's no doubt about it. We have a lot of fun here, and we talk about topics of interest that might be trending right now, and I talk about other things that some people find interesting. A lot of times we talk about things that are uh, things that are unknown, and things that are anomalies, and we look for things that are unusual, and we think outside the box here. Most of our viewers, and not everyone agrees with one another here. There are times when we have disagreements. There's certainly that exists here on the channel, and we are open to that too, because we need diversification and we need to keep open minds. And we're going to shut someone up because they're bringing up a negative about a stock, because if that negative is going to affect it in the price way in a negative way, we need to know. So we're definitely not just here to, we don't screen people and say, well, you can't talk bad about a stock we're looking at. We want to know all there is about it, the goods, bad, and the ugly, which, by the way, happens to be one of the best movies ever that Clint Eastwood did. If you haven't seen it, I would highly suggest you check it out. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. And man, I can only imagine how much money they must have spent to make that movie back in the day. Because that reenactment of the Civil War scene down on the bridge and all that, wow. Good morning, Emmanuel. Hello there. Emmanuel sells Houston. All right. How much is Houston going for today? The last time I was in Houston, I brought the Michigan cold weather down there with me, and it froze everything. My wife and I are known as Mr. and Mrs. Freeze. Wherever we go, the snow will follow. That's right. My wife and I went to Texas 10 years ago. It snowed 4 or 5 inches, and the fountain down at the mall was frozen. We got pictures of it, just ice all hanging down off of it, and the whole city was shut down, and there was no water, there was no electricity, and they blamed my wife and I for bringing that down there, and we couldn't even get out of the state. We were supposed to leave, only be there for 4 days, and we ended up being there over a week and a half because we couldn't get out, and the no flights, no flights. The airports all closed. Yeah, Emmanuel says, just like you brought it to Florida. Yeah, this year I went down to Florida, and I warned all of you that were here on this channel, said, hey, listen, my wife and I are coming to Florida. Get ready for winter. Okay, we're bringing it, and we're going to bring it like we always do. We we went to Ireland with my best friend Kevin and his wife and another couple. We all went to Ireland and we met there actually because we didn't fly out there together. We just met there in England at the airport. And then we flew over to Ireland and then we got off the plane and we went and checked out everything on St. Patrick's Day. We were in Ireland, and that day it snowed. We got up and there was so much snow outside my door that I could not even open the hotel door. I thought, what in the world is going on? I was trying to push the door, and all of a sudden I gave it a real slam, and there was this much snow outside my door. They had not had snow in Ireland in 18 years. 18 years since they had snow in Ireland. And my wife and I got there, and it snowed like a son of a gun. And that only adds to the complexity of being there and driving around as a tourist on the other side of the road that you're not used to driving on roads that are like this narrow. You in Ireland, the roads are so narrow, people, because I think they were built for horse and wagon. They weren't really built for cars. And if you see a truck coming, you better just find the place where you can get off the road because there's not enough room for you to pass. And yeah, you're driving, and this it's so unusual to be sitting on the passenger side of the car, driving on the passenger side of the car, and it was a stick shift too. We got to the airport before my friends had arrived, and I got in the car, and I first thing I did backed into the car behind me, but I didn't hit it hard. It just kind of nudged it, and there's two guys standing there, and it says, "Well, that was good." And I said, "Yeah, I got to get used to this thing." And but anyway, there wasn't any damage, and there was nothing to claim or anything. So they just said, "Well, I don't see no harm, no foul." I'm like, "Yep." But it was pretty funny. But if listen, folks, I got to tell you, if you do ever go over there, did Santa give you a tooth? Not yet. I'm going in. I have to go back now. Yesterday was my tooth cleaning and pre-assessment, and now I got to go back in when the orthodontist, the surgeon or whatever, comes in, and they're going to make a decision because when that microphone hit my teeth, it didn't just loosen the one that came out; it loosened this one. So I might have to have two teeth. Yeah, so all I want for Christmas is my two lower teeth. In case you didn't know what happened to me, I was using a microphone boom stand. Well, first I was moving my wife's elliptical, and that thing came around. There's something sort of the weights of the way it swung around, man. I wasn't expecting it, and bam, it hit me in the lower mouth, and it loosened my teeth right here. And then the final blow was a boom mic stand that I was using, and I don't want to get into the details of it, but it knocked my friggin' tooth out, and and it loosened the one next to it. So I might have to have a double implant. But we're looking at the options. We have to wait for the advanced higher level. And I don't know why I already told them, hey, I got to have a tooth replaced, and they were like, okay, well then I go in and they said, well, we're going to do your cleaning. I said, okay, do a cleaning. They said, we'll have you come back in for the specialist. I'm like, oh gosh. So I've got to go back in here in about a week and a half and meet their orthodontist or whatever it's called that handles that, and they're going to make an assessment of what to do. So anyway, time will tell. Everything looks okay for now, though. There's no infection or anything like that, and everything's fine. I just have to deal with it. And yes, are you excited about this last Green Day market? Yes, I am. No, when you talk about the overall market, I am excited about this. I feel a sense that we're going to see some more moving of money. And let's just go over here, first of all, at the beginning of the day. In case you weren't aware of it, in the news, the UK is raising its national terror threat level after the stabbing of two Jewish men. Okay. And going back to what I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons I think that the market is going to do so well is because of the fact that this conflict in Iran is going to come to an end. And I already did some research this morning and I checked it out. And World War One lasted for only 4 years. Well, I should say a long duration of 4 years at the time, I'm sure it seemed. And World War Two lasted exactly 6 years to the day almost. I didn't know this, but World War II had started September the 1st, and then it ended on a September the 2nd, which I thought was interesting. And but I want you to know that I'm of a belief that once this oil situation ends in Iran, uh, I want you to know that I believe that it is very, very highly possible that our fuel prices are going to see a very, very nice drop. And I think that we need to uh, see this conflict come to an end. And I believe it will be. I do not believe it will escalate any further. And I want you to know that it says that the Fed drops rate cut bombshell as energy shocks rise concerns of possible hike. This was 22 hours ago. Fed drops rate cut bombshell as energy shocks raise concerns of possible hike. Uh, so, but I want you to know that, and I've shown this to people before, and we're going to come over here right now to, let me get over here to this stock, and we're going to look at futures. And I want you to realize that right now, the stock futures look very strong this morning. Here it is. And as you can see, S&P futures green, Dow futures green, Nasdaq just went into the red barely, and the Russell's gone red and turned back into green. Okay, so I think we're going to have a good day today. I think the market's going to have a good day. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So there you go. That's what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to have a nice day. And uh, for those of you who were not here yesterday, these are the stocks that were called out yesterday. If you would like to take a look at them with me, that's what we're going to do now. Now, please understand that all of these stocks were going off on people's radars and their sonars and their scanners yesterday morning at pre-market before the market opened, okay? But one stock that I really like the look of was this one here, called out by Alexander Cohen late yesterday afternoon, KEEL. So I want to look at it right now. And by the way, this is the SoFi chart. I had said to you guys yesterday morning that I thought yesterday morning was a great place to buy with this price right here, because I had seen this level of resistance about a year ago, year and a half, and I saw that line of resistance. I thought it would be a good place to buy the stock, and it looks like it was. It did bounce off that. Now they're trying a little double ta-ta here. I don't even think they're going to get back to this line again. I think SoFi is going to continue to rise. Now, the reason I believe that that is the case is when I look at SoFi stock here, I'm going to come over to it right here, and I want to show you what this stock does when it closes at or near the high of the day. And yesterday, I'm going to refresh this screen right now, and I'm going to show you yesterday's high was $16.37. All right. Yesterday's high, 16.37. But it closed much closer to the high than it did the low. Now, if SoFi had closed at 1560 or 1566, 1577, all right, because again, it opened at 1577 and they drove it down to 1554. So 23-cent drop, and then up to 1637 and closed 27 cents off the high. Why am I showing you this? Well, I'd like to show you what happens. And remember, 1610 is a lot closer to this high of 1637 than 16 is to the low of 1554. So we're closing near the high. Now, to be honest with you, I would have liked to seen it close at within 5 cents of the high, 1631.32. Then we would have seen an even bigger spike. But still, we are nonetheless closing nearer the high than the low, and that usually means a rise in the price the next day. I'm just telling you, I don't make any guarantees. But why I say it usually means that is come down here to the history of the stock. And look at how many times the stock closes at or near the high of the day back here, going way down. And I'm going to show you these examples here so you can understand, okay? And we're going to look at these high of the days and then closing at or near the high of the day, all right? So this is just to give you an example of why you like it when your stock closes near the high of the day, all right? And I'm going to show it to you right now. And then I'm sure you'll understand and it'll make sense to you, I'm guessing, hopefully. And so let's go over here and we're going to find a high here when the high closed, for example, here. And let's look at June the 2nd. The stock price opened at, and we might even go to the day before. Let's go to the day before. The price of the stock opened at 1307. This is May the 30th. Okay. May the 30th, folks. All right. A year ago, basically. Take a look. Here's the opening price. Here's the high, 1332. Here's the low, 1286. So I'm telling you what they did here was it opened at 1307. They drove it down 20 cents, 21 cents to 1286. Very common, folks, to take it down to 1288. Then it goes up to 1332 right there. And that's common, folks. This is why I tell you to sell the 30, buy back the 88, or if they drop it down, buy the 88 and then sell the 1320. All right. So here you go. This is what happened this day. It opened at 1307. They drove it down 21 cents to 1286. Then it went up to 1332 and then it closed 2 cents off the high. See that? 2 cents off the high. What did the price do the next day? The high went from 1332 to 1369, up 47 cents higher. All right. And then on that day, look at this. It closed just 2 cents off the high again. So on this day, the price had opened at 13.28 a share, and they ran it down 19 cents to 13.09. And believe me, they were going for 13.08, Savannah. They were going for 13.08. So 13.28, they were trying to drop it 20 cents to 13.08. They missed it by a penny. Then it went to 13.69, and then it closed 2 cents off the high. Again, this is awesome because the next day, the high's at 13.82. Are you with me so far? I'm trying to show you it's good as a general rule for a stock to close at or near the high of the day. Just using SoFi as an example here. Just using SoFi as an example. And you can see it time and time again. I can show it to you over and over. It's good to close at or near the high of the day versus the low. Right here, you can see June the 10th opened at 417 a share. 14.17 a share. After it went to 14.17, they dropped it down the typical 21 cents again, 21-cent drop at the open, and then 14.48 for the high, and it closes 9 cents off the high. Next day, price 14.52 for the high. Up again almost 40 cents. Learn from these things, folks. It'll help you out. It'll help you out in the long run, I believe. Look for closings near the high, and then look for a spring the next day off of that. Look for closings that are near the high. It's good for that to happen. I promise you. I mean, here's another example. The price opened here on June the 18th on SoFi at 14.38. How much did they drive it down? 20 cents? No, only 10 cents is all they could take it down. Whoa, boy, that's a good place to buy when they can only run it down that much. From 14.36, it goes to 15.42, folks. And it closes just 6 cents off the high. Well, then it goes from 15.42 to 15.64, people. Here's the low, $15. So the next day, and again, this is the opposite taking place. See, on June the 20th, opens at 15.56. They had the ability to knock it down 56 cents. That's not good. And then the high was 15.64. So let me tell you what they did. It came out of the gate at 15.56. Then they ran it up just 12 cents. After that, they attacked the shit out of it, ran it down to $15. That's right. And then it closed just 20 cents off the low. Well, that's not good. That's not good. You want to be up here at around 1560 closing or 1550. When you close that close to the low, the next day it continues to plummet. 1556 high goes down to 1502. See that? Or 1564 goes down to 1545. I'm just bringing this to your attention. You can do with this information whatever you want. Look at June 24th. This is SoFi I'm talking about. SoFi. Look at June 24th. Opens at 1573. Goes down again 20 cents. 22 cents down. See the pattern? 20 cents is common, folks. 1573 down to 1551, 22 cents down. Then it goes up to 1595 and it closes 10 cents off the high. Look at the next day, 1595 to 1628. And on that day, the low was 1591, but it closed much closer to the high, 1608, 20 cents off the high. And then the next day, 1681. And look at this. It closed 4 cents off the high, 1681. The low, 1606, people. And what they did this day is, again, they dropped it from 1625, 20 cents, 19 cents. Are you starting to see sort of a pattern here of 19 and 20 cent drops? And then after that, well, it went to 1681 and closed at 1677, 4 cents off the high. Next day, bam, 1752. Are you seeing this? This is the kind of stuff I show people that they can learn from. On this day, 1692 is where it opened. They ran it down, only could run it down 8 cents. Not the usual 20-cent rundown, just 8. Then it went to 1752. Then it closed 1718. That's way off the high. But what the hell? The next day, it's at 1892. Strong there. Strong into June. This might have been an earnings day because I think it's usually around July. It might be July 30th when they usually do earnings. but I'm not certain. It might be around July 1st, but I think it's July 30th that they do earnings. All right. So isn't this fun to learn this and see this and how it works? What you should be looking for? Look at this day here, July the 3rd. They opened the price at 18.31. Did it drop 20 cents to 18.11? 18.08, 23 cents. Look at that, Savannah. They dropped it to the '08. To the '08. Open at 18.31, drop it to the '08, Savannah. Then it goes up to 18.64 afterwards, and it closes just 7 cents off the high. The next day, look at the high, 19.29. And look, it closed 5 cents off the high. So what's it going to do the next day? 20.89, people. Listen, this is what you need to know about SoFi. If it closes at or near the high, that is good. Look for that pattern. All right? Look for that pattern, people. Look here. Opened at 2017. Did they run it down 20 cents? Oh yeah, even more. They ran this thing from 2017 down 50 cents pretty much to 1962. Then the dang thing goes up to 2025. It closes just 3 cents off the high. What do you think is going to happen the next day? The high goes from 2025 to 21.32, people. I'm trying to teach you something. Hopefully it's starting to make sense. SoFi closes near the high and you ain't going to cry. Closes near the low, and watch out, don't you know? Look here, 2077, and they ran it down just 2 cents. Then it goes up to 21.86, but watch out because look at the closing, 21.20. Wow, that's 66 cents off of the friggin' high. 66, Savannah, they ran it down and closed it at. And then the next day's high was not 21.88. It was lower, 21.44. See, you don't want to close near the low. You don't want to be closing down near the low. Close near the high and she goes to the sky. Well, this is on SoFi stock I'm showing you, folks. This is the channel. Uh, Iran just sent the U.S. a new peace proposal, market pumping. All right. No, we launched TV. I'm not muted. Hold on for saying that. I'm going to have to. I'm not muted. Sometimes you have to refresh your screen, and that might help. But let me try and shut this off and restart, and maybe. Is anybody else not hearing me? Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up or something. Richie says he can hear me. Okay. Because We Launch TV says as he muted it, they're talking about changing the rules on IPOs instead of having to wait 12 months. S&P 500, they're going to change it possibly 6 months just so SpaceX can be fast tracked. Okay, I got it. Uh-huh. My 2 cents. Thank you. All right, guys, that's good. That's good. That's good. So, why am I showing you this? Well, I want you to know that this trait that I'm showing you about closing near the high doesn't just apply to SoFi, okay? Closing near the high on any stock that you're watching and is a good signal, folks. It it usually will lead to a continued rise the following day. This is what I'm trying to get the point I'm trying to get across to you, okay? And it's interesting because I can show it to you. Really, I can show it to you time and time and time again. Okay, it's a standard. It's not an exception. It's a standard. It definitely is something that you can gauge and to make a determination of what's going to happen the following day. Now, here, for example, if you look at this day, if you're looking at July the 29th or the 28th, if you look at July the 28th, came out of the gate, hit 21.22. They drove it down almost 50 cents to 20.77. Then it went up to 21.22 and closed 20 cents off the high. The next day, 25.11, people. And look, this is typical Yahoo fashion. When you see these massive spikes like this, notice how Yahoo makes the numbers smaller. Do you see this? And there are many times that you will see them do this little tactic here, Yahoo. I've been telling you for the longest time that Yahoo shorts SoFi. I've been saying it for a long time. And just look at this. On a day when SoFi's number jumps from an open of 21 to 22, they decrease the font size. Do you see that? The high went from 2077 to 2225. But look how, interestingly, how they decrease the font size. Even over here, look at the volume. Do you see that they've decreased the font size? They've made it smaller, people. I'm telling you. They decreased the font size. Isn't that funny? See here, the 120 comes all the way out to like over here, but they're decreasing the font size. When the volume gets way up, they decrease it. Isn't that funny? Look how small that font is right there. Oh, I've shown this to other people many times. I've shown it to people. It's interesting how they do this. Ah, goodness gracious. Well, I hope you've learned something here from what I've showing you this morning about closing near the highs. It's always good for a stock, almost always good for a stock to close out near the high. And that's what I wanted to get across to you today. If you see, like here, where the price closed, the high was 23.86, and it closes just 9 cents off the high, way above the low, way above the low, way off the low. It closes this close to the high. All right. Then the next day, 23.86 high goes to 24.23. And it's usually about 40 cents higher, folks, when it happens. I'm just trying to teach you something about SoFi, okay, if you're going to want to day trade this stock. It's very typical for the morning for them to run it down 20 cents or 13 cents. Very, very typical. And again, I point out to you, look for days where, like this one, it closes near the high. Here on August 21st, opened 22.44. Did they run it down 20 cents? No, they only ran it down 13. And I told you, see that? 13. They either go for 20 or 13 cents. So there you go. 22.44. They run it down 13 cents, lucky 13. Then it goes up to 23.37 and closes just 4 cents off the high, folks. What does it do the next day? It goes from 23.37 to 25.25. And look here, It opened at 23.16. How much did they drive it down? 22.90. Folks, that's 26 cents down. Then it went up to 25.25 and it closes 25.02. It's closer to the high than the low, and the next day it goes from 25.25 high to 26.38. That day, though, ladies and gentlemen, it even closed closer, well, right in the middle, really, pretty much there. It's right in the middle, but it still went up the next day to 26.60. Just pay attention to this. When you own a stock and you see it open up at 25.06, and after 25.06, you see them take them down to 24.39. That's a 60-cent drop. And then it closes near the low, just 10 cents off the low, and it still has enough strength to come up. Usually that's the opposite, but you can see it opened lower. It did open lower. It did open lower. There still was a pullback. Well, anyway, this is the kind of thing I like to show people because SoFi, I think it's going to continue to rise now. I tried to show everybody uh, this chart yesterday. I showed everyone this chart yesterday on SoFi. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, SoFi is what got me to where I am today on this channel. SoFi is the stock that I started promoting 2.5 years ago. On May the 15th, David Chiaverini came out and gave it a $2.50 price target. I owned it for $4.59 a share. I wasn't going to let that happen. I had just bought it on May the 4th, $4.59 a share, the day's low. I had bought 400 shares of it, and out comes David Chiaverini on May the 15th trying to call it a $2.50 stock. And man, the next day, May 16th, I started my channel, and I started telling everybody about SoFi. And there's some people here listening right now that were there and bought SoFi with me in the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s, the 8s, the 9s. But this is why 2 days ago I said, you might want to buy SoFi right here because I saw this right here. And I said, they're going to take this 5-day moving average down to that line and then it's going to bounce off of it. And that's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. This is the 3-year chart you're looking at, by the way. And it's interesting. I just mentioned this. You see that price right there? David Chiaverini Day, folks. May the 15th, when I started my channel. Right there. David Chiaverini, a 0-star rated analyst at the time that tried to put down the stock that I had just purchased. Man, I came out with guns a-blazing. Thank you, Hurricane Lopez, for that day on May the 15th. You put a video on YouTube that started this channel, that you lit a spark in me because you told everyone that this guy was a 0-star rated analyst. And I don't mind revisiting for just a minute here, just so I can show you guys the guy that started it all. David Chiaverini. Tip ranks. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want you to know that I believe that because he's done so pitifully poor, that, look at this, his success rate, negative 48%. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Out of 422 ratings, he's made a profit less than half the time. Let me show you a far better analyst right now. Okay? Here's here is a better analyst than David Chiaverini. I promise you, if you consult this analyst, that you will do better than his return. I guarantee it. I can pretty much guarantee it. And so this is the clown. And by the way, he used to work for another company, Webbush. I think he got, I think they might have been listening to my song. Yeah. You know, just for old time's sake, just for old time's sake, just for old time's sake, we're going to do a song that I wrote back then. Well, you were searching for a stock to buy, and you were looking, then found Catfish Tyler. You said, now's the time, perfect time for us to buy SoFi. And I showed you why. I showed all the lies they told about SoFi. Now there's nothing those shorts can do. They all realize they're totally screwed. They shorted SoFi, but David's alive. You should retire. Why is he not fired? SoFi, no team arena. So sad, but now the game is over. Well, short's been shortened, selling SoFi, but you've been listening to Catfish Tie. You said shorts are all gonna be screwed way back August 5th. Remember 601? It's not a myth. That's when we bought a ton. And then there's nothing that day it flew. And there's nothing that the shorts could do. They all got screwed. So David was lying. You should be buying. There's no denying. So buy your Chivalrina. So sad, but now your game is over. So fast, David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? So fast, your Chivalrina. So sad, but now your game is over. I'm not done. Oh, now David's living on a dead end street near a dumpster where his broke friends meet. To survive, oh yes, they dumpster dive with David all night long. And they all wonder where they went wrong. Oh, what a blunder. And now there's nothing the shorts can do. They all thought that Dave was telling the truth. Now they're all screwed. Yeah. So back, David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? Back, oh, Team Marina. So sad, but now your game is over. So fast, David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? So fast, your Team Marina. So sad, but now your game is over. Why don't you go and search your dumpster over so fast? Oh yeah, now's the time to buy. Ha ha! Oh man, I used to sing that song almost every day. The Savvy Travelers, bravo! I enjoyed that very much. Yes. Brad Fournette, ISPC split on the 28th. Thank you, Mr. Mexi Brown. Well, here lately, I haven't been breaking out my guitar enough. I used to play it all the time. In fact, there used to be a lot of people that said, "Well, I'm only here for the music." So thank you for the letting me know you enjoy this kind of entertainment. Uh, I am still bidding by limit 50 1629. I got you, Studio Fufu. Okay, good, 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 good. All right. Uh, these are the stocks that everybody called out yesterday. And so we're going to take a look at them right now. See if any of these are on a pullback. David Chiavarini, ladies and gentlemen. David Chiavarini. And I have no idea why anybody listens to this guy whatsoever. I have none. he is rated, he is rated number 20,827 out of 28,000 experts. His rating is horrendous. And I think he got fired. Apparently they let him go at Wedbush because he used to work for Wedbush. Now he's been hired in on this one here. It was funny because at one time he had his top pick, and I showed everybody, and they had gone under. They had been bankrupt, filed for bankruptcy. His top pick had filed for bankruptcy. Oh goodness gracious, David Chiavarini. I touch on him because I was revisiting SoFi today, and I was explaining to everyone why I thought SoFi was finally at a good buy point. People kept telling me, "What about SoFi? What about SoFi?" I said, "I'm waiting, I'm waiting, I'm waiting." And yesterday, I didn't wait anymore. And I told you the reason that I was going to buy SoFi yesterday with my Fidelity account and go back in was because of this dip right here to this line of resistance, which had stopped there once, had stopped there twice, and then it didn't stop there at all. So the only reason that it came to that line was because of this previous a year ago price. Okay, this price was on October of last year, October, and I knew that was going to be, or I had a feeling that that would be where that 5 day light blue average had come up to. I had a feeling they would take the 5 day down to that again, and sure enough, they did. So I had a feeling that this might be a good place to buy. And now all you're going to see here, it looks like, is another quick stab at it. One more little, fleece ta-ta, then off she goes. Kiss the 50, folks. Kiss it goodbye. ET, it's a kissing the ET. And so you can make your own judgment on what to do from here. But I think SoFi, again, would be another nibble point again this morning as they try to work it down. But it did close at 1610 and it's opening at 1626. So I like that. And there you go. That's SoFi. Next, we're going to look at all the stocks. Now, these are the stocks that were called out yesterday. And I want to see some of these get fleeced out today. I want to see some buying opportunities here for me. Okay. Now, I'm going to go over to my monitor page and see what I might be up on today, if anything is going up, of anything that I'm holding. I'm not holding much of anything right now. And one stock that was called out yesterday was BIYA. And this was called out by Jayhawk. And so I'm going to go look at the chart on that one now. And I know it's down from where I got in. So, but I'm going to look at it right now. If I can type the letters on the screen. There we go. And we're going to go now and look at this on the 1 day chart. And there's the morning takedown. You can see yesterday, it was interesting. Yesterday in the after hours, they really came at it and they drove it down to this pre-existing low number right here. And now I want to find out, why did they just come to this number and stop there and start rising it? I want to look back in time to see why they chose this line. Because as I often tell everybody on this channel, these lows that they established, they're getting there because of a previous low at this price. Okay. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if I'm right. Was there a previous low at this price? So how you can determine that is you go up here, up into the top, and I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, and I'm going to come over here and click right here, time frame, and I'm going to change it to 20 days. And now I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to look at this low that they just got to. And what is the previous point of that? Right there, that candlestick right there. Now, I want to go back here to a 5-day chart now. Just give me a second here. 5-day. Yeah. Why did they decide to bring it off this low? Just now this morning. What is it about that number? Wow. Okay. So I see now as I look further into the details of this that this was a resistance to the 5-day rising right there. The light blue 5-day stopped right there. And here the price stopped there once, the price stopped there twice, the price rising stopped there 3 times. And then I see the 5-day go to that. That's the 10-day, the orange 10-day stopping right on that line. So now you know why they chose this line to take it down to this morning in the pre-market. Now you know why. And by the way, they've also now pinched the 50-day to the green 200. And you can see what happened after that the last time. Okay? When they pinch the 50-day to the 200, watch what happens after that. So there they are. They've got the 50-day right on the 200, and this is the definition of consolidation, capitulation, consolidation, and the key word is convergence. They've converged the 50 and the 200. They've converged together. They've joined, and this can be a very nice point in which to make an entry on a convergence, okay? See how they converged it here? Look at the convergence. Brought it down and converged it right there. Boom, right off that line. Here now, they're not just converging the 5 and 10 on the 200, they've converged the 50-day to the 200. Okay? An even better strong point maybe to make an entry. And this morning, you see that low? Well, you better look over here because right here it stopped there. It stopped rising. It stopped rising. It stopped rising. It stopped rising. And now it stopped dropping right there on that line. Same point, folks. There's a reason why it's not an arbitrary number. I keep trying to tell people these numbers that they achieve when they get these lows, they're not arbitrary. Go back and look. Why? Why did they stop it there? Well, here the 5-day stopped and dropped and then took off. That's why they took it to that line this morning. It's not an ambiguous random number. It relates to the past. It relates to the history of the stock, people. And if you like what I just showed you there, the time is going to be 9:08 and 8 seconds. And I'd like you to do me a favor in 30 seconds from now to hit the like button, please. That'll be in 30 seconds if we can all do it together. And we'll do a little countdown here. And I would very much appreciate it if until then we get some love on the screen. Let's go, people. Throw a heart on there. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. And we will sing a little happy, jolly song for everybody that is participating in the flow of hearts. Thank you all. And this is the song we're going to sing as the hearts are flooding the screen. And I appreciate it, everybody. There's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for me and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to view. All right. Yes, absolutely nice. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for flooding the tank with love. And I appreciate that. Now, let's look at today's stock picks. All right. And I'm going to scroll up here real quick, and we're going to start at the very beginning. Good morning, all, from Christine K. Good morning from Tony Henry. Hello. Yep. I'd mentioned how cold it was here in Michigan this morning. We got a frost warning here on May the 1st, and someone said frost in Iowa as well. What's the best way to catch perch? The best way to catch perch, I'll tell you right now. The best way to catch perch is get yourself a rowboat. Take you a couple of poles, cane poles, and you want to tie a leader or a lead weight on this far away from the where you got the hook, and you want to hook minnows, okay? Minnows, little silver minnows, and toss your cane pole out this way with a bobber about, it depends, you can vary the depth. You can try to change the depth and make the bobber 6 feet away from that, try it at 8 feet, try it at 10 feet. It depends on a lot of things, including barometric pressure. The number one best thing about fishing is don't waste your time fishing on a sunny day. Don't waste your time if you've got a high pressure system over you. Don't waste your time. Fish hit on lowering barometer. When the barometer is falling, when the pressure is a low pressure system, right before the storm hits, or just as it begins, this is when you're going to catch perch, and you're going to catch all fish that way. So don't even waste your time going out on a sunny, bright, sunny day. You'll be wasting your time and your effort and energy. Go out on the edge, leading edge of a front coming in, get in on that barometer falling, and then get yourself in a rowboat and have two cane poles going out the back, and put two cane poles underneath your legs, out the sides, and just row and let it raise them, and then the baits will lower, and then just wait, and then give it another row, and they'll pull up, and then they'll lower, and then give it another pull, and just row around the lake. And you will suddenly find, if you keep rowing around the lake, and you can even smell them when they're in this time of year. Well, actually, when in the fall, or even now, you can smell them. They put out a certain very distinct odor, and when you get on them, you'll see all your bobbers go down at once. Right there, you drop anchor, and that's where they're in their breeding area. Okay, it's called a bed. They're bedding, they're breeding, and they can get in this. And man, I tell you what, and when they're in that condition, you can throw a hook out there and you can catch them. You don't even need a bait on there. So that's the best way to catch perch, just so you know. And Busta McThunda, welcome to the tank. I hope you're still here and waited this long to get an answer to that question. I did not see it earlier. Below that, 28 Trader is calling out XXII, hit 355 this morning. It's back to 240 currently. All right, XXII, 28 Trader. All right. Thank you for letting me know. Good morning, Catfish. ISPC. ISPC. Thank you very much. Good morning, Pat Yeager. Studio Food, good morning. Brad Fournay, ISPC. Good morning, Catfish. ISPC might be a good one today. Brad Fournay, thank you. And we're going to be trying to look up everyone this morning. Morning to you. Thank you for that. Pat Yeager's calling out WTO. Thank you very much. My 2 cents. Good morning to you. Mr. Mexi Brown, I'm back. Good morning, Cat. Yes, good morning. XRX. All right, XRX. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll look at all these. Uh, oh, MHCJ1GZ, thank you for the chili for 6 joules. Your name is going to be added to the drawing list now. In today's drawing, we're going to be giving away a t-shirt at 4:08 p.m. You must be present to win. These are all the donations and jewel suppliers and people who've become members and joined a membership as Goliath members this week. And then we're going now to the next page, and we're going to add this one that just gave me the jewels, MHCJ1GZ. Thank you for that. I appreciate the chili for 6 joules. And so we've got one call out for Humana is a very good one, brother. Okay. For medical part C. Okay, very good. Mixer Bexy Brown says, off to the gym and listen to you and make moves while I'm there. All right. Gotcha. Nouveau Music, good morning. Madrugadio, hello there. Mad Madragado. Madragado, though. I don't know what it is here, folks. we're looking at all these names. Some of them are very hard, but this says Madrugadao. Hello. Studio Foo going with 50 shares at 1621. Okay. That's on SoFi, I'm guessing. Do you trade Forex? No, Studio 5. Hello. And hold on, let me move this up a little bit here. Uh Nisi Jane, good morning. Welcome. Okay, we got Oddsander 77. What's up, Cat? Any thoughts on SoFi after earnings? Yes, I do believe it is a good place. I tried to grab some SoFi, but it went straight up. Might not hit my bid. Do you think SoFi will be all good? Yes, I do. I do. I do. Jayhawk, SOBR. Got it. SOBR. Jayhawk, what happened to your call out yesterday? What the heck happened to that dang thing? Man, that thing got me hit in a pickle. Yesterday, Jayhawk called out one that I decided to get involved in, and it ran up, and I made some pretty good money on it right away. BIYA, but man, what happened after that? Jayhawk, what happened to BIYA? Well, let me show you, ladies and gentlemen. This is BIYA right now. It was called out yesterday, and of course, I decided to start making an entry on it. And then after I did, it just plummeted, and it plummeted in the after hours, and it's plummeted in the pre-market. Oh, Jayhawk, what in the world? What in the heck happened to BIYA? And in case y'all are wondering, didn't know, I don't always make good decisions. All right. I'm going to be the first to tell you that I don't always make the good decisions. And one of the things yesterday about this stock, why BIYA International Group stock is skyrocketing over 100% on Tuesday. And it says their shares were surging Tuesday afternoon up over 100% after the company laid out a crypto-focused ARC plan that centers on a first digit asset allocation target and a buyback framework. Okay. So this is what was the catalyst for the move up on this stock. But lordy, 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 did they absolutely annihilate it. And this is becoming a very typical occurrence. And for those of you that are on this channel, I want you to be very, very cautious about stocks that people have on their radar, like these that have been called out. And I prefer to buy them the following day rather than the day of the news. And Jayhawk, once again, we bought on the day of the news, and that is a bad idea. We want to buy the following day. And this is why, in fact, these are the stocks were on the radars yesterday that I want to look up right now and see if I can buy any on the very bottom on a fleece out this morning. That's what I'm going to look at for right now. And the market is going to open in 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So I appreciate you guys all being here with me this morning and hopefully get some wins today. But let us move back over here and check in with any others that might be on the move. And we're going to write them down right now. Thank you for calling out SOBR, Jayhawk. We'll look at it. Maybe I can make my money back on that one. Maybe I can make my money. I'm down on BIYA. I'll make it back on SOBR today. Let's see here. Iguera, I got SoFi the other day at the bottom. I have my money making money. Yes, very good. Charles Washington, good morning, Cat and Tank. Yes. Iguera, I learned that. Yep. We're going back over the past. And Studio Fufu says SoFi's at 1628. Yes, indeed. Nisi Jane, good morning. Say hi. Mark Lucas, hello, welcome. Send a floating heart. Oh, Iguera, thank you. Yep, I got your name here on the drawing for today's T-shirt. Yep. Charles Washington says, yes, been trading with you since we banked on SAFX. Okay, cool. Charles says, I've been away for a few weeks. I got it. Good morning, Coach. Good morning. We launch Nouveau Music. Salut, Cat. Hey, Nouveau Music yesterday, you said, put your name by one. And the one that you called out yesterday was Nouveau Music. I gave you CANF. CANF. How did that work out? CANF. Where'd that one go? Holy smokes. Look at that skyrocket. And again, folks, I want to stress this with you very much. Be very cautious because we're starting to see these massive run-ups like this in the pre-markets. We're seeing this frequently now. This has almost become a real trend setter that's happening all the time, these massive run-ups, and then these massive sell-offs. I mean, somebody's just making a fortune off retail doing this. They buy up all the outstanding shares that are available. There's none left to buy. And then they short the position and they sell them and they sell them and they sell them and they sell them and they sell them. Oh my God, lunchtime low right there. Then it goes up and then they buy all these shares. They go long again. Then they short it there and then they sell them and sell them and sell them. And out of the gate, well, they've completely consolidated this thing now. Be careful on these stocks that people are shouting out, folks. Just because they shout them out doesn't mean we buy them. We want to buy them the next day. And so now that's why all these stocks here that everyone was shouting. And this is what I try to tell everyone. When everyone starts to shout, that's when I get out. When everyone starts to cry, that's when I will buy, okay? So these are all the stocks that were shouted out yesterday. And now I'm going to show you why you do not hold on to these long. Now, first, before I do that, this stock looked very appealing to me last night that Alexander Cohen called out. So I'm going to start with that one, okay? This one here, KEEL. Alexander Cohen called it out. And I liked the way that looked. So I want to look at it right now and see what it's doing. KEEL. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I did buy into this yesterday. I picked up KEEL. I've got 40 shares of it, and I'm up 62. And I want you to know that this stock looks fabulous to me. Okay. This stock looks very, very, very strong. KEEL. And I want you to be aware it was already up at $3.54 a share. AEEL, and that happened back on last Friday. KEEL. Just give me a second here. Keel Infrastructure. So last Friday, Keel Infrastructure announces closing of Paso Pay sale. KEEL closes 13 million sale of Paraguay site. So this company sold their Paraguay site for 13 million on the 22nd. That was a week ago, and the price spiked to 354 a share. Then it's been fleeced and fleeced and fleeced and fleeced. They double nutted it, and then off she goes. KEEL. All right. Look at the 45-day rising off the 50. Look at that rising 200. KEEL, folks. I'm showing you now the 10-day chart. I'm going to show it to you now, the 10-day. And there it is. Now, again, I provide, folks. You decide what to do with this information. But I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a triple upside crossover on a 20-day chart. The current price crossed over yesterday morning. Then the 10-day orange came over. Now the 50-day has just gone right over it without even tapering out a little bit. This is strong, folks. Usually you'll see the 50-day come up here, the red line, and then kind of flatten out along this 200 a while. But man, that thing just broke right over it, folks, and I like it a lot. KEEL. Any pullback on this, and I might day trade this today. All right. This is one of my top picks for today, KEEL. And if I go over here to trade KEEL, let me get over here. Hold on. Uh, yes, it looks good, folks. KEEL. And somebody's very interested in trying to uh, retain the price here at 311. Okay. Somebody's quite interested in this stock at 311 a share, it appears. And they do not want it to go beyond that price. And the reason I say that is because the dark areas of this candlestick is all the way out to there. So that means that they have already thrown out 240,000 shares to the bidders there. They just keep throwing out shares, throwing them out to the bidder there at this price, 311, folks. They just keep dumping them out there. And they have had from here to here sold on the bid. Only from right there to there has been bought on the ask. Now down here, I can't actually see how much was sold on the bid. I think looks like almost the whole damn candlestick's just been thrown out on the bid there. But down here, you can see the dark areas. That was thrown out on the bid, right to there, and there. Just those little slim slivers. Everything else was bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask. And that's why the price has gone all the way up, because there's more demand than there is supply. See, the dark area is what they're throwing out on the bid, throwing out, throwing out. The light area is the buying on the ask, buying on the ask. This whole candlestick has been bought on the ask. And just so you know, every share here at this stage has been bought on the ask. This is the only one where they threw out all the shares to try to make the stock price start falling. Right there. And when it gets back over this line, it's going to go much higher, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And right now, that's the line they're at. And they just keep dumping out shares there at that price, 311. Just so you're aware of it. And my dollar cost average is 303 a share on it. I'm just showing you the stock. It doesn't have massive volume on it. Let's go over here and take a look at something. Okay, just give me a second here. We're going to look at KEEL in just a minute here. Just give me a minute. Go. We're going to look at it. There it is, KEEL. We're going to look at the historical data. Now, I want to know how much it's going to swing from its high to its low. So I'm going to go back to a month ago and I'm going to start taking a look. Month and a half ago. And I want to know how much it's swinging from its high to its low. And I want to see what they're usually doing out of the gate. Are they attacking it down every morning? So right here, it opened at 224 and they drove it down 7 cents. Then it went to 240 and closed 1 penny off the high. That's good. The next day's high, 241. This day's high, 240. Look at this, 241, 241. You think they're trying to hold the high at 241, everybody? Wow. Every day, high, 241, 241, 241. Right there. And then low, 215, 227, 222. What's up with that? How many other days were the highs at 241? 246. All right, so 22-cent spread there. 22-cent spread. I'm just looking here. Spread. 11-cent spread. Here, spread. 22-cent spread. Here, the spread. 35-cent spread. Here, the spread. 30-cent spread. 40-cent spread. No, 30 cent. I'm sorry. 30-cent spread. Here, 26-cent spread. Here, only a 15-cent spread. Actually, 14-cent spread. This is what I'm looking for, patterns, folks. 13-cent spread. Are you kidding me? 13 cents, folks, of course. $0.17 spread. 17-cent spread. The common 17. 13-cent spread. 12 really. 15-cent or 14-cent spread there. Look for the patterns, folks. 15-cent spread. Basically a 15-cent spread there. Here, a 23-cent spread. That's pretty much max, 23, 24. 30's the max. Here you got a 22-cent spread again. 24-cent spread again, 24. Here only an 11-cent spread. So now you know what to expect. Probably about a 20-cent spread. Here's a 13-cent spread again. 13, folks. Oh man. Savannah, 13. Look here. 13-cent spread. Hello. Hello. Here's a 14-cent spread. 14 cents. 21-cent. We've seen that a lot. 18-cent spread. 14-cent spread. Oh my, my, my. 15-cent spread. You see that? 16-cent spread. Basically, 15-cent spread there. 21-cent spread. Or no, I'm sorry. That's only an 11-cent spread. That's the smallest spread I've seen. Now you got a 15, 16, 17-cent spread. 21-cent spread. Very common in the 20, 21, 22s. Here again, 20, 21-cent spread. Again, 14-cent spread. Very common, 13 and 14. Here we got ourselves a 23-cent spread. Very, very common. 25, 26-cent spread there. 15-cent spread. I know what to expect, folks. I know the least expect change, and I know the biggest expected change. 15-cent spread. Basically, you guys can learn from this. I'm telling you. Here's a 26-cent spread again. There, you got an 18-cent spread. Oh, I'm sorry, 22 again. It's 22 cent. 22-cent spread. 13-cent spread. 13 again. 21-cent almost. 12-cent spread. See how they're going for that 13 again? 20-cent spread. 15-cent spread. 16-cent spread. Oh, just an 11-cent spread. Now, here we are in April. All right, we're coming up into April now. I'm trying to show you the spreads between the high and the low. 12-cent spread, almost 13. Look at that, another 12-cent spread. Both of these days, identical spreads of 12 cent from the high to the low. And here, look at that, only an 8-cent spread. It's getting tight now. 8-cent spread. And then, oh my gosh, again, 29-cent spread. That's almost the record. 30 was the highest we've seen. 290 to 242. Wow. Look at this. This is getting bigger, folks. This is getting more volatile now. This is starting to pique my interest. This is almost, yeah, this is over a 50-cent spread here, folks. Starting to get, this thing's starting to get lit up now. You know what? I bet you on this day, the high closed near 236 to jump up to 289. Let's see if I'm right. Did it close near the 236 high? Oh, yeah. 1 penny off the high. See, you like it when your stock closes at or near the high, folks. This is very good. Very, very good. When your stock closes at or near the high, expect a springboard of 40 cents the next day minimum, usually, especially in the $2, $3, or $4 range. 40 cents higher. So look at that. 235 it closed. And sure enough, 290. Almost 290. That's a 55, 54 cents jump up. Nice. And again, after it hit 289 for the high, look where the low was, 242. But look where the stock closed out, 284, just 5 cents off the high. This is power and strength. The next day it's going to go higher, and it sure did. It went from 289 to 291. Anytime it closes near the high is good news, folks. Now we're looking at this spread here. Look at that. What do you know? 17-cent spread, 22-cent spread again. How many times have you seen 22? How many times have you seen 19 or 20, 21, 22-cent spread on this stock? 297 to 281, 16-cent spread, 15-cent spread, 20-cent spread. Here we go, back up to 40 again now. And now we're getting to April 23rd. We're starting to see bigger spreads. And is the volume getting more? Yes, we're seeing more volume here. Seeing a lot more volume. Yep. Okay, this is starting to look good. I'm liking it. I'm checking out the stock here called KEEL. KEEL. All right, KEEL comes out of the gate. 350 is the high. 25-cent spread. Here, 20-cent, 22-cent spread. $0.20 spread, high to low. 19-cent spread, high to low. Wow, folks, if you get I'm telling you, it looks to me like pretty much commonly you're looking at a 20 to 25-cent spread every day. High here, 306, low 282. So this here is a 24-cent spread again, 24-cent spread yesterday. KEEL. And the reason I'm showing you this is because I want you to look at this on the chart. KEEL. Here it is right here. KEEL. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, the market is open right now. And I'm looking at this stock, KEEL. KEEL. And coming over here to monitor, and I want to look at chart BIYA. And they are kissing it off the ET right now. BIYA going to kiss it right off the 200-day moving average right now. And this stock was called out by Jayhawk yesterday. It was on his radar. And as you can see, yesterday in the pre-market, here's what it was doing. And he called it out to me, said, hey, have a look at this. BIYA, Jayhawk called it out. And I want you to be aware that this is becoming a very, very common scenario of these stocks getting run way up in the pre-market and then decimated, and then the following morning decimated right to the rising 200. And folks, this is almost a guarantee these days. This is virtually guaranteed to happen if you buy on these stocks that are on these people's radars. And this is why I tell you, when these stocks are running like this, we don't buy them on the day that they run up. We buy them the following day. And that's exactly why I want you to look at this one now, because this was on the radar yesterday. It went off and it was called out by Jayhawk, and it was BIYA, and it was a big mover, but now it's the big dumper. Okay, and that's very common, and that's why I don't buy on the day. I usually don't buy on the day of the run. I wait until the next day when they fleece it out good in the early morning. This is where I want to buy. Okay, that's why I go by the name Catfish. And not only that, look at this line of resistance right here where it stopped rising, stopped rising, stopped rising, stopped rising, hitched and go. Well, a good place to buy is on that line of resistance. Resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise, resistance, resistance, resistance. That becomes resistance to the drop. It becomes resistance to the drop. The same line, the price where they happen to be right now at 162 a share. And I would not say to buy heavily into this. I would say nibble, Start your entry here at a small amount. Buy 5 or 10 shares of BIYA right here. They've driven it down now today, 17%. Jayhawk. Now, do you understand why I don't buy stocks usually when they're running up? It's a very bad idea. You're so overly exposed. And I want you to notice that now the bid price just rose from 160 to 162. And notice Savannah, where they're trying to collect all the shares now at 166 a share. They're trying to get 166. 250 a share yesterday morning in the pre-market when Jayhawk called it out. They've driven it down 90 freaking cents, folks. And now they have it down 16. Oh, look at that. 166. Ha ha. Look at the commonality here. They're trying to get a 166 price and have it down 166%. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I will buy it here. And I'm going to find another stock that I've made money on this morning. I'm up on SKYQ, which I hardly have any shares left of, but it's up today. SKYQ. And now I want to trade. Hold on. And I am up on KEEL. And again, now I'm looking at, I'm going to look at BIYA. Called out by Jayhawk yesterday. Now look, folks, they've already run it down to 158 a share, and it's already gone back up to 167. And I already told you, somebody's got a lot of interest in this to buy it right here at these two prices. And they accumulated there, 163 and 164. They got what they could. And look, ladies and gentlemen, be aware, every single one of these columns here is completely light in color, meaning every single price sold this morning has been bought on the ask. There's not one single share that's been sold on the bid, not one of them. Not one of these shares has been sold on the bid. Every single share traded so far this morning has been bought on the ask. The reason I know that is because when you start to see dark areas on these candlesticks, those are sells to the bid. Shares that are being sold to the bid, the dark areas. And there are no dark areas. There's no dark at all. No darkness at all on these. Let's go over and look at SoFi as a comparison just now for the heck of it. Okay? Look up here. I really honestly, again, even on this stock, I don't see any sold, any dark areas on here. Everything's being bought on the ask. Usually you can see some dark areas here over on the left where they sold on the bid price. But SoFi has every single share that exchanged hands today has sold on the ask. And just so you can see this, they've now reached the market cap, their capital capability at $16. They've sold now, and there's been 1 million at $16 trying to hold it at 16. 1 million shares. But look, the interesting thing is at that price, everything has been bought on the ask. I don't see a single share here sold to the bid. And it's now gone over. And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. And now she's going to run up over these very quickly, and it's going to run. It's going to go, folks. This is SoFi, SOFI. It's going to go. They're not going to stop it. They're not going to hold it at 16. And look at the desperation, 160099. This is a KY flag, folks, right here. The shorts are waving the KY flag at 160099 because they can't get any more here. And they can't get over 1 million here or it's going to run up. So they throw in a tweener, baby, right there. There's the desperation kicking in. because they're about to take it up the arse and they need a little KY. Ladies and gentlemen, this is SoFi I'm talking about, and there it goes. And once it gets to 1 million here, it's going to go higher. As soon as they reach the 1 million quota here, it's going to go higher. They're trying to get 1 million here. They're trying to get 1 million here. They've already got 1 million here, and they're not even close at this tweener number, 160099. They want 1 million there too, believe me, I promise you. But once they get 1 million here and here and here and here, then it's going to go higher. It's just going to go right on up. And oh, yeah, they're dedicated to make it stay below 16. Oh, yeah, keep that thing under 16. Let's get 1 million shares here at least. All right. Well, that's not going to happen for long, folks. It's not going to stay there long. You watch and see. SoFi will not stay here very long. Okay. I don't believe it will. They'll get their million here. They'll get their million. They've already got it. They'll get their million here if they can, and 1 million here. And then it'll be out of here. Okay. And believe me, they'd like to make all of these lines down here respectable. I mean, here they've at least gotten 584, and here they've gotten 6 something. So they'd like the same thing there. They want 584 and 6 something here. They want them. They want all these to be equal amounts. They want them all to be equal. They want all of these to come out and equal these right here, right there. That's the line. And notice something interesting. They don't even show you this number right here. They're not showing you this number. Now, and I'm surprised they're not showing this number. This is a big number, so I can't understand why they're not showing that they got 1 million there. That's weird. But once these numbers stay this low, they don't show them. They don't want you to see them. They've got to get them out here before they'll show these numbers. They've got to get them to equal out in this range before they'll show any numbers. And that's what they're trying to do now. But ladies and gentlemen, right now you can see this thing is going up. Let them get 600,000, 600,000, 600, 600, 600. Then she goes. Yep, right here's where they are. Oh, they'd love to get as many at this line as they got here. Now, see, they've made it respectable so they can show the number. They can show the number. Now they got to get this one there, 740. Going for this one now. Oh, they just made enough to show the number, 625. See, it's like they won't even show these numbers till they get to 625 or 630. See that? They won't show that one because it's too low. This one's got to hit 625 before they'll show it. And unfortunately, that isn't going to happen, folks. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. They want it so they can show off that number, but it looks like it's going to be a tough nut to crack. This is SoFi I'm talking about, SoFi. Now, in case you're late to the channel, and I want to look back again now at my other one, BIYA. This was called out yesterday, BIYA, called out by Jayhawk. BIYA. And BIYA just came out with their earnings. BIYA group shares are trading lower after the company reported a year-over-year decrease in FY25 EPS results. There you go, Jayhawk. They did an earnings. And when you called this stock out yesterday morning, Jayhawk, you did not tell me that they were going to be releasing earnings today. I did not catch that part. I never hold a stock through earnings. I never, ever, ever hold a stock through earnings. And man, I wish I would have known. It's my own fault for not noticing that. Are you here, Jayhawk? RLMLF. is finally showing a bargain day under 5 cents. Probably won't last long. Thanks for that heads up. Yeah, I didn't. He says I didn't know either. Man, I wish I had known that. I never hold a stock through earnings, and that's why, because you never know what a company's going to report. And now this thing is down 16% today. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes, folks. And it does pay to know when a stock is going to be doing an earnings. That's for sure. And of course, now the interesting thing that I just showed everybody about the price they've run it down to is make note of this. They've got the price down to 166, and they've got the percentage down to 166. I mean, can you believe that, Savannah? That they would have the percentage down to 166 and the price at 166. I mean, I see it's a 5 now, but you can bet your ass it's 6 they want. And here they want 166, and they've got it, man. They've got it. I'm just showing you guys can do whatever you want with the information I provide, but how coincidental that the price was just at 166 and the percentage down was 166. Well, I'm going to lose money on this. And it hurts because, well, I just got through saying yesterday morning, I did. I just said to you guys yesterday morning, we are not going to buy these stocks that skyrocket in the morning anymore. When people call them out, we'll wait till the next day and buy them on the low. That's what I said. And then what did I do? I had him shout out MIYA. I looked at it and I went and bought it on the high. God. Oh well, folks, you live and you learn again. Never deviate from your plan. These are the stocks yesterday that skyrocketed on news, and we do not ever buy them on that day. We wait for the next day's pullback. Okay, everyone? That's the game plan here. And sure enough, Jayhawk called this stock out, and it was skyrocketing, and I bought some of it. And I'm going to sell it all right now down, and I'm going to be down on it. And that's just the way it is. But a lesson learned. Again, a valuable lesson learned. And I tell you what, your biggest ones are the ones that you will learn the most from. Good God, what is this stock called? We're gonna have to do a little bit more research on these folks before we shout them out, and we might want to find out, hey, are they doing an earnings call? BIYA. Jiminy Christmas. I'm out. And what I'm going to find is another one of these stocks that has been driven down, but not because of a stupid earnings report, but because they have just been overbought yesterday and then they dropped, not because they did an earnings report. All right. So these are the stocks yesterday that were called out. And I'm going to turn what I went down, I'm going to turn that into gains today. And I'm going to do it right now. So we're going to look at these stocks And we're starting with the top one called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, ABTS. And by the way, this is going to be a valuable lesson for you to learn that you do not want to hold any of these stocks that went skyrocketing. You do not hold them overnight. This is going to be a valuable lesson for you to learn right now why you do not hold these day trade stocks. Only the ones on my long list you want to hold long, okay? Don't hold these things. And I'm going to prove it to you now. We're going to look at them one by one. ABTS is what we're going to start with. And we're going to look at the charts on all these. Okay, and there's a perfect example. See? It's the same scenario. And this is happening, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to pay attention. This is happening every single day. TMC looks really good right now, Kat. TMC, literally, as I type. All right, TMC. I'll look at it. But this one looks good too. ABTS. Downs. All right, now next, and we're going to look at all these, folks, and you can decide. Okay, I'm going to provide. You can decide. That stock was called out by Mr. Mexi Brown yesterday. ABTS. Next, MRAM. But now you can see why you don't want to hold these overnight. Look, the stock woke up this morning and it's 7% down. Now it's been fleeced out from its run up yesterday. Let's look at that. Look at this on a 20-day chart. ABTS. Hold on. There's the 20-day chart. And man, are they herking and jerking the crap out of this thing? Holy smokes. ABTS. But look, low of 97, low of 99, low of 108, Savannah. 108 low, Savannah. 108. You think you should have bought that drop down to 108? And then it went to 183? Then they dropped it down here to, again, what's this price? 109. 109 this morning, 108 yesterday, up to 183, 109, and now spiking. And this stock right here, ladies and gentlemen, is called ABTS. And I'm going to trade it now. ABTS. I'm going to buy it right now, 20 shares. Boom, I'm in. And I just bought it at $1.23. And now I'm going to wait. I'm not going to buy any more. I bought it at 123 a share. I see it's already hit 129. Now I'm going to buy it market again because I see it going green. And I just filled at 124. Now I'm going to come back down here and try to buy 120, 121, okay? And 120, 121. And the stock I'm buying here is ABTS. ABTS. And this is what I like to do. These stocks were all run up the big time yesterday. Big gainers in the pre-market. And then yesterday they went up and up and up. And now I'm going to catch them on the little pullbacks, the fleece outs, the washing. They're washing out the weak hands now. And that's what I'm going to buy. Next, let's look at MRAM. 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 And now we're going to look at the chart on it. MRAM. Ah, look at that thing, folks. MRAM. Woo! This was called out by Weavesters. He said, wait for a pullback on it yesterday morning. Look at that thing take off. Weavesters, congratulations, my friend. MRAM. Nice. Well, now they've dropped it. By the way, Weavesters, oh my gosh, please tell me you just sold at the 66. Weavesters, I'm looking to hear from you. You've been here on this channel a long time. And you know my buy sell sheet says right here definitely sell these numbers. And it says 64, 65, 66. And the 67, 68, and 69. Sell them. Oh my gosh. And look where it stopped. 22.69. We investors, please tell me you sold there. All right, let's look at TMC. Thank you for calling that out. And actually, it's pulling back right now, and there's a big, big sale against it, a massive sale against that, trying to stop that run up. Massive selling. I mean, that is a massive, huge selling candlestick there over the last hour. Huge selling on it. TMC has massive selling going on it right now. Money leaving it, leaving it, leaving it. Now, that's on the 20-day chart. Let's look at the 1 day. And this looks like a good bottom on it, maybe, folks. Now, we have to be careful because they could do a single, then a double, then a triple ta-ta, okay? And they've already got this 50-day right down to the 200. So I like it here. And it is bid 537, ask 538. Well, I like to buy on the 38. And I already can see this morning that they hit a number right here that they achieved, and it stopped going up there and down. So this is a previous point of resistance. And this looks like a good spot to me. So I'm going to buy this. Thank you for the call out. TMC. Trade TMC. And I'm going to buy right here. And it's at $5. I'm just going to wade in at 535 and 536. And I like to buy the 530, 31, 32, 33. And I just picked up 535 and I got 534. And I'm going to try to get 531 here and 530 and 532. I'll try to buy the low of the day. And this stock that I'm buying here is TMC. And interestingly enough, the person that just called it out says TMC looks really good right now, Kat. But in fact, it looks really bad. It's at its worst. And that's why I like it the most. Okay? I want to buy the low of the day. I'm Catfish. I buy the low. That's what I'm known for. Not what I did yesterday, buying BIYA at a freaking runaway freight train price. It's so stupid to do that. And I don't know why I did that, Jayhawk. I really don't. But I learned my lesson again, and I'm not going to let it happen today. Today, I'm buying the lows. Buy the low and then watch it blow. Yep. And thank you for calling it out because I do believe it did just reach the very bottom, and that was a good place to buy it. And now I'm going to buy more at market and put some pressure on them. And another stock I want to look at today, just for shits and grins, is SIDU. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, bouncing off the bottom. SIDU. Yep. And price now $3.25 a share. But I'm not saying to buy it here. I'm just saying, all right. I kind of like what I see. A little bit in the red this morning. They've already taken it down, and they had it down as low as 321. And I just bought TMC at the 33. So this is SIDU this morning. Flattened out and accumulated, consolidated, capitulated, converged, and then attacked down. Attacked down, SIDU. Down below this lowest level of resistance, they were able to break it through. But I believe SIDU is going to jump on the shoulders of SpaceX, and its IPO is up and coming. And someone said this morning that the S&P 500 is looking at making an adjustment to their qualifications so that SpaceX can go ahead and make its entry. into the S&P 500. They're going to lower the term and the length of time that a stock has to be there that they can, and it looks good. I like SIDU right here, folks. SIDU. I think that's a good buy there. SIDU. Now, on my ABTS, it is going green. I also want to look at a stock that was called yesterday. Yes, this looks good. SIDU. SIDU, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good looking springboard right there, possibly. And I'm just sharing it with you guys. You can do whatever you want with this information, but SIDU, man, oh man, look at the freaking 20-day chart on this stock. And I told you guys 2 days ago, I thought this was the best place to get it right here. I showed you why. I showed you this line that they had driven it down to right there as a point of resistance. There were 2 points there, and I said, I like it right there. I like it here, and I think it's going to rise, and it could run up on the shoulders of the SpaceX IPO. And this morning, you can see him trying to take a dip of it before it goes to the next level. And I want to show you something here, ladies and gentlemen, that I call mirror trading. I'm going to show it to you now. There we go. And from this mirror, I want to show you what I believe will happen. So here's the mirror right here. This low is the bottom of the mirror. Now look, this rise to this point is this rise to here, and this pullback to here is this pullback to here. Then this rise or drop from here is this rise from here to there. And this pullback from here will be to there. And sure enough, they pulled it back from there to that line. And from this line now, it will go up to here. Okay. And what I'm showing you folks, it's called mirroring. You're mirroring the way the stock price fell. You're mirroring this as it rises. So this is the middle of the mirror right here, right there. This rise is that rise. This drop is that drop. This rise is this rise. And this drop is this drop. Understand? And then from here, it goes to there and then pulls back to there and there and there and there. The same way it came down is the way it often returns. It's called mirror trading, folks. Yep. Mirror trading. Thank you for calling that out. Yeah, ABTS. Yep. Hong Kong company data mining in the US crypto. What could go wrong? ATLX. Thank you, Tony Henry. And ABTS. Well, right now, nothing's going wrong with it. I like it. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to go back to ABTS again, and I'm going to buy more. That's right. I like it a lot. ABTS. And I'm loading in my my orders here because I want to see it pull back down, and then I want to catch this little manipulative drop. Okay. And but I will begin to sell this after a little bit. ABTS. And we're going to go back to the chart again and look at ABTS. And how, holy smokes, look at that thing go, folks. ABTS. Nice. ABTS. And look down here. Look at these candlesticks. ABTS. I see the 5-day crossing over the 10-day right now. I'd love to see this be a flat top green candlestick here. Harris Muhammad, TITLIH. Thank you, Harris. I appreciate it. Alexander Cohen, Keel is on its way. Yep. And I bought it last night. You called it out, and I showed it to everybody this morning. It's one of the first stocks I showed everyone, and I liked the way it looked. KEEL. Yes, I did like it indeed. And I did buy it. Now I'm going to come over here to BIYA, which I'm down on today. And it's just stagnant here at 155. They're going to hold it here. They're going to accumulate it at 155. I'm going to sell some more of it. I don't like stagnant stocks. I'm out. It was just at 166, and now they've taken it to 155. So, hasta luego, baby. I'll see you later. BIYA. It was nice knowing you. I made a mistake, and I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I told everybody yesterday morning we're not going to buy into these rampant running stocks. And I did it, and it cost me $115. And one thing's for sure, folks, I disclose when I lose money, okay? I'm not here to tell you that every day is going to be prosperous for me. I'm here to show you when I make my losses and the mistakes, and you can learn from how I made the mistake. Yesterday, Jayhawk called that stock out, and I should have bought it today, like I always do. I should have just wrote it down. Okay, thanks for letting me know that it's going crazy and it's running like mad and it's going way up, because I'll buy it tomorrow when they fleece everyone out of it. And right now, as a matter of fact, as I'm going to do here, these are all the stocks that people were shouting about. And this is the way it should be, folks. When everyone shouts, that's when you get out. When everyone is crying, that is when you should be buying. Okay? So everyone was shouting about these stocks yesterday, shouting, 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 shouting out loud. And when they shout, you get out. And actually, this was yesterday's list. I'm sorry. So let's go look at all of them now, which I'm going to do. I just looked at, and congratulations, we investors on MRAM. You made a good call on that one, and it ran good. Now we're going to look at all these other ones for opportunities to buy on a fleece out. And by the way, this is KEEL right now, KEEL. And I like it. I like it a lot. KEEL. All right. Nuvo says, I know you don't like volatile stocks, so I stopped telling you about volatile stocks. ABTS 50 just touched the 200. Okay, good. Yep, SOBR. Got it. Uh-huh. Let's go look at it. And again, this is not a stock that you want to buy now, folks. This is not what we do. We are going to buy this SOBR on Monday morning when they fleece it out, okay? We definitely don't want to buy up a stock that's up 115%. We don't want to do that. We have learned our lesson. We have learned our lesson big. And we are not going to buy this stock until Monday. I'm going to put on here SOBR by Monday. And that stock was called out earlier by Jayhawk. And so I'm even more leery of that one now. Skull Silver Max. Jayhawk called out one yesterday. I lost 100 and I don't know $19 on. So we got to be careful about a Jayhawk call. He called that SOBR earlier, and I already learned my lesson yesterday. I learned my lesson about buying these runners, and this SOBR is up 115%. Danger, 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 danger. Up 115% means that's how much you could lose now by the end of the day. Because that's what happened to me on BIYA yesterday. So be very careful. Be very careful about that. Yep. Nouveau. Nouveau music. And but I'm going to write down the price. And right now it is sitting at 116 a share. 116. Thank you. And let me also tell you guys something, just so you can be warned about this. This stock may very well want to get their share price over $5 a share so that they can open up an opportunity for more institutional investors. In fact, it would even be better for them to get their price over $10 a share so that almost all institutions could buy into them. What better time to do a reverse split 20 for 1 than right now when you're up 110% on the day? I'm telling you, folks, and you should listen closely to me. If they want to get their price like TNXP did a year ago, up to $10, they could do a 20 for 1 and make the price go up to $20. It would pull back down to 10 or 11, and they might be able to hold it over $10. And then it would be more acceptable to institutions. Now, the reason I'm telling you about this is because a year ago, there was a stock we were on called TNXP that was $2 a share. And it ran up and it actually got to 230. And what did they do? It was their 52-week high at 235 or 240, and they did a reverse split. Why did they do it? Well, they had this drug that they had been on their third clinical trial stage, and it was called levosimendan. And what they were doing was, or I think it might have been, I'm sorry, not TNXP, it was TENX. And they had this drug called levosimendan, and it had been fast tracked for approval by the FDA. And the FDA had even put one of their FDA members over onto the team that was studying the drug so they could help fast track it and make sure they didn't make any mistakes. But um, TENX needed to get their price over $10 a share so that they could get institutional owners to come in, institutions to buy in when they got the FDA approval. So what did they do? Like I said, on that high day when it was up in the front, had gone from the 180s up to around 230 or 40, they did a reverse split and they did a 20 for 1 and the price went to $20, then collapsed all the way down to $11. And when it was there, I called Double K that day and I said, Double K, you need to buy into TNXP. He said, no, that piece of shit did a reverse split on me and I lost all, blah, blah, blah. I said, do it, just buy it anyway, Double K, because they kept it over 10. They're about to get the Fed's approval, the FDA's approval on this drug. Get it now because it'll run up. He didn't do that. He didn't listen to me. He did not buy anymore. Sure enough, they got the FDA drug approval and it went up to $60 a share. Wow.
Breakfast burritos.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Yep. SOBR skyrocketed 2 weeks ago and then slid down. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to take a brief break here. And I'm asking you, be careful about this SOBR. Now, I see that it has this wick getting flat topped, and so it may continue to climb here, but be cautious on it, okay? Be very cautious. But my wife just came down here, ladies and gentlemen, and my wife just provided me with 2 breakfast burritos. And I am not going to be able to continue to talk. So for right now, I'm going to put this screen on as I eat. I'm going to be showing you the charts of all the stocks that were called out here yesterday. Okay. I want you to look at these and see which ones that ran up yesterday that everybody called out that we're shouting about. I want you to see if they could now at this time be a buying opportunity after they ran way, way up. Could they be getting fleeced out now and be at a good low before where we can get in? So this is the ones we're going to look at. And the ones that we're going to be looking at is all of these and see if any of them, after their over exuberant buying, have pulled back this morning and could be good buying opportunities now. So here we go. The first stock we're going to look at, and I'm going to be eating while I do this, so you won't be hearing me, but you'll see the charts. And each one, I'm going to show you the 1 day chart. And you're going to see here SOBR. And now we're going to take a look at another one, and it is called, and I wouldn't buy this stock right now if I were you. I would suggest you stay away until Monday morning. But we're going to look now at ABTS. This stock was called out yesterday morning by Mr. Mexi Brown, and it looks fabulous right now. And it would have been a good idea to get in on this in the pre-market drop. Oh, nice. ABTS, Mr. Mexi Brown. You got to feel pretty good about that, I guess. I don't know what it did from yesterday. Let's look at the 5 day. And I got buy orders on this. ABTS. Holy smokes. By the way, yesterday morning when this was called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, this is a typical example of what I'm talking about. They're running these things way up in the pre-market, and then they just beat them and lash them, tie them to the whipping post, and just get everybody out of them down to the same price where they had it before it took off. Man, how often are we seeing this now? This is incredible how often this is occurring. Big run-ups in the pre-market on the news, then just complete sell-offs to get it back down to the same dang price before it took off. And then boom. This is why we want to buy these here, folks. Don't buy the day they're shouted out. We wait until the following day and we buy that low. We buy the nut sack, people, and then off it goes. This is it right here. The stock is called ABTS. And I just got through buying a little bit of it. I bought 60 shares, ABTS. And I'm going to come in again on it. And they're just over my dollar cost average, but I think they're going to go higher. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to try to buy 20 more shares here right now. And I'm going to buy 20 right here. It's ABTS. All right, guys. And the next one we're going to look at is going to be on the chart. MRAM. This was called out yesterday morning by WeVestors. MRAM. Holy smokes. WeVestors called this out in the pre-market. They attacked it down. He called it out right there. Makes a run up, fleece it out all day, take people out in the pre-market and run that thing up. Nice call there, WeVestors. Nice call, WeVestors. I love it. All right, everybody. Like I said, my wife has given me these delicious breakfast burritos, and I'm going to be looking at each and every one of these stocks. MRAM looks very strong. Look at those candlesticks. 90% buyers, 10 to 9 buyers, 10 to 2 buyers over sellers, and 75% buyers over sellers. Now the volume is dropping on it, but look at that price, huh? And I wouldn't necessarily buy it, especially at 22.20. And I would have already sold it this morning at 22.66. Look for the lunchtime low down at 21.97. All right, MRAM. Next, VISN, called out by Rolando Mota. VISN. Look at them consolidate that stock until the 50 got to it in the 200, and then they drop it right out of the gate this morning. VISN. Now, this is what we're looking for, folks. This is what we're looking for. Stocks that ran up yesterday. And listen, this is why yesterday I put 2 marks beside this stock, VISN. Yesterday they sold a business worth 1.8 billion and are announced that they're going to be buying back 100 million of their outstanding shares. VISN. Well, there's your drop this morning. And as drops, while they're selling, there's more buyers than selling on every candlestick. So I'm going to come in on VISN right now. VISN, I'm buying. And I'm going to buy 5 shares at market. Well, actually, not true. I'm going to try and buy them 5 shares at 12.23, 12.24. And I'm going to try to buy 5 shares at 12.22. All right. Now the stock is down 4% today. All right. There we go. I just got my first share at 12.24. Just got my first share buy at 12.24. And I want to try to buy 12.20 here as well. Now, the reason I bought 12.23 is because so many others have already bought there. 494,000 have already traded hands there at that price. So that's why I decided to buy there. Now I'm trying to buy 12.20, and I'd really like to see if I can get a 12.14 here. There we go. Nice. Nice. And the stock I'm on here is VISN. VISN. Yesterday, they sold a company and they pocketed 1.8 billion, and then they announced they were going to do a 100 million share buyback. Okay. Now the next stock I'm going to look at, it was called out yesterday by Bell Fordon and Pat Yeager. FATN. Let's look at it now. FATN. There it is. Let's look at the chart. FATN. Oh, very nice. Now, listen, again, folks, see, this was called out yesterday morning in the pre market, and just look what they did to it all day long. Just beat the crap out of that thing. That is what they're doing, man. Every day we're seeing this craziness. And then look at it make its move the next time. And this is FATN. And I like it, folks. FATN. And I'm going to buy some of this as well. Trade FATN, and I'm going to buy right now at 3. I'm going to try to buy 314 FATN, and I'm going to try to buy 316 and 317. And the reason that I think this is a good place to make an entry is because there are a lot of shares already which have been bought up here above. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at these candlesticks on these, all these shares right here from here over to here were sold on the bid. That's right. Everything here was thrown out to the bidders, and meaning that everybody that bought here offered that price for the stock. They offered 320 for it. They wanted to buy it at that price. See, there was eagerness to buy it at 320. They bid that much, and this much of it was sold on the bid. Only this little section here has been bought on the ask. But someone's been willing to dump out a bunch of shares there at 320 today. A whole boatload of them they dumped out. See? Here on this candlestick, they only dumped out from here to there. See, that much was dumped out to the bid. This was all bought on the ask. Over here, you can see from this point all the way out to here was sold to the bidders. Here, bought on the ask. And again, that means people wanted to buy it for that price. They wanted to buy it for 318. They were committing to buy it at 318, 319, 320. That many bought it at 320. And it's taking off now. It's going, folks. And the stock I'm talking about is FATN, which is now up 8.22% today. FATN. All right, folks, you can watch it. You can decide. I provide, you decide. Here's the chart. FATN. I provide, you decide. Okay? Now I'm going to have some more of my sandwich. Please give me a minute to finish up my burrito sandwich here. I will stop the volume for a moment. Actually, what I'll do instead is I'm going to come over and I'm going to play you one of my songs called Conversing with Candles. This is about me when I moved down to Haiti and I did not know anyone there. And there was a young lady about my age, a little bit older than me, but she lived next door. I did not know her. I'd never seen her before. I'd never met her before. I did not know her name, but I could see her through the shadows of her curtains at night. And she was in a room down below me next door to our house. And I could see her long, long, long hair in the shadows. And I could see her stand there. And I had imaginations. And this song is about what occurred one night between the two of us. And I'm going to share it with you now. It's called Conversing with Candles while I eat my sandwich, so you won't have to listen to me chomping. Here we go. Conversing with Candles. Please enjoy. One of my many songs under the artist name Tyler Self, right there. You kid on the block, didn't know so. But I saw right away she was right next door. Didn't know who she was and she didn't know me. But she knew I could see in her room at night. What a sight. She kept a small candle by her bedside at night. And she draw up her curtains, yeah, draw them up tight. And when she light her candle, her shadow would appear on the curtain. She always kept closed so tight. Every night. Then one night she lit up a candle and I lit mine up too. And there on that night to the right moved my light and I wondered, will she move hers too? Well, she moved to the curtains and her shadow grows. Started flirting with her candle's glow. She lifted it slow like a moon in the sky. I could see we were starting to see eye to eye. We were conversing with candles and flirting with flames, even though we didn't know each other's name. Conversing with candles, just like two little kids, and sharing the shadows. Yeah, that's what we did. Conversing with candles, and flirting with flames. Well, after nearly an hour, our candles burned out. But we had lots of fun without playing around. Then along came the wind, and it blew out our flames. Yeah, the wind put an end to our candlelight. But there's more to this story, and I'm happy to say there were many more games which the two of us played. Hadn't met face to face and still didn't know names, but we chatted with candles and we flirted with flames. Oh, conversing with candles and flirting with flames. Neither one of us knowing each other's names. Speaking in circles and sharing swears. Nobody knew what the two of us shared. Conversing with candles, flirting with flames. Conversing with candles, flirting with flames. Playing those games, burning with candles, and flirting with flames. All right, just one of the many songs on my playlist. Hope you enjoyed that. And we're going to try to play another song here while I finish my last burrito. And I hope you like this music. And if you do, come over to my channel on Spotify and look my name up, Tyler Self. This song is called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. I could be rich and famous, might be a movie star, ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I could have every single thing, everything this world could give, but I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. I could earn a diploma, or I could get some degree. I could make a lot of money, and I could buy anything. I could make $1 million or become a millionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. I could travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, or get rich straight stars. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing. Because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. But I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. All right. One of my hit songs, If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. And we'll save this wedding song for you and for the next play. And I want to thank you all for being here today. And someone said BIYA is rocketing. And as I turn it out now, I look and I'm only down $68 on it since I opened the position. And I did not sell it all. You saw me sell some of it and buy into other stocks, but I did not sell it all because, in the same way I do not buy all in at once, I don't sell out all at once. And sure enough, I just sold some shares. And had I not sold that 180 shares or whatever, I would be green right now, actually. But I still have 235 shares of it, and I'm going to begin to sell here at these numbers. And So congratulations if you bought when I sold BIYA, and I'm going to show you the chart on it now. Sure enough, I sold a few shares and I fooled them, folks. I fooled them into thinking I sold everything. And when they see me selling, look at them start buying that son of a gun. Look at them buying BIYA. And yep, I fooled them, people. I fooled them good. BIYA. And I sold some shares. And the ones I sold, I moved over to ABTS, which I'm green on. And I also moved them over to, let's see what else I bought. I moved them over to, what else did I go into? Oh, KEEL. And I'm green on that one as well, KEEL. So I want to move over some more money here now, though. And I only have 60 shares of CANF left. CANF, how are we doing on that? CANF. And I'm down $8 since I bought that CNAF. I don't have any shares. I only have 60 shares. So I'm just going to sell them right now and I'm going to move them over. And I sold them at 298 just then. And now I'm going to get off of CANF and I'm going to go back over to my monitor and I want to go to uh, BIYA again, trade BIYA. And I'm only down $56 on it now. Yay! It made a recovery after I sold some, and I'm going to sell here. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I'm down now $56 since I opened this position, 56.50. And I'm not afraid, like I said to the people this morning, I'm not afraid to show you my losses. When I'm down on something, I'm not afraid. Now, understand it's showing that my profit loss today, it's down 237. But be in mind, I bought it and my where I got in, I'm only down $57 now. 57. All right. Now, if I'm down $57, you might wonder, well, wait a minute, Catfish, why in the world are you going to sell 20 shares when you're down that much? Okay. Well, because I have certain numbers that I know to sell at, and one of them is this one, 82 and 83. And I sell 86, 87, and 88. And I always sell these numbers, folks. Always. And after I do, then I'm going to buy back down here at the 166. Okay. But I'm selling 20 at a time and I'm going to buy 10 at a time. All right. If I could hit the zero. There it is. And I want to come in now at actually, I'm going to try 172 and 173. The stock we're on is BIYA. BIYA. Okay. And you're going to see me day trade this stock now. I'm going to show you how I day trade it. And I already know, and I'm using numbers on my buy sell sheet. So look over here, and you see these numbers. It says to sell over here, and it says to sell 84, 86, 87, 88, 89. Okay. And so that is exactly what I'm doing here. I'm going to sell these numbers here, and then I'm going to buy back down here at the 72, or maybe even as low as 67. Okay. That's what I intend to do on this stock, BIYA. And I'll show it to you on the chart right now. Here it is, BIYA. BIYA. That's the stock. And I want to see if, in fact, this candlestick can you continue to rise up above here on BIYA. Yep. And I will take a look now. I see somebody called ENVB. So, Warren, give me a moment and I will look at that. ENVB. Thank you for calling it out, Warren, our love. Okay. You got it? Well, look at it. And I also saw someone say, look at ATOM, Skull Silver Max, ATOM. And someone called out T something, TDD. Harris Muhammad calling up TLIH. But I saw somewhere else someone just called out a, all right, LAC, got it. R Richie B. Hello, R Richie. Just so you guys know that are joining me here right now, we are going to be giving away a T-shirt today, and it is Friday. Happy Friday, everyone! May the 1st, and this is the T-shirt that we're giving away today. It is a short eating porpoise T-shirt. Short eating porpoise, okay? And we're going to draw this the winner at 4:08 p.m. How do you get a chance to win that T-shirt? Well, you become one of these individuals here who donates to the channel. And today we are going to be cutting these all up and putting them in a hat. And we're going to do a drawing. And we've even got more here. And I want to say thank you and shout out to all of these individuals who have been supporting this channel during the past week and are hopefully going to win the shirt. So, Nicole Barbie, Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, Tomato Bisque Soup, Pat Yeager, One Love, Dubs, thank you, Larry Pitts, The Savvy Travelers, Mobile GP, My Two Cents, Jayhawk, Tomato Bisque again, Richie B, Jayhawk, Larry Pitts, Pat Yeager, Port Bear, Mo D, please, My Two Cents, Michael O'Banion, Mo D, please, thank you. R. Richie B, David Corns, thank you. Don Julio, thank you. Jayhawk, R. Richie, Amado Jimenez, The Bass Assassin, R. Richie B, Amado Jimenez again, Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, Christine K, Nicole Barbie, My Two Cents, Nicole Barbie. Thank you, Jayhawk again, Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, Charles Washington, a new Goliath level member. Thank you for becoming a new Goliath level member. And Iguera and MHCJ162, 1G2. Thank you for your contributions to this channel, each and every one of you. I love you all. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to run over here right now to the channel. And for each and every one of you that just had your names called out, I'm going to refresh this screen. And I want to put a heart on there for you. Everyone, yes. Oh, I see other people knew where I was going. And so let's take a look. Yep, Hustler. Hustler 1. Thank you for calling out BIYA. Hustler 1. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know that this thing was on the run. See, we cover each other's backs like that here on this channel. When something we know or someone owns, we let them know. Well, here's a hard on for you and for you and for all of you. I'm going to share many, many hearts and love and many smileys and many poppers. And I wish you prosperity. And I thank you very, very much for your contributions to this channel and helping it stay alive. Because without you, the channel would no longer exist. And there's no question about that. There's no question about it. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Give me a minute here. Just give me 1 second here. If you'll just give me a minute here. I'm trying to find something here. I appreciate your patience while I try to find something here in particular. Man, I'm having the hardest time finding this. Man, I want to find search terms. Just give me a second here. Here we go. Someone saying, if I recall, they don't show the Google search terms anymore. It says this when you hover over it. Google search results, which link to YouTube videos, these no longer provide a search term. Well, no wonder I haven't been able to find it. YouTube Studio phone app shows for the last 28 days, as well as videos from other YouTubers that directed audiences towards you. I'm not looking for views that came from other videos or channels. I'm looking to find which keywords on Google got me my video views. It can't show keywords from Google, but can only show keywords from YouTube. There's a certain section in analytics that will show the most searched terms, but not necessarily the ones for specific video, I don't think. Where do you see those terms? Analytics in my account only shows me YouTube search term summary. I don't see the action you're referring to. Use this app extension called TubeBuddy. My SEO score is always in the 90s because of them. Thanks. I already have that extension. It does not give you the search terms. Well, dadgummit, man. Wow. Well, there's the answer to that question. Can't find it anymore. Well, the reason I wanted to find it was because, as I had said to you the other day, I happened to stumble on it some time ago, and it told me what people were searching for, what words they were searching for, and on my channel to find my channel, what they were searching for, and my name was what they were searching for, Catfish Tyler. And unfortunately now, I do not see that anymore. Metrics, views, entertainment. Oh, we might find it here. Views, engaged views, watch time, subscribers, average view duration, average percentage viewed, videos added, videos published, reach, impressions, click throughs, unique viewers, average views, new viewers, returning viewers, casual viewers, regular viewers. Help me out here. Looking for search terms. Dang. Well, that stinks. All right, let's get back to trading. Done enough looking for that BIYA now at 178. I'm looking to sell it at 182, 183, 186, 87, and 88. BIYA. Um, these are the stocks that have been called out today. For those of you that are joining me late, we're going to take a look at them right now. These are the stocks that have been called out today. Here's the list, and you're happy to take a look at these if you want to and see which ones may be on the rise, on the run, or ones that we might pick up Monday morning when they fleece them out real good. Okay, we're looking for them to fleece them out. And close this out. Traffic source. Aha! I found it. Ladies and gentlemen, I did find it. And what I went to find it here, just so you're aware of this, is, and of course, now it won't let me go back. But I got on studio channel revenues, period. And I found it here, folks. This is what I was looking for. And the thing that sucks right now is I'm trying to go back to this page and I find out where I found this just now, how I found it. So I went to analytics, revenue, advanced mode, And then I clicked up here, top content in last 28 days. And somewhere here, I found traffic sources. There it is, traffic sources in the last 28 days. And this is what is interesting about this. If you click the traffic sources in last 28 days, and click on that, and then come down here and shorts feed, vertical, browse features, YouTube search. Click on YouTube search, and then come up here, and it says, ladies and gentlemen, the number one top listed search is my name, Catfish Tyler. This is the number one search term. Catfish Tyler Live is number two. Tyler Catfish. So this is the number one traffic source, is people are searching my name, Catfish Tyler. And folks, this is very, very, very good for me to see this, because it tells me that people are telling others about Catfish Tyler, and then they just come on YouTube, and 56% of my viewers over the last 20 and hours of views have been from people that searched my name, Catfish Tyler. And I've been wanting to show this to you guys so you understood this. That hello, Gary. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning. Yes. Hell yeah, making tons of money, says Frederick Marcos. Well, this was very, 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 I was very encouraged when I found this the other day, and it shows that me, Catfish Tyler, is the number one search term that's being used. And I love that, folks. That is very, very good to see that. That means the word of mouth is traveling, and people are finding this channel by my name. They're searching for my name. And that is very strong. That's very strong. And I thank you. Thank you guys for sharing my name with your friends and telling your family members or whatever. I appreciate it. The most of percentage of my views is coming from people searching for my name, Catfish Tyler. Pretty cool, huh? And so I just wanted to show you that, and I've been trying to show you before, and I could never find the dang thing, but I just figured out how. And if you've got a channel, hopefully that helps you too, so you'll know what people are searching for more than anything to find your videos. And these are all my keywords that I have down here that people are searching, and that's livestock trading, SoFi earnings, day trading. These are things people are searching. All right. And my most popular video of all time is this one, loading a riding mower into a truck. This is my most popular viewed video of all that on YouTube, loading a riding mower into a truck. And the title of the video is something like, this guy knows what he's doing. And it shows an old guy. He's passed away now. He's no longer alive, but he's my number one most watched video. And his name was Paul. All right, everybody, I just wanted to share that with you. Let's get back to trading. Here we are. We're looking at BIYA. Looks like looks like they halted the thing, but it's about to get to my first sell order, 182 a share. So we're looking at right here, trade BIYA. And it looks like, hey, I already did sell 82 and 83 sold. 82 and 83 sold. And now I'm trying to buy back at 72, 73, or 66. And this is the stock BIYA, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see right here, I am down on it today. And yesterday, this thing, I bought into it and it collapsed. And I was down a lot this morning, about 150. And now it's starting to recover, and I'm only down $50. But I did just sell the 82 and the 83, and the pullback is 6 cents down. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to wait for them to get down to 72, 73. Now they may get down to that at lunchtime still. They might get back down to that BIYA, but I want to look at the chart right now, and there it is, BIYA. Now another stock that I bought into this morning was one that was on yesterday's list, and it had a drop. And I'm going to show you these stocks that were called out yesterday. And this is the one that was up yesterday. I don't buy on the days they go up. I buy the next day when they get fleeced out. And this was called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, ABTS. And I just bought it, and I'm going to show you the chart on it. There it is. And I just got through buying it right there, ABTS. This is the stock, ABTS. I just bought it. And that's what the chart looks like right now, ABTS. Looking down here at the candlesticks, and by the way, if you want these candlesticks, I can send them to you. It's a donation of $24.99 and becoming a Goliath level member, and you'll get these candlesticks. I'll send you these cool candlesticks that show you way more buyers here at the open, more sellers in the first hour, more buyers, and now again, more buyers by far buying into this stock. Okay. If you want these candlesticks, you'll also, for $24.99 with your Goliath membership, it will get you more. It will get you this long list of the stocks that I hold long. And over here, you can see how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and over the last year. And for $24.99, I'm going to send you this list of these stocks that I've owned over the last year. And you can see the percentage gain, and you can see the market cap and the PE ratio. Okay. If you want this list, $24.99. It's on its way to you. You just become a Goliath level member. How do you become a Goliath level member? You click down here on the dollar bill sign, and then you come up here to membership, and then you come over here. And before you click join, make sure that you come over here and click Goliath bottom cat. And then I will send you this list of stocks that I hold long, which are right here. And I'll send you all 50 of these stocks that I hold long, showing you the market cap and PE ratio of each one and what it's done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And these stocks are on, I use Google Finance to get this information. And this is the only place you're going to find this sheet is on this channel. And there are right now 61 stocks on this list. And these are the gains over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. If you want this list, I'll send it to you. Now, just because these have done this well in the past does not mean they're going to keep doing it. But these are just the stocks I hold long. Let me show you my stocks that pay dividends right up here. Watch this, my dividends list. Take a look at these stocks. And again, on these, I show what the stock has done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And you can see right here also what the price was 5 days ago, 10 days ago, and 30 days ago. So here's 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, last year's performance. Over here, market cap. Over here, PE ratio, price to earnings. Here, I show the percentage, what they pay in dividend and the percentage of the payment. All right. The only thing I don't have is how often the frequency is. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start putting in the frequency. And the top one I have up here is frequency was of 90 days. The last one I put in, the frequency, they were paying every 90 days. But, ladies and gentlemen, right now, all these lists is going to show you is what the stock has done, these dividend paying stocks over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year. Market cap, PE ratio, the amount they pay per share, and the percentage, okay? And you can get this list, $24.99, and you'll be able to edit this list, folks. You can change it. You can edit the list. You'll be able to change this information if you want to add other stocks in the future as time moves forward. And how many stocks are on this list? 69. 69 stocks on this list. And if you want to become a member of this tank at Goliath, I'll send you this list and you'll be able to edit the list. Okay. If you want to come in at the Goliath level member, I'll also send you these candlesticks. I'll send you the code for these candlesticks right here. The stock I'm looking at here now, ladies and gentlemen, is ABTS. And I bought it this morning on someone's call out yesterday. Now, this is so you can understand how this channel works, okay? This is all the stocks. These here are the stocks that were called out yesterday. All those stocks were called out. Now, I don't buy them on the day they're called out because they're on a massive run and they're running up. They're up 100%, some of them. Some of them up 50%, 25, 30%. I don't buy them that day. I wait until they get fleeced out the following morning. And look what happened to this stock this morning. Look how they fleeced it out. And then look at it run again. Folks, you can't beat it. And you guys, by the way, this stock right here is a Bitcoin stock out of China, believe it or not. And someone said, what could go wrong? Well, I said, well, I don't know what's going to go wrong, but right now I bought it and I'm making good money on it. It's ABTS, and you can be the judge. Again, on this information, folks, I provide, you decide. I don't tell you what to do. No one is told what to do, but ABTS sure look good. Now let's look over the rest of the list and see what else looks like it might be a good buy, having been washed out. And another one of those. And by the way, let me show you this on a 5-day. This ABTS. Just hold on a second. Let me show you this on a 5-day chart. So now, do you know why I didn't want to buy it yesterday morning when it was called out in the pre-market, but that I wrote it down on my list? Because it hit 183, folks. And another reason I would not buy it in the pre-market when it was in this range is because I have a buy-sell sheet that tells you to sell at that number. It says down here, sell at 82, 83, 84. It says to sell there, folks. So I would never, ever buy there, that being a high. That's ridiculously stupid to do that. All right, so now you can see yesterday morning the stock was called out in the pre-market. I was up at 6:48 streaming live here on this channel, and someone called it out. And they called it out. It was Mr. Mexi Brown that called this stock out. He called it out yesterday morning, and I said I'll check it out tomorrow. I'll wait for the leaching out of it. And we launched also called out this one, MRAM. We Launched TV and We Investors called out MRAM yesterday. Well, again now, but folks, listen, this is what was called out yesterday morning. I said, no, 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 we do not buy there. We wait till tomorrow morning and they'll fleece it out. And there it is. And we bought it there. Or some of us might have bought it there. I bought it there, ABTS. And you can see what it's doing now. It's crossing over the 200-day average as we speak. The 5 days about to cross the 200. ABTS. Again, folks, I provide, you decide. Next on this list that was called out yesterday morning was MRAM. MRAM. Let's go see what it did after it was called out yesterday morning. And there we go. Well, MRA, my 2 cents. Thank you very much. My 2 cents. All right. And today's drawing is going to have this many people in the drawing today. And not just this page of all these people who've donated. And my 2 cents, you certainly have been in here donating several times, and your name is on this sheet here. My 2 cents, your name is on the sheet here. Your name is on the sheet in many different places on this sheet. And so I want to thank you very much for your contributions. My 2 cents right here, and my 2 cents right here, and my 2 cents goes on again now. Thank you. My 2 cents. And the drawing today, the shirt that we're going to be giving away today, and I am going to wash this shirt. I joked about leaving the stains on it, but I'm going to wash it before I send it out to you, unless you demand that I leave the stains on it. But this is the shirt that we're going to be giving away today, ladies and gentlemen, at 4 o'clock. This is the shirt we're giving away right here. Right there. The short eating porpoise shirt, folks. And I am going to wash this shirt because it's gotten filthy, and I don't think you want it with that much filth. So we're going to give it a wash. It's got coffee creamer on it down here, and this is the shirt I'm going to be giving away. I will wash it, and I'll send it to you. Maybe it'll still have a little bit of my DNA left on it. We don't know, but that's the shirt today. By the way, congratulations on MRAM, We Vesters, and We Launch TV. It looks like it made a nice move. And I hope you sold it. Richie B. Okay. Richie B. And there are going to be very many. Thank you very much. TLIH, check it out. Yes, it was called out this morning by several, but I don't buy stocks everyone shouts about. I'm going to wait till Monday to buy that one. Okay. I don't buy, and by the way, just so you're aware, this stock TLIH has been called out by other members today, but I don't buy on the fly. I buy when it drops and everybody cries. That's when Catfish Tyler buys. Okay? When everybody shouts, Catfish gets out. When everybody cries, Catfish buys. All right? Let's go look at that one now. TLIH. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Look at this thing. Again, folks, this is going to be prime buy time Monday morning when they fleece everyone out. And by the way, if you will look up here, look at the previous morning's high right there, 461. Ladies and gentlemen, this stock is up 1,593%. Do you think I'm going to buy this stock up 1,597%? Oh, no. I'm not. No, I'm not. I am not. No way in the freaking world would I buy, especially at 413 or 420. This is a sell here, folks. Now listen, I'm going to start day trading this stock. I want to thank you for telling me about it, and I'm going to show you how to day trade it right now. Okay? We're going to start now. TLIH. All right? TLIH. I'm going to go over here now. TLIHN. And we're going to pull back the screen where we can look at this here at a longer view. And we're going to go back even further back and further back. There we go. And right now, I want to buy this at 372 a share. I'm coming in. I'm coming in at 372 a share. And I'm looking for even further back because I want to get to round numbers here. There we go. All right, here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to buy here now at 408 a share. 408. I'm in 408. The next number we're going to put an order in is 411. I'm in 411. And I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. The highest price already has been 460 and a half. And by the way, take a look at my buy sell sheet. What does it say to sell right there? It says to sell at a 56, 57, and up to 60. Sell there, folks. Sell there. That is a sell number. All right, so now I just bought at 408. I just made my first entry at 408. I knew they'd come down to that. And now I want to try to buy 388, 387. We'll put 10 at 387 and 10 at 393 right here. And we're buying the stock that is up crazily 1,500% right now. And I'm not going to do this too heavy, but I'm going to be using my buy sell sheet, ladies and gentlemen, is what I'm using here. I'm using my buy sell sheet, and it tells me where I should get in and where I should get out. And interestingly enough, look where they're sitting, 408, where they've already gotten 885,000 shares at 408. And now it's going to be time for them accumulating 1 penny below me or 2 cents below me as long as they can. Once I buy in, sometimes the stock will sit there for hours where I bought it, because everybody sees I bought it there and they just want to buy it with me there. And so now we're trying for 408, and I just went green on this. And look at them try to hold it 2 cents under my DCA. No surprise whatsoever there. 408. Price is up 1,576%. And of course, they're going to sit it now on my dollar cost average. Catfish comes in. That's where the accumulation begins. And just watch here, folks. This number will now become the most accumulated of all. Of all day, this number will become the most accumulated number of all of them. You watch. This number is going to become, where I just bought, the most accumulated number today will be there. The most number of shares will be bought right there at my dollar cost average, or 1 penny below me. Okay. This is where the most shares will be bought today. And there she goes. They got what they could with me. Let's go back to 408 again, because they will come back under me. And let's try some 405. And we're going to come up here to 4. Up, yep, I just bought 408 again. Of course. Oh, yeah. They want to accumulate with me, Catfish Tyler. 408 a share. What is the news on this TLIH? Let's take a look at the chart longer. TLIH. There it is. High already hit 460 a share. And TLH, there we go. Looking good, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the 45-day rising off of the 50-day. And another thing I have to ask, how can a stock be up 1,500%? I buy into these stocks and they halt them when they're up 30%. I'm serious. The stocks I buy into, they go up 30%, and man, those things get halted. How in the world can a stock be up 1,500%? I don't get it. I have no idea how. Well, I already told you guys I was going to show you how to day trade this stock. And my dollar cost average, of course, is 408. And I'm not done buying it yet. Bid now 396, 397. Bid now 397. Look at him trying to take it down below my DCA. I just bought it at 402. I want to see if I can get some 396 here. Somebody's trying to hold it under $4, no question about it. I don't even know why they give a crap about that. And by the way, the price has already hit a high this of 460 and a half. 460 and a half. Be careful, folks, because this stock can fall all the way to $2. And I just bought it at 396. We try that again, 396 again. And TLIH, Harris Muhammad, I want to thank you for calling it out, but I'm warning people about it that this is a stock we should really buy on Monday morning after they fleece it out. And a stock that's up 1,500% is most likely going to be very fleeced out come Monday morning. And what I'm going to try to do now is get my buy in at 383, 382. I'll go for 384 here. And I'll try a 387. Almost got it. And I'm going to go for 393 here. And the stock I'm on, folks, is TLIH. TLIH. And I just bought BIYA at $1.72 after I sold it at $1.83. All right. And there we go. There goes TLIH. And it's off and running, baby. Yeah. They got that four up. See, once I bought in, the bunch wanted to buy with me there. A lot wanted to buy with me. And my dollar cost average is now down to 402. And I told you I was going to show you guys how to day trade this, so I'm going to. Going to sell it at 420. Going to sell it at 425. Yep, 425. And you might say, well, wait a minute, Catfish, you're only up 10, 20 bucks when you do that. Well, I know to sell there because I know it'll pull back again. So I'm going to sell now 419 and 420. I'm going to be selling these numbers. I know to do it. And I'm going to sell 418 too and 417. And just watch how this works, folks. You can watch it with your own two eyes, and you're going to see how I do it. And hopefully you'll learn from this trading style that I'm going to do right here, folks. I call this trench trading. And I'm going to trade in these trenches, all right? And I'll show you what I mean by this. And you'll figure it out. I'm sure you'll all figure it out how it works. You'll all be able to figure it out. And right now, they're trading basically, and I can see now in a 20-cent trench because I just got through buying some at 388 and they took it to 413. All right. So we're looking at a 20-cent trench here. And the stock I'm talking about is TLIH, called out by Harris Muhammad and others. Okay, I got it. Can't buy online using Fidelity. Yep. That happens a lot with these stocks that are crazy. So there was a big split or something. 1 for 10. Okay, that's why. Okay, I understand. I understand. That makes sense. Well, as always, Catfish buys in at 408, and then suddenly everybody has to buy it 2 cents underneath me. They got to sit here and hoard it up and I'm in at 401. I'm surprised they're not down at 399 right here, and I got a buy order there waiting for it. And here they come now, right for my number. Yep, my number again. Nice. And they're sitting on my dollar cost average as we speak, accumulating as long as they can there. Well, let me show you what I'm going to do here, folks. And I know this is going to sound ridiculously crazy, but I've seen them do this before, and I'm going to take advantage of it again now. So they're going to trade 10 cents over and 10 cents under me all day now. That's right, folks. Get ready for it, folks. 10 cents over, 10 cents under, 10 cents over, 10 cents under my DCA. All day they'll do it. And they'll end up making a lot of money, just like I'm hopefully going to do. So right now we're going to try to buy here. Yep, there we go. We're going to try to buy the 1396. There we go. And back up. And now we're going to sell these. And here we go. I just sold right there at 408 and a half. Now I'm going to come down here and buy the 393. And here we go, folks. Watch it run. Give them 408 again. They love that number. There it is. Let them buy some 408 from me again. There you go. Snag it up. Snag it up. You love that number. Savannah, I'm going to show you how to make a bunch of money off that number that you claim doesn't mean anything. I'm going to show you right now how it works. Anybody else here, you can watch how it works here. You can see how this works. There we go. Just sold 407. And the reason that I'm doing that is because on my buy sell sheet, the numbers it says to sell up here is 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay? Buy back as low as the 78, 89, 93, 94. All right, so here we go. Watch it sell now. And I just sold 409 and a half. There we go. I just sold 410 and a half. I just sold 410 and a half. I just sold 411 and a half. Now watch my buys coming in here. I just sold 413 and a half. Now I want to buy 399. Here they come back down to me, and we're going to get 397 here. Come on now, back down here below 4. I know you're going to take it under 4 at lunchtime for sure. Oh, they'll come all the way down to 388 at lunchtime. They'll come to 382, folks. At lunchtime, they'll come to 382, maybe even 377. And here we come back down to me now. And they're probably going to go for a 392 right now. I have no idea. The stock I'm on here is TLIH, folks. TLIH. And back down to $4. Oh, these market makers don't want this thing over 4. Here they come for my numbers. And I just filled again at 397. Thank you. I just filled at 393 because I was expecting that. Now we're going for 388 and 384, folks. And you're going to see how I told you I'm going to show you how to day trade this stock today. These big movers like this, man, they can make my day trade buy sell sheet can work like a charm on these type of stocks. My buy sell sheet can work so well with these type of stocks here, folks. It works so well. Almost every number that I have, I'll buy on the low, and every number I have to sell on the high, I'll sell. And look where they're sitting now, a penny under my dollar cost average. And like you see, I had my dollar cost average over $4 a minute ago. Now I dropped it down to 3.9. It doesn't matter where it is; they're still going to sit 2 cents under me, no matter what. And they'll try to buy 10 under me. There we go. There it is. And I just filled a bunch of shares at 381, and I just dropped my dollar cost average to 388. And now I'm going to try to buy 372 and 373. I just dropped my DCA down to 388 a share. The day trade mania here, folks. TLIH. Watch the manipulators manipulate this thing. Ah, nice. Now we got that low, and now we're going to 377 low and 382 I'm trying to buy. And now I'm going to sell it at 398, 399, and $4. I'll even sell it at 401, and I'll sell it at 402. And what a coincidence, they're sitting 2 cents under my dollar cost average again now. It's far from coincidence, folks. They do it all the time. There we go. Pick that up. 382 was expecting it. Now the 377. That's the next in line. Oh yeah. Here it comes, 377. And I feel a 366 coming here, so I'm going to pull out the 377 and 376. Took those orders away. Come on down here, 366. You guys see it there. Come on. All right. Well, I guess they're going to go only low 377. That's all they wanted. Let's try and buy 381. All right, here we go, folks. Now we're going to run. This is the stock TLIH. TLIH. Here it goes, folks. TLIH. And some of you I know cannot get into this stock on using Charles Schwab perhaps or Fidelity. But one thing about paper money, they let you buy these stocks. And so I'm making a move on this one. Another one I made a move on this morning was one that was up big time yesterday and got fleeced out. And that is ABTS. I want to show it to you now. ABTS. This is it right here. This morning I bought it right here. ABTS. It was called out yesterday by Mr. Mexi Brown. ABTS. And I bought it here on the fleece out this morning. Give me some more down here. There we go. I got the 382 there. And I really like this because now I've dropped my dollar cost average down below the 388 mark, and that is obviously one of their favorite numbers, 388. Just as much as the 408 was where I started on this stock, 408 a share. Now I know they're going to come down here 10 cents over me, so we're just going to play the game. We're going to do it the way we have to. They're just going to sit here. Get rid of those high sell numbers now. Huh. 6 cents below me. What do you know? Oh, I see the problem now. What the problem is, they're not, these are not even numbers. Let me back out on this. Okay. All right. I got you. What the hell? Come on. There we go. I got to zoom in a little bit number more so I can get to these even numbers. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Trying to buy here at 380. This is TLIH. Bid is 380. Ask is 384. Come on. Let me get that 380 buy. Ah. Now it's at 389, 388 again. Not going to get the 380. Let's raise that up. Ah, nice. Try to buy 384 now. Try one more time for 383. And we're back up over my DCA. Somehow my DCA is now at 386.5. And I like that number for sure because that is where they are sitting now on my DCA. And as I said, I was trying to buy 384, 383, 382 because they love those numbers. I'm going to take this away now, and I want the 382. Let's go 377. 377 here. Take away that one. And let's try for 372 now. And I just got a 367. Nice. All right. 367 buy there. Two of them. 367 they took it down to. Nice. Now let's go to 372 and try to buy there. And let's try 372 and 73. And the stock that I'm in here on is TLIH. I'll show you the chart on it. TLIH. There it is. TLIH. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see there has been more selling than buying, way more selling than buying, more selling than buying, more selling than buying right here. A lot more selling than buying in the last, every one of those are 15-minute candlesticks. So a little lunchtime low action and a little pre-lunch sell-off there. And you can see where the low was, where they let me buy it right there. I just bought it there at 367 and a half. It's the pre-lunchtime discount, 367 and a half. And right there, they let me get a 371 and a half. TLIH. And just so you're aware, ladies and gentlemen, look how lame these sells have become now. Look how heavy they sold to try to stop it from running up. Look how heavy they sold it there. Look how heavily they sold against it. Then look how heavy they sold it. But look, right here, the 45 was rising off the 50 while they were trying to sell the shit out of it. And here, the 45 got higher off the 50 while they tried to sell the shit out of it. And then they just tried to sell half as many, and the 45 is still rising off the rising 50. Here they try to sell a quarter as many, and the 45 is still rising off the 50. Hello? The whole time they've been trying to sell this down, the daggum 45 rising right off the 50-day average. I guess very difficult, folks, to sell it down when you got that kind of shit going on down below. You got the 200-day here. They did a 1 for 10 split this morning, folks. They did a 1 for 10 split this morning, this stock. One for 10 reverse split this morning. That's why I'm buying it here. The stock is not really up 1,424%. It's not. That's thrown off and skewed off by the 1 for 10 reverse split this morning. TLIH. And of course, someone brought it to my attention, and I decided, hey man, I would never buy this stock, Harris Muhammad. But then I found out about the 1 for 10 split. And so, yeah, I might very well buy it right here. And I am buying it here because I do believe it has been oversold. And right now, I just bought it, and I'm going to keep buying it at 366 if I can. And unfortunately, now the bid just went to 370, and the ask is 372. And so I guess I won't get any more 366s or 367 and a half. But that's okay. I'll try for 370 here right now for sure. And we're going to try and buy 370. And my dollar cost average is 382 on this now. 382 is my dollar cost average. And of course, now they're 10 cents under me. They know my DCA is 382, so they're at 372 acquiring shares. 10 cents below me now. And they'll sit here probably right underneath me and acquire shares all morning. ABTS, I'm still green on. Thank you. BIYA, I'm about to go green on. EYEN, I am green on. I don't even know what that is. EYEN. Not sure what that is. Not showing up on that. TLIH. Here comes the lunchtime low effort, ladies and gentlemen, and we're almost at lunch. And they already took it down to the lowest they could, which was 260 a share. And now it's recovering nicely, and it's back up and rising nicely now. Look at the bottom of this candlestick here. Look at it getting longer. Look at it getting longer. Watch the bottom of this rising, rising, rising. And this is TLIH, TLIH, TLIH. And I put my buy order last in at 372. And coincidentally, that is now the ask price, 372. And the bid price is, unfortunately for the bidders, 369. And now the bid just went to 370, and that's too bad. And now the bid just jumped to 375, and the ask is now 381, and that is very good. And now it's rising, folks. And now we got the buyers coming in. Here they come. Buyers are buying 42% of that candlestick. That's right, folks. Buyers are coming in right now. You can see it right there. Buyers are coming in. 48% buyers over sellers. Buyers over sellers, folks. And it doesn't surprise me because the price was dropped to 372 right there. And a lot of people know that that's a good place to acquire shares, the 72, 73. So that's why the buyers are higher than the sellers at that stage. And we're looking at the bid now. Unfortunately, the bid is 369, and that sucks for shorts because they would really like the bid to be 366. But instead, people are 369 all day and they don't care. They're buying there. Their bid, folks, their desire to buy it is 369. There's a fire to buy it at 369. And in fact, that rose to 371 now. So there's a fire to buy at 371. Now I see the ask come down to 371. The bid is still late. Strangely enough, the bid is 369. And I find that odd. I don't understand why the bid is not 366 here. And now the bid has jumped to 373. The bid has jumped to 373 and the ask is 374. And now the bid is 374 and the ask is 376. Now the bid is 376 and the ask is 377. Oh, yeah, baby. And now, crazily enough, the bid has gone from 369 to 373. It's gone from 369 to 373, the bid. And the stock I'm talking about is TLIH. And the bid has just moved from 369. And again, I was wondering, why didn't the bid get to 366 ever? That seems strange to me, especially here right before the lunchtime sell off, lunchtime low. Why didn't they have the bid at 366? Again, I see it now, and it's at 369. It's a strange number for them to try to want to acquire shares when I know that they want 366 instead. But somebody's willing to just buy it at 369. They're like, oh, hell with it. I don't care if I get 366 or not. I'm going to buy for sure, get 369. And now the bid is 368 and the ask is 369. So they're going to whittle it down. They're going to whittle it down lunchtime maybe to 366. Now the bid is 368. And the ask is 371, which just went up. The bid is 368. The ask is 371. And they just threw in the towel. 368 said, forget it. We'll raise the bid to 370. So the bid now, 370. The ask, 375. I can't believe that they are not taking a bid down to 366 here. But no, it's back to 370 and the ask is 375. Now the ask just dropped to 374, which is common when they see The low, oh man, and the bid just come to 372, folks. So now they're just trying to buy at one of their favorite numbers to accumulate, 372 and 73. They don't even care about the 66 anymore, apparently. And I could be wrong, but it looks very unusual here to see them bidding 372 when they could have, when they were just bidding 367, 368. The ask is now 375, the bid 371. And ladies and gentlemen, we're coming into the lunchtime low. We're 1 minute away, and the bid is rising to 372, now 374. Now the bid is 375, and the stock I'm on is TLIH. And now the bid is 376.60. Yes. And there it goes. And this is TLIH. And the bid is 376 now. The ask is 380. And now there's no drop, there's no gap. It's 377 bid, 380 ask now. 377 bid, 380 ask. My dollar cost average is 382 on it. And the bid is 377, ask 380. And this is unusual right before lunchtime to see this rising. And oh my, and the bid just came up to 379 now. And there's no gap between the bid or ask. The bid is 379 and the ask is 380, folks. The bid is 379, the ask is 380. And the bid is 380 and the ask is 383. And here we go, folks. The bid is 381. The ask is 384. Having a 384, 4, looking with 384. Having a 384, 4, looking with 384. I'm going to bid at 382. We're looking at 384. Bid is 382. Then another bid 374. Ask is 374. Somebody's throwing in the towel. They're trying to drop it. 374 is the ask. Why in the world would somebody just throw out a share at 374 when people are willing to pay 380 a share, folks? You just saw the bids at 380. Why would anyone throw out a sell at 374 when the bid is 380? Unless they're being paid to throw that share out at 374. It makes no logical sense. When the bid is 380, why someone would want to sell shares at 374 when the bid is 380? The only way that that could be is if they were attempting to manipulate the stock and being paid to sell it, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You saw, and now the bid is 366 and the ask is 372. But again, within a minute ago, and by the way, this is the lunchtime low. It is lunchtime, so this is what their tactic is. Run it down at lunch, take it to the lunchtime low, wait till the volume drops off, then try to take it down to 366, which before they could not maintain. And even now, the bid, folks, is 368. They're not even trying to buy 366, their most commonly loved number to buy. They're bidding 368, folks. I find that unusual. This is lunchtime. They definitely should get a 366 buy at lunchtime. Come on, shorties. What the hell is this 367 bid? What in the world? And finally, they got a bid of 366. And this has taken them an hour to get to that number, folks. An hour. They've been whittling away at this to get it down to a buy of 3. And I just bought FATN at 316. There we go. Now they've settled it in with the bid at 365 and the ask at 368. The typical lunchtime shenanigans. And then they'd throw in the towel on the 365 and say, screw it, let's just buy 367. Ha ha! Oh, man. I like that. I guess they got their lunchtime 366, and now the bid is 367, and the ask is 371. So what do you know? They got a lunchtime 366 buy. See that, Savannah? See how dedicated they were? And now the bid is 367. It's like they don't even care anymore, just so they can say, hey, we got a 366 buy. Yay. We got the price to fall 95 cents. The price was at 461, and they popped the champagne when they buy at 366 just then. That's right. They popped the champagne. They've dropped it $1 from 461 to 361 just then. And the champagne flows on the lunchtime low. That's right. They've made the price fall $1 now from 461, and the bid is now 363. So, well, they got the 361. They made it fall $1. The bid is 361, $1 of less than what the sell was an hour ago. TLIH. Man, I sure want to thank you for calling this out, Harris. What a great call out, Harris. I sure wish you would have called it out when the price was at 350 though, right now, instead of when you did. I have to be honest with you. I wish you would have told me, hey, look at TLIH now. It's down $1. Instead, he yells out to me, hey, look at TLIH right now. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I get screwed again. Gosh dang it. Harris Muhammad. Folks, this is starting to become a very, very regular pattern. Well, it is the lunchtime low, ladies and gentlemen, and the price now bid is 349. And it wouldn't surprise me that they would try to get it down below 350 for just a bit here if they could. You know, when he first called this out, I went over and looked at him, and I saw the percentage gain was 1,500%. And I said, there's no way in the world I would buy a stock up 1,500%, Harris. I will wait until Monday, and they will fleece this thing out big time. That's what I told them. But then I watched the price, and it just kept going up, and it broke barriers that I thought were numbers. By the way, first of all, it's already been at 461 a share. So they've got it down $1.10 a share now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to take it down $1.13. And what did they just hit? They just hit 338. Alexa, what is 4.61 minus 3.38?
4.61 minus 3.38 is 1.23. By the way,
No, Alexa. No, Alexa. No, I don't. What an interesting $1.23 drop. And I want you to notice that the number that they just drove it down to was 338. And look right here, ladies and gentlemen, on my buy sell sheet. What number does it say right there to buy back in the middle of the screen? Buy back 37, 38, 39. Right there. Buy back 37, 38, 39. Well, there it was. You could have just bought it at the 38 right there. And now you know why those numbers are on my buy sell sheet right there. Look at that low, 338. It's a good buyback number. And now the bid is 351 and the ask is 352. So very nice. 13 cents higher now. And I love it when I see this. Look at this crap right here. Bid 351, ask 351. Bid 351, ask 351, people. You tell me where it's going to go from there. Bid 351, ask 351. And then the bid jumps to 353 and the ask is 357. And watch it go up from here, folks. And this is the stock TLIH. TLIH. It did a reverse split this morning, 1-for-10 reverse split. And they just drove it down to 338 a share. And now it's at 353. And 338, folks. Lunchtime low. And I even told you guys, hey, man, they're going to lunchtime low this thing. We might see a much lower low than where we are now. And sure enough, lunchtime low. This is when my son likes to buy the most. My son always tells me, I always like to wait for the lunchtime low, Dad. I said, okay, yep, you're smart to do that. That's a good place to buy on the lunchtime low. And boy, that sure turned out to be the case here. Look at that. The lunchtime low right there, 338 a share. Nice. And now we're at 349, 350. And watch the bottom of this candlestick right here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it rising. Watch it here. Watch it. The stock is TLIH. TLIH. Lunchtime low, baby. 1209. And I'm going to run up and grab my coffee. Oh boy, there it goes. There it goes. I'm going to go up and run up and get my cup of coffee here filled up. I want to thank you all for being here with me right now. I sure do appreciate it. And watch the stock. And this is, I'm going to write this down. TLIH. This one right here. Watching. Okay, I'm going to put this up here so you can see what we're watching. TLIH. Okay. And I'm going to be right back, folks. I'm going to go give my wife a little huggy poo. And we're watching TLIH. Watch the bottom of this candlestick. I'm going to put my cursor right there. And you'll know whether or not you should pick up some shares of TLIH if your broker will let you buy them. All right. And guys, just give me a minute. I'll be right now watching TLIH as we speak. And whilst we do that, I'm going to play you a song of mine called Any Moment Now, and I hope you enjoy it. It's a song I played at my wedding I wrote this song for my wife and I's marriage, and I hope you enjoy it. I'll be back here watching TLIH, and I will be back in about 5 minutes. So we're going to put this over here. Be back in 5 minutes. Back in 5 minutes. And we're going to spread this out watching TLIH. Back in 5 minutes. All right, there we go. And we're watching TLIH. And we're watching the very bottom of this candlestick right here. All right, that's what I'm trying to show you. And you guys just give me 5 minutes to go upstairs, get some coffee, get a little smooching from my beautiful wife, and I will be back. And I'm going to be playing you this song called "Any Moment Now," that was written for my wedding, my wife and I. I'm sorry. Hold on. Here we go. Any moment now, she will arrive. The one who came along and changed my life. She's my only love, and she knows it's true. And I hardly wait till she steps to view any moment now. And any moment now, I'll see her face. And when I do, I know my heart will race. be 10 feet on the ground. Once I see her in her wedding gown, in moment now, any second now. And any moment now, we all will pray. The Lord will bless the vows that we make today. And put our faith in Him. That's what we'll do. And trust that He will help us make it through any moment now. And any moment now, our lips will touch in a kiss that never meant so much. And the moment that we say I do, well, that'll be just like a dream come true. Any moment now. Any second now. Any moment now. Any second now. Any moment now. All right, guys, I got one more song for you. I'm going to be doing one more song for you here, and it's called Two Kids in a Candy Store. I hope you like it a lot, and then I'll be right back. Like I said, my wife is getting ready to go to work. I just want to see her off, and I'll be right back. Here's a song called Two Kids in a Candy Store, and I'll actually let you watch the video here on this one, and I hope you enjoy it, everybody. Two Kids in a Candy Store by me and my friend Jimmy Tedder. I wrote the song, I wrote the lyrics, and I have the copyright to it. Two Kids in a Candy Store. And I'm going to let you watch the video this time. And I hope you like it, folks, and I'll be back here in 5 minutes. So many things that we love to share. We're always trying something new. That's why I about loving you. And tonight when we get home, you know it's a fact that we're all alone. We're not gonna have just like two kids, two kids, to get it out. Always on more. So we play, let's do slow. Time to get in a candy store. That's what I am. And you got me now. Take your hand. Are you sleeping as well? You can't stop. You're sweet too. So come on, that's what we do. It's time to get the taste in. Time to try to break and teenagers like to get
I said a prayer for a turtle today. He was walking something and he made his way down the hill to a island that runs through the woods. And I stopped and stayed by only good. But the traffic was busy with cars close behind. No chances of making it didn't seem kind. So I said a prayer for that turtle. Yeah, I said a prayer for the turtle. Yeah, I prayed all the drivers behind me would climb to see him and swerve just to make sure he's fine. Safe passage in crossing, traveling on the future in the forest and cool lips in a pond. I said a prayer for that turtle to stand, and I prayed it saved me. Yeah, I said a prayer for that turtle today, and I prayed to survive and somehow stay alive. Yeah, I said a prayer for the turtle. Yeah, I said a prayer for the turtle. And I so and home with my own. I was dreading the sight of him there in the road. Was my prayer for him answered? Or was it I lost? Oh my God, there he is, going right back across. And oh yeah, my friends, I did it. Yeah, I said a prayer for the turtle. I said a prayer for the turtle. All right, everybody, that's me, Catfish Tyler, and the song I Said a Prayer for a Turtle. And that's a true story, what I just sang about. And this is true that I think right now might be a good time to buy into a stock called TLIH. Now, the reason that I'm calling this, and
Let me pause this. There we go. The reason I'm saying this is because, ladies and gentlemen, the formation of this pattern you're seeing is what I call a short eating porpoise. And it happens to be the t shirt that I'm going to be giving away today in our drawing. And this is the t shirt we're giving away at 4:08 p.m. Please make sure that you're here at 4:08 for the drawing. We may be a few minutes late on the drawing, but we're going to try for the drawing at 4:08. And the shirt we're going to be selling today or giving away for all of you contributors who've helped with the channel, the stock, and again, that I'm calling out right now to get in on is TLIH. If you can buy it, if your brokerage will let you buy it, I think you should pick up some TLIH. And again, the shirt that I'm going to be giving away today in today's drawing, which has many, many, many contributors who are vying for this shirt, is going to be this one I'm wearing right now. This is the one I'm wearing. This is the shirt you'll be getting. The very shirt you'll be getting, this one that I'm wearing, you're going to get. And it has a coffee creamer on it right here. If you want me to leave the coffee creamer, I'll leave it on there because it's sort of my autograph, and I will autograph it too. Or I can wash it, then I'll send it to you autographed. But ladies and gentlemen, this formation is what you're seeing on your screen. And I would suggest you take a little nibble if you can buy any TLIH. Now, am I asking you or suggesting that this is the perfect time for you to buy 1,000 shares? No. If you got money to lose, go for it. But I'm suggesting that you pick up 10 shares, okay, of this stock. And if it goes up a little, buy another 5 shares. If it goes up a little more, buy more. I just bought ABTS at $1.24, so it is falling now. ABTS is on the fall. But I've got my buy orders down below it because at lunchtime I expect those lows. So right now it's lunchtime and there's the low. I just picked it up. ABTS. I'll show you the chart. There it is right there. I bought it this morning right down here. ABTS. This is a Bitcoin stock company out of China, I understand. And this morning at 8 o'clock, it says information technology stocks that are on the run. And you look down here and the top gainers list. There's a stock down here that said SOBR. It was mentioned to me this morning by one of our viewers. SOBR was called out by Jayhawk. Let's see what it's doing now. SOBR. Oh, yeah, I like it, folks. This looks good right here. This looks good. This looks very good. A nice 45-day rising off a steady rising 50, the rising 200-day average, this nice climbing 10-day, the 5-day does a nice little crocky gator face on it, and it's got a rise going right now, folks. I like what I'm seeing right here. This is the dangerous crocky gator up 95% right now. She's up 95%, so perhaps we should wait. But it looks to me like she might take off from here. And I'm calling it to your attention now. I provide and you decide. Okay, folks? I provide, you decide. It's all up to you. Don't depend on me. Okay, you can't go by completely what I suggest, but I'm saying this chart looks strong and she's got a crocky day and snout on her right there. A green flat top without a wick on at all. I like it, folks, and I see the buyers coming in down here right now. You can see them there. Look down there. You can see the buyers coming in over the sellers in a big way. This looks great, folks. I like the stock a lot. It's called SOBR. You can do what you want with my decision. All I do is provide the information here, folks. And I'm not telling you again to buy 1,000 shares. I'm saying I think you should pick up 5 or 10. If she keeps rising, pick up another 5 or 10. She keeps climbing, get you another 5 or 10 again. And you sell this thing when it hits doggone $1.20 to 130, 131, 133. I'm telling you right now, you're going to sell this possibly, and you better be ready for her. She looks good, folks. And I'm talking about SOBR. Now, they could be giving us a bit of a head fake here, but it's a weird time to do it at the lunchtime, I'm telling you now. Right now, we're mid-stroke of lunch, and we should see this thing falling, but I don't know. The volume on it, I'm sure, is outrageous. Let's go see how much SOBR has in shares outstanding. Why don't we do that right now? Let's go look at it. SOBR. And I want to know what you think about this stock too here, KEEL. Take a look right here at the 1 month chart on this KEEL. It looks to me like she's building a nice shoulder right here. KEEL. But before we get too wrapped up in that, let's go to this stock right here. And by the way, this is KEEL on the 1 day chart. The lunchtime low was just established right there. And they got that low this morning already for a resistance point right there and right there, right there and here. And now at lunchtime, it's the third and final. It's the triple ta-ta. Once, twice, 3 times a lady, and she's got triple tots on her. And there she goes. Ta-ta, 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 ta-ta. That's what I think anyway. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Keel, take a look at her. Have a look at the 1 year chart on her. She's looking dangerous right now. This is the part where she eclipses this number right here and she goes to the moon. And what number is that? The number's 308. Of course it is, Savannah. 308. Of course. Here to tell you right now, she breaks over that number. Look out. Who knows what she does from there? She likely runs right back up to this price of $3.28. Now you know what I'm saying, sell it there at 330. Look at that, 331, 330. Now you know, I just told you we're going to be selling at those numbers. That's the 1 year chart. Hey, I'm going to say it right now, what I see. I've never seen this stock here stop at this price before. Where she's sitting right now, I've never seen a stop right there. She's going at least this price here, minimum. That's 310 a share. Critical breakout point on this stock today is going to be 310, folks. If it goes over 310, then it's going to go to 329, 328. All right? But this is the point it's got to break over right here, 310. They know it too. Believe me, market makers know it. They're very well aware of that. They look back at the history just like I do, folks. They're not dumbasses. They know to look back to a long time ago and see where resistance was. And they know this is a critical number for them right here. I'm telling you, they know it. And there's only been here once before. Listen, folks, I got news for you. At the time that it rose to this price right here, it ran up so fast though here, there couldn't be any accumulation of it there. There's not a lot of shareholders holding in this range, nor are they here from here. What's this right here? Analyst rating, price target 450. So they've got to raise an analyst raising their price target there. He raises his price target and the price falls $1. Well, look at that number it fell to, folks. Did you see that? Is that a 266 or 267? No, that is not. That's weak, folks. 272, baby. My next number on my buy sheet right there. If they can't get that, it falls to 266. You guys know this. 266 is the next number. But they stopped instead at 272, 273. And I tell you about that number. It's an often buy number. You can see it was right here, and it is here again, folks. You can clearly see it. That's why that number's on my buy sell sheet, folks. Here it is again. Look, says buy right over here. Buy back 72, 73. Over here, buy back in highlighted number 72, 73. Buy there. And the next number below that is a buyback at 66. And they didn't get 66 or 67. The lowest they could get was 72.73. I'm just showing you that, folks. You can, again, you can do whatever you want with this information, but I think it's very interesting that they were not able to get a 266 there, and they didn't come to getting close to 266 on this one. And I bet you this one right here is a 270, 275, 277, 277 is what it was. I always tell people buy 277 too. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this information I'm providing, you can do whatever you want with it. I'm just telling you that this is the stock. It's KEEL, KEEL. I'm going to bring it over here where you can look at it now. There it is right there, KEEL. And they have now kissed it off the 50, kissed it off the 50, kissed it off the 50 at the market open, kissed it off the 50 at lunchtime. And the whole time, the 200-day just steadily rising right along with the 50 and 45. Man, I like this stock a lot, folks, and this was called out yesterday. I want to thank you to whoever called this out yesterday. It was yesterday near the end of the day, and it was Alexander Cohen. Good call out, Alexander. I like it a lot. And as a matter of fact, I would suggest this would be a good place to buy some shares of this at 305 a share. All right, and I could be wrong, but man, oh man, buy it below the 50 there and you made a good profit. Buy it under the 50 there and you did dang good. Buy it under at the 50 there and you did well. Buy it at the 50 there and you did dang good. Buy it below the 50 and you did excellent. Buy it below the 50 and what can I say next? What do you think comes next? I think you'll do dang good. Now again, though, it is a Friday afternoon. And I want you to take into speculation over the 5-day chart. Understand there's not going to be much profit taking. The only ones that will be taking profit are ones that bought in here. Okay. But over the 5-day chart, the majority of retailers, there's, look over here, folks. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Look at all the volume on this stock on the day when it was at its peak. Look at the massive volume. Then the next day, as it fell, look at the massive volume, especially at the beginning of the day. Look at them just dumping that at the beginning of the day. Then the next day, look at the massive volume. And the dumping was much less at the beginning of the day. So they didn't achieve quite as far as a drop because on this day, they got it to fall from 340 all the way down to 305, 35-cent drop, 35-cent drop. The next day, they didn't come with as much volume, so they only achieved a 312 to 285, 27 cents, 27, 30-cent drop, 27-cent drop at the open. Here, how much did they get? And again, they're not using even as much volume there. Well, they're using a little more than the day before, a little bit more in the red up here, higher than the day before. And what kind of a drop did they achieve there? The price went from 294 down to 270, a 24-cent drop. So at the morning here, the heaviest red, they drop it 30 cents, drop it 24 cents, 24 cents, 17 cents. The drop got less and less. But here's what I'm trying to get to your point. This morning, look where the price was, 314. Look at the drop. Folks, that's a 9-cent drop. A 9-cent drop to the 50-day. Okay? I'm just trying to show you that things have changed. The pattern has broken up. You can see right here. Look at the pattern, ladies and gentlemen. 354 a share. And they dropped it to what price? Right. I'll just give them this. Not even that. I'll just do this price here. 354 to what price? Look over here. 354 to 327. 27-cent drop. So they dropped it 27 cents. Then over here, it was at 340 to 305. 35-cent drop. 27-cent drop, 35-cent drop. What was the price here? 313, Savannah, and they dropped it to 285. Alexa, what is 3.13 minus 2.85?
3.13 minus 2.85 is 0.28.
28 cents. What a number. 27 cents,
I'm
35
not quite
cents.
sure how to help you with.
Alexa, stop. 27 cents, 35 cents, 28 cents. What's this drop here? 295 to 270. 25-cent drop there. And then yesterday's pop was probably relatively the same. 285. I bet it went to 305, 308 to 313. What was it? 306. 306. 306 from 274. 32-cent rise. Alexa, what is 27 plus 35 plus 28 plus 25?
27 plus 35 plus 28 plus 25 is 115.
So they now made the price fall from the high up there, 354, down to 370. Alexa, what is 354 minus 2.70?
354 minus 2.7 is 351.3.
Alexa, what is 3.54 minus 2.70?
3.54 minus 2.7 is 0.84.
Down 84 cents. Okay.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right. So, Alexa, stop. So, here's what I'm getting at. These price drops have amounted to a drop of 27, a drop of 35, a drop of 28, and a drop of 25. That's what you're looking here. All right. It totals 27 plus 35 plus 28 plus 25. That equals $1.15 down. That is $1.15 that made it fall. And this is the stock KEEL. All right. $1.15 they made it fall. Then it responded and came up 32 cents. This rise from here to here, 32 cents. And then from this, how much did it fall? 32 to a low of here. What was this? What was this price? It was 308, 306. 306 to 298, an 8-cent drop. An 8-cent drop from the 32-cent rise. Only 8 cents. And then when it dropped this much, how much did it drop this time from here? 308 again, Savannah, to 303, a 5-cent drop. And then what does this drop from here? Let's just call this the high, even though it just spiked to it, 316 to 307, a 9-cent drop. Huh. Goodness gracious. What happened to these? What happened to these? What happened to these 27 cent drop, 35-cent drop, 28-cent drop, 25-cent drop. Even this drop here was from 288 to 276, 12-cent drop. I didn't even put that one in there. Well, I tell you what, when I see the drops going from 27 to 35 to 28 to 25, and then I next see the next drop I see is half that much, only dropping 12 cents. It's not even half. And then the next drop I see is 2 cents. And then the next drop I see up here is just 8 cents. And then this one right here this morning, I see only 9-cent drop. You see that? This is a 9-cent drop, the same as this one, 8 cents there, 9 cents here. And all I see is a triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average on the 20-day chart. Now let's go to the 90-day chart and change this time frame out to 90 days. Going to 90 days. If you're not familiar with this Charles Schwab, I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And over here, I can go and change this time frame up here on this tab, and I can make it be 90 days instead of what I was just on, 20 days, 90 days. Now I'm going to look at it. And I have to tell you, folks, when I start looking at a chart like this, I want to mirror this chart. Now, you may not be familiar with this channel, but I'm going to show you mirroring right now. And if you like what you see, I hope you'll consider liking and subscribing to this channel. So this is what is called mirroring, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you right now. Boop. All right. Well, please notice that, first of all, there should have been, and we'll have to call, it's kind of hard to call that a mirror on that one. It really is. The mirror might also be at this point right here. There might be 2 points of inflection. Okay. Because really what you got from this center point is you've got this drop, which mirrors this drop. Then you've got this climb, but when it got here, you barely saw any pullback there. You would have expected after this right here and the 2 drops, you would have expected it to get to this number. And right here, you would have expected it to trade down like this a little bit, just like it did here. It should have, but it was so strong on this move that it didn't even mirror this pullback. It didn't mirror it. It went up here and it mirrored this pullback. It's mirroring right here where they pulled this back. See how it dropped to there and then came back up? All right. So there's the drop right there coming back up. Now, from this point, it went to this point, okay? And that is what this is. So what I'm showing you here, ladies and gentlemen, is called mirroring. It's mirroring the movements of the past. And I show you this because I want you to know you should have expected, as this price was rising, you should have expected your first resistance on the stock right here. And actually, I'm gonna have to raise that up, and I'm gonna change this type of mark I'm making, and I want to change this mark from that line draw to a what's called a sum or a price line. And as this rose, there should also have been an experience of resistance at these 2 points. So there should have been resistance right there. There should have been resistance there. Now I'm just going to pull these out because I want to use them in the future. If someone calls that out to me again on this stock. So there should have been resistance right there. Then the next place of resistance, if you're using mirroring trader, there should be resistance right here, right there at that point. There should be or should have been a line of resistance there, right there. But I really like to more often go off of the 5-day average line. So that would be really right here where that blue line is, the 5-day. So right there is where the resistance would be next, okay, on that line, basically right about there. Right about there. Then, if it crossed over that line, you would expect the next resistance at the top of that peak right there. Okay? Right there. And sure enough, look what happened here before. See how this was a line of resistance and it bounced off of it? And then here, as it started to rise, see how it became a line of resistance and fell? Right here, see how it became a line of resistance and fell? All right, I'm just showing it to you guys. You can do whatever you want with this information. But I want you to notice that from this configuration and this drop to this line, there's a difference between then and now. And I'm going to show you what the difference is right now. Right here, when they dropped it 37 cents to that line, the 50-day average was falling, and the 200-day average was also falling with it. Look at that 50-day falling there, and look at the 200 falling when they achieved this drop to this line. But now they're achieving the same drop to the same line, but the freaking 50-day is rising like a banshee, and the 200 is also doing the same thing and about to cross the line of resistance here. If that goes over that, it's going to here, folks, most likely. So I'm only saying to you that, yeah, this line where they just pulled it back down to is a previous line of herking and jerking for a very long time, for one thing. And then over here, it was a line of resistance up. And over here, it was a line of resistance to the drop. And I want you to be aware, these numbers that they drop these to, they're not ambiguous numbers. They're not just random numbers. It's just not numbers pulled out of thin air where they make it fall to. They go back and look at the history and go, okay, well, we're going to there. We're going to go to there. See how it works? Hey, that's my shirt, Cat. Mr. Maxie Brown says, that catfish smell is the autograph. Okay, Mr. Maxie Brown, you're calling that shirt out? Now, the one thing that I'd like you to be aware of is that if this is this drop here, this is a big long-term overnight bullshit. Okay, all this was done in the after hours. This run up in the after hours and the push way down to here, all done on low volume pre-market bullshit. All that to that line. Okay. So it wasn't any surprise that it went right back up like that during the day session, because this is just right here. This is pre-market nonsense selling five. And I've shown you guys 5 shares, 1 share, 2 shares, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie. There's no real volume here at all. See down here when it's dropping, do you see those candlesticks? No. Do you see them? Look down there. You can't see any volume candlesticks there. They were able to make this thing fall freaking $2 a share, and they, or no, 35 cents. And they did it on virtually no volume at all. So when the day session kicks in, it doesn't take, look at the volume coming in. It just gaps right back through all that nonsense when they ran it down on no volume. See? This means basically with nobody buying it there and onesie twosies all morning, onesie twosies and 10 and 50s and little dinky shares. You see all that. Then none of it's institutional buying. It's all retail. It's all market maker bullshit. And they can make it fall from the price of $3.13 down to a low of $2.85. So they made it fall, whoop-de-doo, they made it fall 35 cents. But they did 35-cent drop on no volume at all. So in the daytime, when the volume comes in heavy, that line is just filled right back up. Understand how it works? And then I'm going to say to you again, over here, they dropped the price to this line before it responded and rose. But you better be aware that they were able to make it fall from there to there in about an hour's time. This is 1 hour of dropping. And again, during that time, folks, that's just a big gap that's created right there. A fall in 1 hour creates a gap. Look over here. A rise in 1 hour creates a gap. Do you understand? A fall in an hour and a half creates a gap. And then the next day it goes back up because there's a gap there. Again, a drop of that much has a gap. It goes right back up. There's a gap here, folks. There's a big freaking gap right here. And when we get back to there, they knew that. And they said, oh, shit. Man, if it goes over this price, man, there's this massive gap, man. It's going to this price next. That's what it's going to do, folks. And they can't let that happen. They know that, the market makers. Hey, listen, guys, you can, and again, you can either believe what I'm showing you or not. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. And I'm sharing with you that the reason they did not let it go over this number right here, and they fought it so sternly here today, is because they knew that. They know if it breaks that point, folks, wow. You see that? What stopped it here before? Nothing. When it fell over here is the only point that resistance line is there for. Okay? And again, what you need to understand, it was easy. It was easy for them to make this price fall from here to here because the 50-day average was falling and the 200 was above it, was falling. And the weight and gravity of these heavy long-term moving averages, the weight and gravity behind those falling bared against the short term and drove it right on down. It was easy to do it because the 200 and the 45 and 50 are collapsing. It makes it easy to manipulate it down, collapsing down, easy down, collapsing down, easy drop. Now they're not getting but 9-cent drops and 8-cent drops. And you want to know why? Because the 200-day is rising now, and so is the 50 and 45. It's a totally different scenario. They've now driven the price down to a line that over here they were able to drive it down to with the 45 and 50 collapsing. But now they've driven down to that same line, and they are not collapsing. They're rising. But this is the reason that they took it to this line, in my opinion, is because they knew over here, if it goes over this line, it's going to go all the way to there. The reason that they stopped it this morning here is because they knew that. They know that if it goes over this line, and that price right there, by the way, in case you're wondering what that is, and let me take my drawing tool off and go back to my pointer, and then it'll just show you. That price is at $3.15, folks. And hey, for you, Savannah, I can assure you the true number is 313. 313, probably right there. Okay. Right in the thick of it, folks. And again, this is why on my sheet, you're going to see that number 13 is a sell. All right. 312, 313. When you look at my buy sell sheet here, folks, it's as clear as the nose on your face. And it says right up there at the top, sell 11, 12, 13. Buy back as low as the 05. Or you may even get from the 13 a 78 or an 89, 93, often 93, 20 cents down. Very common. Very common. And so speaking of that, after you sold the 313, then where's the price now? 304. 304. Folks, that's a 9-cent drop is all. And again, I pointed out the reason they could make these falls so far, 37 cents and 28 and 28 and 30, the reason they could make them fall so far is because they had the weight of the 200 and the 50 falling too. That's why they're having such difficulty now. And this is all they can attain is this line. The same one is here. And folks, if that's all they can attain, it's going to go back up to this number or a minimum here, right here. right here. That's my call, folks. Yep. Mirror trading, people. I'm teaching you something I've learned over 26 years of trading. And you can take this to your grave. And when you when I'm dead and gone, my memory will carry on right here off of these memories in your head. I will not die. I will be immortalized by you guys doing what I'm showing you now the rest of your lives, and your children doing it if you want to show it to them. It's a permanency, folks. Don't consider your life on earth just a flash in the pan and here and gone, because that is the wrong way to consider it. You make your mark and you keep your mark on this world, and you make a change. You make a difference that benefits all. You try to progress good in this world. You try to help people reach higher heights, even if you're not around to do it in person. People can watch these videos of my trading until YouTube doesn't exist. I have a poem. It's actually a song, and it's called Immortality. You should listen to it on because it has a pretty nice melody to it. But I think it's apropos while we're trading here that I'll read this quickly to you. What how this song is and what it says. Some people ask me why I write and sometimes stay up late at night, just searching for the perfect words to match a melody I've heard inside my head, running around inside my head. There in my head, I hear a tune, and the lyrics, they'll be added soon. I'll toast it, then I'll post it on YouTube. And I'll tell you why that's what I'm going to do. Because once it's there for good. 100 years from now, it could be listened to, this little song, even though I'm dead and gone. Yeah, when they lay me in the ground, my melodies may still be round. For years and years and years, you see, it's almost immortality. That's what it means to me. So even though I'm dead and gone, my melodies will carry on. And when I finally pass away, my songs will still be here to stay. Perhaps they'll play them in their cars, or maybe play them in the bars. They may come on the radio. The fact is, I don't really know. But when it's time that I move on, you see, my songs will carry on. My songs will still be here to play. I'll be immortal in that way, like Elvis Presley and James Brown, whose songs will always be around. I hope that my songs too remain when I am on a different plane. Who knows, when I'm beyond the grave, I may tune in to radio waves to hear a song that I once wrote, and I will know it note for note. As long as YouTube still exists, no reason for me to be missed. That's right, I'll always be around. Come try my lyrics, hear my sound. So, see, I'll never really leave. My songs, they're all a part of me, and they will help me to achieve a state of immortality. Yeah, that's what it means to me. It's a state of immortality. What I'm trying to achieve, a state of immortality. That's what it means to me. Take my place in history, immortality. And I encourage you to consider yourself something immortal and immortalize yourself in this world in some way. Leave an imprint. Indelible ink is what you want to be. And I just share this kind of thing with you rather than just always talking about trading because, yeah, I do I talk about trading and we trade all day long and we go and we go GPRO and we, we go 90 miles a minute. But sometimes there's things I like to talk about that I think have a little bit more importance than even trading. And I think it's a mistake.
I'm not quite sure.
Alexa, stop. Goodness gracious. Uh, I'm not sure. Hold on a second here. I'm not sure about anything I say on this channel, but one thing I am certain about is that many people have a mistake, make the mistake in believing that, you only go around once, death and taxes and, folks, I don't believe that 100. I don't believe that at all. I I teach a different theory, and that is that you need to consider yourself immortal and you can achieve immortality by the things that you create in this world or the children that you teach. And I also believe, for example, my father is immortalized himself because he was a school principal and the conductor of our choir and the leader of, he was a true layman. And I know that he is immortalized because I know there's a memorial library in his name down in Florida, a place called Eloise, Florida, and he was the principal of that elementary school for his last school that he principaled, but he also principaled at many others. What I'm showing you here, folks, as the price now rises on this stock, I'm doing this for you. If you get in on this stock, when the 5-day average line gets to this line, you want to sell some. Whatever the price is, when the 5-day hits 308, you want to sell some of this stock, okay? Because the 5-day has proven, and others have proven this line to be a very resistant line, okay? So when we get up there to 308, sell a little bit, and it'll pull back down to $3 or 297 or 293 or 288, okay? And now another line I can see has developed right here at this point. They've made this a point to stop it. And so what I get at on this channel and I try to show people is any number where they stop a price and start falling from has a precedent. There's a precedent there. There's a precedent there. A precedent there. A precedent. A precedent. A precedent. A precedent. And a precedent. See how that 5-day stopped right on that number? That's why you want to sell a little bit there on that price and then look for the pullback when you're day trading, folks. And I've marked these out every single number now where there's going to be resistance. See right there? Boink, 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 boink. See right there? Boink, 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 boink. See that line? Boink, boink, boink. See? There's precedence, folks. Nothing is arbitrary. Nothing is random. It seems like it unless you start to do this and understand what they're doing. It seems like this just makes no rhyme or reason. I just don't get it. It doesn't make any rhyme or reason. Well, I'm here to prove to you otherwise. Okay? That's right. I'm here to prove to you that the reason the price just went up to that line and stopped is because of a precedent of it being previously abused. Why it went to this line and stopped. Okay? The reason that it went to this line and stopped is because this was the bottom here. It was the bottom there. It was reached as a bottom right there. it came up here and went sideways at that number. So that's why it comes to this number and stops. It's not just some sort of ambiguous number. And again, even this number that they're trying to run it down to now, right here, is not an ambiguous number. If you just come over here, you can see the 5-day average stopped right there and rose off of that. It's not arbitrary and it's not just randomness. There is order here, there's order to it. Okay, just understand that there's an order to it. Nothing is random. It appears that way because they want you to feel that way. They want you just to be in disarray and just go, this makes no sense, no logical sense. They want that. It's designed that way. That's what it's. Yep. If you do, watch it after dinner. Oh, did you watch the movie Platform Cat? Uh, No, and I'll tell you why, because my wife was supposed to work yesterday and I was going to watch it yesterday evening. But my wife, after we went to the dentist, my wife was so concerned about that spider bite that she wanted to go immediately and go get pharmaceutical, her pharmacy subscription that was at the Myers. So we did not get a chance to watch it. And when we got home, but she's doing much better today, and it's just a spider bite. It's just a spider bite. And now I want to get back to this tool. The stock I'm looking at here, by the way, just in case you're wondering, is KEEL. This is KEEL. And I want you to take a look at this on the 20-day chart. And I'm showing it to you now. And I'm showing you, and now you can see some of these lines, they go out even further. So this is pretty critical here. Man, I'm telling you, oh my, oh boy, oh boy. Let me move this out here, please. Oh, goodness. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if the 5-day moving average on this crosses this line, you could see some real action here now. All right, I'm telling you. And I love the fact that this 50-day just crossed this 200, this uprising 200 getting crossed by a rising 50. Man, that 20-day looks even better. And look, folks, I'm telling you, this right here is a mirroring of this right here. This thing could go up to here at least. And if it breaks over this price, man, I mean, it's going to really make a move. I'm just going to tell you right now, if it gets over that price, watch out. And you can see, man, it tiptoed over it. It tiptoed over it. That's why they fought that so hard, boy. They knew, oh, jeez, oh, Pete, look at that. There's never been any resistance before there. Goodness gracious. Whoo, man, oh, man. Wow, look at this, folks. Mirroring, people, mirroring. Jeez. Wow. Bouncing off of that 10-day now, crossing this lower resistance line that was previously a blue line resistance line, goes right over that. And now the 50 crosses that too. And then with this gap in between here, oh man. Short eating porpoise formed right there. And then boom, another short eating porpoise right here, baby. There's his tail right there. There's his body. There's his dorsal fin. 50-day and 45 gaping away from each other, just getting wider and wider. Both of them rising over a line of resistance. Whew. KEEL, folks. I provide, you decide. I want to change this time frame. I want to go 90 days on this. I'm going to move over here and click 90 days. Now let's look at it. Well, as I talk about mirroring, the thing that confuses me and shows strength, real strength, is this drop is this drop. And when it moved off this line back up, it should have stopped right there. It should have stopped there. And it should have seen a little hitch back like we saw there. But it was so strong, it flew right through that thing. And then, interestingly enough, instead of this flare, it flares right here. It's not even, it's flaring at the same place it was resistance over here. Okay. So really, from this point, this is really more or less, this is the mirror right here of this move right here, in my opinion. Okay. So there should be resistance and should be heavy resistance at this line right here now. And it could come back down like this. Like I said, it's called mirroring, people, but I don't think so, man. I think this thing is at this point and at this stage, and I don't see any way it can stay here. It never stayed there, and it never stayed there. It just bumped that and came down before. This is called a hitch and go. I call this, man. Goodness gracious. I see him trying here, right here in the mid afternoon, to take this thing down, but there's a green top on this. BIYI reported they had an increase in the 2025 fiscal year in the amount of 28.6 in net revenue just reported, and the stock is going down. That's only let me get over here. BIYA. Well, it's not down as much as it was. I'm only down $87 on that now. I was down a lot more than that when I started selling it this morning, so it's actually recovered. Yep. Yeah, it was all the way up to here this morning. Right? No, not this morning, but let me look at the one day. It was higher. It was much lower this morning. Oh yeah, this thing was all the way down here to 147 this morning. Yeah. Well, believe me, I don't see any surprise at all about them coming to this line. And this is the same thing I talk about with that last shot I was just looking at. Look here, man. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Let me ask you a question. Ever since this time right here, what has happened when the price hit this line? What happened when the price hit the line there? What happened when the price hit that line there? What happened when they brought it up to there and then it came down and hit that line? Where did it do? What do you think is going to happen now that it hits this line? As a matter of fact, out of every one of those that you're looking at, there's only been one time right at the fleecing 9:30, 9:45 fleecing hour that they would be able to get below that line. So the likelihood, since this has always been such a resilient, no, we're not going below. No, thank you very much. No, not again. No, again. No, again, most likely here. And the reason I say that is because I want you to see something here on BIYA. I'm happy to show you that over here right now. Let me get over to it. And I want you to see that the 5-day chart, well, I take it back. The 5-day chart shows a 77% increase. And if you don't think there's going to be a little bit of profit taking on a stock that's showing a 77% increase, well, you don't know this market very well. Okay. And as for that, yesterday when Jayhawk called it out, I made a mistake and bought it because he called it out. And as I tell people even today and even yesterday, I said, and I went and did it anyway. I said, listen, I'm going to stop calling these call outs because they just drop the next day and they drop the day after that. And sometimes the day after that, they'll drop 4 days in a row. So I'm going to stop buying them. And then what did I do? I bought BIYA. And not knowing that they were going to do an earnings call today, I didn't know that. Jayhawk didn't tell me that. I had no idea. I just liked the way the chart looked, and I thought it might break away, but instead they pulled the rug right out from under it. They sure did, and I lost money on it, but I didn't lose that much. I'm only down to 80 something dollars now. I was down a lot more this morning, but it made a nice little recovery, and it's going to recover off the line it's on now. As a matter of fact, I believe. Yeah, I sure do think so. Well, it always has. Now that being said, even though it's down 19% today, it's still up very strongly for the week. It's up very strongly. So those that have been calling this out all week, they're doing very well on this still. And they might decide to take a little profit. That's all I'm telling you. But then again, we've already seen this low touch once, touch twice, 3 and 4. My 2 cents. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm looking at my stream right now. I have no idea what you guys are looking at, and or if you can see anything. Um, Heck, I'm way behind on here. Way behind what I've been talking about. Let me see where we're at here. I want to hear this. I appreciate that you appreciate me, and I appreciate you. Okay. Oh man, all these can't click away from commercials. What the heck? Skip. What in the world am I looking at here? Okay. I'm not looking at anything, and it tells me I need to put my camera on you guys. There we go. And I see we're not much of a delay at all. Thank you for sending me that gold coin. 10 jewels. Nice. Well, my jewel count has certainly been low today, but it is a Friday, and people are probably going to spend their money going out tonight and celebrating. I think I speak for everyone. Thank you, my 2 cents. I appreciate that. And I hope you happen to be the lucky winner today and win the T-shirt. You're up again. But this week, I want you to know that there's been no shortage of people showing their love. And those of you up on the Catfish Wall of Fame up here that have donated massive amounts, I want to thank each and every one of you who've kept this channel going over the years. It is time to give attention to my biggest channel members who've donated and been Monster and Goliath members for a long, long time. And each of you that are up here, I want to thank you very much. Gary Edwards, Rusty Prater, David Garcia, David Kennedy, big time, long time, Nicole Barbie, Susan H., Piyush Bhakta. Thank you. Robert Cam, C. Richard, who was here yesterday with us and commented. And he's been giving for a long time, more than that, I'm sure, at this point, way more, because he's a regular Goliath member. VZ Rover, Brunette or Die, thank you very much. Alon Sita, David Westbrook. I want you all to know, Kimberly Macias, Kapara Tekken, Easy Beasy, all of you. And I try to show, okay, thank you very much. We'll take a look at it. Ultra Surfer Joe, thank you. I got you, my man. Capera. Yeah, baby. Look at you hiding out there in the wings, waiting in the wings. Capera coming out of the wings. Oh, Capera, you sneaky little character, you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, indeed. Long time listener, viewer, contributor. And oh, ho, 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 ho. He's going to try to get himself a little short eating porpoise shirt today. Woo! All right. Oh, now look here. Just so you guys know, it's going to be all these people in the drawing today at 4:08 p.m. And I want to make sure that you know now that there's going to be even more because Capera comes in and he wants his chance. And with that donation, he just got 5 chances to win the drawing today at 4:08 p.m. Happy Friday. All right. Woohoo. All right. Hey, Capera. Yesterday, I told everybody they might want to get in on some SoFi since it had dropped from $32. And I want you to know why I felt like it was a good buy. And I'm going to show you right now why I told everybody to get in on SoFi yesterday. Okay. And what I showed everybody, and just so I don't know if you're still holding any SoFi or not, but I do want you to know that yesterday I showed everybody this chart. It's a 3-year chart. And I showed everybody that this price had gone up to here and the 5-day average had stopped right there on this and this was back year in October. And I showed everybody this. And I said, folks, now I don't know, and I'm not certain, and I can make no promises, but this looks like a very, very stubborn line of resistance this price could bounce off of. So yesterday morning, I said, everyone, if I were you, I would think about buying on this 200-day average right here. I believe that there's a chance that's going to respond very nicely off of this shoulder. I called it what it was here, a shoulder. Right here, a shoulder. Right here, another shoulder. It's a shoulder, people. See here? See how this shoulder formed on this driving price right down to the 200? See how that shoulder formed? Well, this is another shoulder, people. It's a shoulder for the shorts to cry on, and a lunchtime low to lie on. Okay? And that's why I said to everybody, I think it's a good place to get it. Because down here it sure was on that shoulder. Look what it did after that. So when they pinched this thing down and it broke below the 50 and it went here, look how high it went. And now think about this. That was off of a shoulder here. Okay. And that was off of a 50-day shoulder here. Right? How high could it go off from here now with the same circumstances, but the 200-day now this high instead of here? How much higher could it go? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, it went from the 200-day average price, which was $9.90 a share, all the way up to $32. Say $10 to 32. So $22 it went up. How high could it come off this line? If it did, folks, if it came off this line and went up $22, let me tell you, there'd be a lot of happy campers right now. It'd be at $37 a share, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see it reach $37 or $38 from here. I wouldn't be surprised. And I would be selling there because that's on my buy sell sheet, 37 and 38. And of course, I sold when it got over 30. My buy sell sheet says sell 130, 131, 132, and 133. Are we all in on SoFi again? Well, what I was trying to just show people was yesterday, I pointed out to them that I think now would be a good time to finally come back in with them achieving this same line that they did before. They got it up to this line and then they pulled it way down. And then that's why they decided to take it down again to that line. And they didn't even want to mess with trying to drive it any further below that because they already knew, the market makers knew that that was where the 5 day stopped before. They knew it wasn't worth it for them to dump any more out and go after it any harder. They got the level they wanted. They got the level they wanted and they went long. Ding dong, the shorts went long right there. I used to have a bell that I could ring. Ding dong, the shorts went long. I'll have to do it again. I have to get me two symbols again. Ding dong. For those of you that are here right now, uh, Dr. Q 22, I picked up a few more yesterday. Yes, I thought it might be a good place to pick up some. Please buy me a Roebuck. Don't know what that means. I used to own SoFi for over a year. Horrible time. Yep. Oh, I own SoFi from a price of 4.45 a share to 10.23 where I sold it. Then I bought it back at 6.41 and sold it at 9.97. Then I bought it back at 6.41 and sold it at 11.70. Then I bought it back at 6.41 again. I bought that man, every time they drop that to 6.41. You guys aren't going to believe this. Let me show you this. This is going to blow your freaking mind. Oh, I love it. You know, people think that they've been through some tumultuous times with SoFi. Let me introduce you. Please allow me to introduce you right now to SoFi stock in a very quick, in-depth investigation of its price history. And I'm going to show you that I'm going to show you folks what we've gone through. Okay? The turmoil. And you're probably not going to believe your eyes. You're going to go, holy crap. But I'm prepared to show you now. And here we go right now. So I want you to see January, April 2022. Happy birthday. The price of the stock is at $8 a share. All right. Happy birthday, Catfish. $8 a share. Now, I did not own the stock in 2022. I didn't start buying it until May of 2023. But if you want to see some volatility on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, I am prepared to show it to you. And I don't know why it's having a hard time. I think I might have gone back too far in the date. I think it's messing with it going back to 5 years. But I sure want to because I want to take you back to the very beginning and the horribleness of it all. And but it doesn't want to do it right now. It really doesn't want to do that. We're getting close. We're almost where I want to be. There we go. Okay, here we go. It's all loading up. It's back to October of 2021. And this thing is still trying to propagate all the information because it's a lot of data that I'm asking it to compile here. But it's doing it slowly but surely, and I'll be able to show you this in just a moment. Okay, here we go. So you want to see some volatility. Check this out. Check this out. May the 3rd, 2021. This is the very beginning, 5 years ago. Well, it's not the very beginning, but it goes back pretty good. Look at this, folks. The price is $17 May the 3rd, and by the 13th, the price is $15.45. $3 move down. And then look at this. In just one more week, 5 days later, it's at $19. 19. Okay? Then on May 24th to July 1st, it's at 22 and then $24. June the 2nd, folks. So from May the 2nd to June the 2nd, the price of this stock had gone from $16.15 up to $24. This is crazy, folks. To June the 2nd, it was in 1 month, $24 from 16, so $8 up. Okay, now look at 1 month later from June the 2nd, 2021. Look at 1 month later, July the 2nd, back to $18 from 24, $6 down from July the 2nd. One more month later, August the 2nd, 16 bucks. September the 2nd, hold on, people, $15. October the 2nd, still at 16. November the 2nd, $22. 24 again. 1 month later, back to 24. 10 days later, back to 17 and 16. That's December the 2nd, back to 16. Folks, do you see the volatility? November the 2nd, the price was $24. December the 2nd, it's back to 16. I got you, C. Richard. Now, I want you to come on even further up here. And then when we got into 22, folks, price started coming down. And I want you to see something here. And I'm going to show this to you now because I think this is important for all of you SoFi folks that are still with me. And I want you to notice that by after a whole year's time, and we came back in December again the next year, the price had gone from 24s and 16s and stuff down into the 12s. And then by the end of 2022, we were down into the 11s, okay? And this is March, April. Now we're getting in to May, and now you're down in the 8s, and now you're going down. And their earnings calls, every earnings call they had, they beat estimates, almost every single one of them. And the whole time, the price fell into the 6s. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that on April 22nd, it was a year later that I started talking about SoFi. And on May the 15th, the market wasn't open this year, but the price was at 601 of 2022. Now, I want you to jump forward here to the price going and staying in the 6s a very long time until October, November, December, still in the 6s. And then we got into the 4s. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to focus on a number that you're going to see here. And that number is 461. And I'm going to show it to you. And I'm going to show it to you over and over and over again. But here we are in December, and then this is of 2022. And SoFi was still not on my radar yet at that time. And we come on up. Just give me a moment for this to propagate a little bit ago because it's having trouble keeping up with me. Here we go. And now I'm coming into April. And now we're coming into Tyler Zone when I started my channel. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this stock got on my radar on May the 1st. The high was 652. They beat the street estimates. It went up to 654. And then over the next 4 days, it was attacked with massive, massive volume. And it was driven down and down and down and down. Look at that volume. The volume used to be in the 12s and 17s and 19s. But all of a sudden, after they beat the street there on May the 1st, They were driven down from 652 a share, and they pulled that price all the way down to May the 4th. And the price they drove it down to was where I bought it the first time, 459. That's where I bought SoFi the very first time, 459 a share. And it was after 4 days of it going from 652 and driven down on huge volume to 459 that me and all of the guys called the Knights of the Round Table bought in. We called ourselves the Knights, and and some of those Knights are, you've heard me talk to Double K, David Sunday. You've heard me talk to Steve. You've heard me talk to Tommy. You've heard me talk to all these people that are Knights, and Chris, and others. And I want you to know that we all bought at 459 a share, and then the price started rising and rising and rising, and we were doing good. We were doing real good until this day, May 15th, D-Day. David Chiaverini on the scene with his teeny little teeny weeny. And he said SoFi was worth $2.50 a share. And after he did that, and he made the stock price fall from in the 540s to basically 445, I got on the warpath. I started my channel on YouTube about stocks the next day. And on this day, I was asking people to buy in with me, and I suggested they buy it at 466 a share. And not only did I buy 2 blocks at 466, but I also know that Anthony Noto, the CEO, also bought at the same exact price, 466 and 467 and a half. So I felt good about that because I knew I was buying with the CEO on the day after David Chiaverini attacked the stock and called out for a 250 price. Now, here's what I want you to see. What I just told you about SoFi's past, I'm going to explain now. We bought it at 445 and then 459, I'm sorry, and 466. And then 1 month later, from May the 15th to June the 14th, and the price had gone up to $10.23. And we made a massive, massive gain. And this is when my channel really started, I started getting a lot of subscribers, of course. All during this time, I was shouting out about it all day long, just like I'm doing right now. I'm talking about it. Well, I used to talk about only this stock every day. All I talked about pretty much was this stock, and many of you remember it. And sure enough, ladies and gentlemen, when it went from that 455 up to $10.23, I was yelling, "Sell this now, sell it at 10.20." I said, "Sell it, sell it, sell it." And that was, like I said, on June the 15th. And the next day, a very, very mysterious thing happened on this day. And I pointed out to everybody that on this day, there were no shares other available to borrow. On June the 15th, I showed everybody that there were no shares left to borrow. 300 shares was all that was left to short borrow. There was only 300 shares. And I showed everybody, I said, "Hey, look at this. SoFi doesn't have any shares left, but 300 to borrow, available to borrow." And the very next day, this very, very interesting article came out the very next day, which I'm happy to show you right now. And I saved this because I want you to know that on the next day, June the 15th of 2023, this big lie came out about SoFi. 5 big analyst cuts. SoFi Technologies slashed with 3 downgrades. Shares plunge. And this was broadcast over all these outlets. And the lie was that they weren't really downgrading. They weren't. Piper Sandler adjusted its rating and raised its price target from 650 up to $8. And I got news for you. When you make a price target of 8 from 650, that's an upgrade. Okay? And down here on the next one, it says Bank of America changed theirs to $10 from 950. Folks, that is an upgrade. All right. And Oppenheimer raised their price target so much they didn't even show how much they raised it. Okay. And this, ladies and gentlemen, was the biggest lie ever perpetrated against a stock in the history of all. And I even went over and showed everybody, look, ladies and gentlemen, they only had 300 shares available to short sell on this stock. And the next day, they got this investing.com to come out with this massive lie of a headline. And man, did that set me into another stage of fury even more. And they just lit my flame even more when they did that. And I tore into them. I broke down this headline right here for everyone. And I showed them, look, people, these sons of bitches are all raising their price target and they're labeling them as downgrades. And not only that, this thing says 5 big analyst cuts and then SoFi. Well, it wasn't 5. There were only 3. But just the wording of this thing is so doggone condescending. It's a lie, folks. It's a bold-faced freaking lie. Notice how they got the colon after that, 5 big analyst cuts, and then they say SoFi Technology slashed with 3 downgrades. Slashed, huh? You slashed the price up. They slashed their prices up, people. And I'm sorry if I'm shouting about it, but dang, that just pissed me off. And man, if I was Anthony Noto, I would have sued this company out of their existence for flagrant consumer fraud. Yeah, they must have been holding the competitor. It is all just everything in the market, ladies and gentlemen, is so disgusting and so full of filth. The stuff that they do, and I share this with people every day. And I'd appreciate it if you like what I just told you and you didn't know that about this company or what goes on, that you would at the same time with everyone else in just a moment here hit the like button at 1:48 and 8 seconds. So in 3 minutes from now, let's please hit the like button together. And that'll really help this channel get even more viewers. And between now and then, I would appreciate it if you would give me a like here. All right. And let's get some hearts going. Thank you. I already see a few hard on the screen, and I want to thank you for that. Now, when I say a few heart on the screen, I'm talking as heart as plural of the word heart. There's a lot of heart. When you say you have a lot of heart, that's multiple heart. It's like dove. There's a lot of dove. You don't say doves, and you don't say there's a lot of quail flying around. You don't say quails. It's just quail. It's the plural. So I see a lot of heart on the screen is what I'm trying to say. All right. So when I say I see a heart on the screen, don't please misunderstand what I'm trying to get at. There's no, all right. Cash, hello there. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the tank. Where right now everybody's showing a little love and surrounding the tank with love. It's a love-filled tank. Yep. Sir, do you trade in XAUUSD? No, I trade only in the Charles Schwab Thinkorswim application, and I'm using American US dollars, and I'm trading only in that fashion. And I use Charles Schwab Thinkorswim to show people how to trade. Here's their platform now, and I just showed everybody why they should buy SoFi stock. I went up here and I showed them right here that before the price ran way up to here and got stopped there and then dropped to that line before it took off. And coincidentally, they just dropped the price to that same line. And I said, yesterday, you should buy this yesterday. I told everyone on this channel to buy this yesterday. And, or I suggested, I only make suggestions on this channel. I never tell anybody what to do, but this is a good line. The odds are that something that was this resistant to rising, this resistance to rising, this resistance to rise would be that resistance to falling. And it was. Off it goes. Voila. Look at that, folks. Boing, right off that. And this is not even this is just the 1-day chart. Look at the 5-day. I mean, folks, it just came down to that line and it bounced right off of it. And now it's broken this line of resistance, which is very strong, very strong. We may see a triple upside crossover this afternoon yet. This looks good. And folks, this is a shoulder building here. This is definitely not an unsustainable spike. This is a shoulder. See here? Look here. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. Right here. Shoulder. Shoulder, folks. Make sure you understand the difference between spikes and shoulders. This is an unsustainable spike. This is a freaking shoulder, people. The 5 days curving upwards. So is the 10. The 50s coming up to cross the 200. SoFi. Triple upside crossover, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you something. When they can make a price of a stock fall from right here at $18.80, if they can make a price fall from 1888, which I'm sure it was, wasn't it, Savannah? Don't tell me that's 1888. Please don't tell me that's 1888. 1890. Oh, that's better. At least I feel better about that. But still, ladies and gentlemen, if you can make a price fall from 1888, which I'm sure probably is where this price was right here, 1888, I guarantee you, if you can make a price fall from $18.88 in just 1 hour in the pre-market, and you can make it fall all the way down to 1588, $3 in 1 hour. Ladies and gentlemen, if a stock can fall $3 in 1 hour, it can rise $3 in 1 hour. Okay, I'm telling you, if a stock can fall this fast in that short of a time period, there's a big, huge effing gap there. Nobody had a chance to accumulate any shares through here. No one. No one had a chance to accumulate through there. I can promise you. And if you take this out to a 20-day, I'll show you even more so you can understand what I'm saying. Look at the freaking gap that was already from here to there. And then look at the gap they recreated from there to there. Folks, from right here, she's what's going to stop it? What's going to stop it? Just a little herk and a little jerk and a little herk and a little jerk and a little herk and a little jerk and a little herk. And I mean, that's all we're going to see now. I mean, look, there's never been any resistance. This thing fell this far in just, man, in 1 day, folks. SoFi. I'm telling you, man, this is market manipulation 101. And listen, folks, there's no accumulation when a stock is falling that fast. It doesn't happen. There's not even time to accumulate it at any price. And now there's not going to be any time. There's no shares being held through this range, folks. Really, the next line of resistance is going to be all the way up here. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yeah, I'm calling it out. And I'm going to call Anthony Noto and said, if you want me to get this price like I did from $4.66 up to $32, I need to see some incentive. I need to see some incentive for my song singing, and then I'll start singing my SoFi songs every day. But you got to incentivize me, Anthony. So I'm going to give you one more of a dose of some of my SoFi music. And if you want to hear it again tomorrow, I need some gifts. I need a gifting. All right? Right, everybody? If I'm going to sing this SoFi song every day and start pitching it again, there should be something that I should be getting for my efforts. Right? I think so. I could be wrong, but if he needs help, I can help it. I can help this. I can make it happen. I can help. I can help. Let me help Anthony Noto. Let me do my part. Let me sing my song. And let us get this price back up to where it does belong. And here it is, folks. I say, folks, don't wait no longer. It's time to buy SoFi. There is no hidden innuendo. This stock's about to fly. Like a thief that comes at midnight, it's gonna be insane. Then the shorts will all turn into longs if they got half a brain. Yeah, it's time to buy SoFi. Listen to Catfish time.
Cause if you buy those shorts will fry. Buy SoFi, buy SoFi, oh, buy SoFi, buy SoFi. Substitution, dissolution, shorts they borrow shares. But SoFi keeps on going higher. The shorts are in despair. Uh-huh. With their eyes porcelain and the blue, they'll get shocked and they'll win. Ouch! They're about to lose some ton of money, got no defense. Uh, yeah, folks, you heard the Catfish time. That's why he's telling you no lie. You buy the stock and it will fly. Buy SoFi. Oh, buy SoFi. Oh, buy SoFi. Yeah, buy the freaking stock and we'll make it fly. Oh, buy SoFi. Woo, woo. All right. Make an AI video for him. Oh, yeah. Yep. Tried for some of that night, but no dice. Stayed up till 5 a.m. Well, I uh I have to say something though, folks. I do owe it. I do owe it to SoFi for my success on this channel. And that's one thing I do owe because doggone it, I just kept hammering it. I kept telling people every day to get in on SoFi. What are you going to do with the gazillion loonies? Gary Edwards came in Imers 2 nights ago, got some, but late night came up empty. Oh, what are you staying up getting all night? Says he got some. Cat needs a big clock on a chain, shades, and whole tooth couple turntables and a smoke machine. I got all that. By the way, you might want to turn your head away from the screen right now if you can't handle this effect. But I do have all that. Oh, I guess my effect is not functioning right now. Maybe it's not plugged in. Don't look at the screen right now, folks, if you can't hold it. And I don't see it happen. Oh, don't look at the screen. Oh, and we can not only increase the intensity, but the rate. If you have epilepsy, don't look. Woohoo! We have some fun on here, don't we? And yeah, I have a smoke machine. I got laser lights and smoke machines and all that stage effects. I have it all, ladies and gentlemen. I have it all. Yes, I do. Well, let's go see how much SoFi's got up since I started that song. Oh my gosh, look what I'm doing to it already. Look at that, folks. An immediate effect, Anthony. Do you see how it works? You got to keep me. You got to keep me on the payroll, Anthony. I need to get something coming here. Come on. I mean, come on, Anthony. You can see right there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at SoFi since I just sang that song. Look at it. Let's change this to the 1 day. Oh my gosh, look at that thing catapult as soon as I. So, Anthony, believe in me. Believe in me and the power of the song. Look at that thing take off, folks, since I started singing about it. It's all about the swarm. The fog rolls in and the howling emerges. Is this a robot machine? Captain's rapping disco. Thank you.
Didn't SoFi get some crypto authorization for payments? Yes. Oh yeah. I've got 600,000. Okay, hold on. Uh, you guys give me two. I'm trying to. Right, Mr. Fish. Ridiggity, what stock is this? It came of almost all of Cat's suggestions to make you money. Sir, do you trade? Yes. Uh, count it down. They must have been holding. Man, oh man, I'm a man. Hey, Anthony, again, all you need to do is just show a little love here on the channel, and I'll make sure that I sing about your and talk about your company every day. I'll go back to preaching it again like I did 2.5 years ago, even though now it's $12 higher per share. But I want to push it back up in the 30s. So come on, give me a chance. Come on, Anthony. I know your people listen to me on here. I know they used to listen to me quite often. And, it's been a while since we've had David Chiaverini here on the channel. He used to come in quite often and defend himself, but I don't see him here anymore. David Chiaverini, and I don't see any of them. I used to see even Anthony Noto was here a couple of times, but now he gave up on me. He didn't stop. He stopped coming by. And once he did, then I had to stop supporting him. I had to stop throwing out all the freebies. I mean, I can only do it for so long. And then after a while, I expect, a little bit of gratitude, at least in some short way. And if it's not doing a concert there at the SoFi Stadium, man, I could get a lot of people there at SoFi Stadium, don't you think? Man, we'd have a lot of fun. I could get out there and I'd be trying to, I really would. I'd give it 100%. I'd be sweating all over that stage. You didn't see Taylor Swift drop one sweat of, not one drop of sweat came off of her. She was there for 5, 6 days. Not one drop of sweat came off of her. I'm telling you right now, you call me out and you put me on that stage, there will be a freaking puddle of sweat under me. I'll be putting my heart into it, man. That's right. You'll all see a heart on the stage. Right? Give me that guitar and give me that stage. um, Let me sing my SoFi songs. Here, let's push it up a little more. Some of you guys still own SoFi, right? The big heart on up on the stage again. Gary. You guys. Come on, let's push SoFi higher. Let's push it a little higher. I'm going to push it higher, folks. Mark my words. The price right now, bid is 678. I start the song, bid 678. I'm going to write it down. 1678. Bid 1678. Right now. And the ask is, no, the bid 1677, ask is 1678. 1677. All right, let's see what we can do with this one song right here. So fire rocks and rolls. Oh my soul. So fire boogie to did ya jump, shout. There's no doubt. SoFi stock's about to break out. SoFi, time to buy. rock on. How high could she fly from here? How high? That's not really clear. But SoFi sure got shorts shaking in their shoes. Ain't no way to say how much they'll lose. They all gonna be singing the blues. Like the blues. Rock on. How high could SoFi fly from here? How high? Oh my, that is not very clear. But SoFi sure got shorts shitting in their jeans. Smell so bad and they won't come clean. They've tried everything, even Mr. Clean. But shitty jeans won't come clean. My SoFi fly from here. How high? It's not really very clear. But SoFi sure got shorts shaking in their shoes. Right now they're all confused. Every one of them are black and blue. Ooh, ooh. There's my little tear for the shorts right now. And this is my little world's smallest violin playing My Heart Bleeds for You, Shorty. How high could she fly from here? How high? It's not very, very scary, but it's hairy and it's clear. Oh, so you got stores sitting on the jeans and they won't freaking come clean. Does everybody know what I mean? Jimmy, rock on. All right. Hey, listen, if we're going to trade, we're going to have fun doing it. No sound from the guitar. I've had that happen before. Something funky happens, and all of a sudden they're clipping out the guitar. Did you not hear a single bit of guitar on any of the songs that I just played? I really want to know that. Can you hear me singing the words? JP Panek. All right. Yep. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, let's go look at our stocks. Just give me a moment here because I'm looking to see why in the world any shorters or what have you would want to take this price of BIYA down to where it is right now. It doesn't seem relative to any number in the past. So what I'm getting at here, ladies and gentlemen, when I look at BIYA, is I see just now they've made this concerted effort to get to their once, get to their twice, get to their three, get to their four. But why there? Why? What What's up with that? They had it down here earlier. What the heck are they stabbing at this for now? They never stayed here, and there's no price in the relevance of the past. Why did this all of a sudden become their freaking love number? Why did they all of a sudden decide to start getting it there? Who made this decision? All right, let's not worry about taking it to any lower. Let's just take it down to this line and get as much as we can. We'll go down there and tap on it once. We'll try it twice. We'll give it the triple ta ta. We've got the 50-day breaking below the 200 now. It should be easy to get below this, but it isn't. It isn't. Over here, the 50-day and 200 were all the way up here, and they got there once and they got there twice. But why won't they go to this line now? Why won't they go there? Why don't they want to go there? Forget all that macho crap and learn to play guitar. I could have been a roadie for the Catman. Niecy Jane, I did hear the guitar, says Alexander Cohen. Okay, cool. Hey, Alexander, I was talking to everybody earlier about your stock KEE. You called it out yesterday. KEEL. KEEL. I want you to know that I've been talking to people about this. Yeah, I've been telling them I think I like this stock here, KEEL. And I showed them the long-term chart today. And today, for your benefit, I I tracked it out. Okay. I tracked out this stock for you today. And what I mean by that is I went back through the history and I made a mark at every single place where there was resistance. See right there? Where there was resistance, right there and right there. Where there was resistance, right there. Where there was resistance, right there and right there and right there and right there. I put marks. And I know that there's already been resistance here, so there will be resistance again at this number. And I know there's already been resistance here and at this number. So I've gone through at every place where there's going to be a line of resistance. There should be another one right there. I'll put it in now so you can see. There should be another one definitely right there. And that is where the 200 stopped rising at one time, conveniently. There. So I've gone through here now, and you can see this line of resistance. You can see this line of resistance. You can see this line of resistance. You can see it there, there, a line of resistance, a heavy duty line of resistance. So right now, they're they're barcoding this stock here now. But I want you to be aware, it gets very hard to barcode a stock below a 50-day average, everyone. It gets hard to barcode a stock below a 50, especially when a 50 is flatlined and starting to recover. And I mean this because I want you to realize that it's even more hard if this 50-day were down here and rising like this. Once that 50-day got up into this area, this would never barcode here again. It goes right up to here and then there and then there. And the 50 keeps pushing it up and up and up. So if the 50-day here were actually down here and rising right now, it would actually be better for us, to be honest with you. But my point is, the 50 is above the center point of this barcode. And it gets very, very hard to maintain a stock below the 50-day when the 50-day average. It's hard to keep a barcode down here below it. It's very hard when the 50 is above, no matter what, no matter how hard they try. I'm just telling you that right there. I'm just telling you from someone who's experienced this before. And you can see other areas where they tried to hold it below the 50. Look right here. See how they tried to barcode this thing for as long as they could, right below the 50, but the 50-day was up above it. See? So I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about is true. When you try to barcode a stock, and by the way, look where the 200 was when that was happening. Look at it rising underneath. Okay. Right now, they're friggin' trying to barcode this stock underneath the 50, and the 200 is up above it. Oh man, that gets even harder, people. And you need to be aware of something. Although on this stock KEEL, even though it looks like the 200 is falling and it looks like the 50 has been falling here during the last hour, and it looks like that, and it's true on this chart. But what is it really doing if you look at the freaking 20-day chart? What are they doing? Does the 200-day average look like it's falling there to you? Look at that right there. Does the 200-day average look like it's falling? No. And in fact, does the 50 look like it's falling? Shit, no. Not only is it not falling, it just crossed the 200. Folks, this is the triple upside crossover on the 20-day chart right now on this stock. KEEL, ladies and gentlemen, a triple upside crossover. Alexander, the problem has been a lot of shares are short monthly on Keel. Okay. Well, one thing I showed everybody about him this morning is I see a mirror right here. I actually see the mirror, and I should take this one off. If you'll give me a minute, I will. Okay. Just give me a second here. So there's a mirror on this stock right there. All right. And what I showed everybody was very interesting about this is you've got the middle of the mirror right there. You've got this drop and you've got this drop, which equals, it's close enough. The blue 5-day was there and it was there. So you've got the mirror, you've got this drop, you've got this drop, then you've got this climb and should be falling. It should have stopped right there. This is called mirroring, everybody. What I'm showing you right here, this is called mirroring a stock. So when you got this being the middle, this drop equals this mirroring, then this should have mirrored over here, but it did not stop there, which is a little odd. Now, part of that reason is because here they were able to get this because the 50 was falling there. The 50 was falling and the 200 was at a downward angle. So that might be why this occurred. But here, baby, that 50 is rising and the 200 was starting to plateau. It was plateaued out flat. And so then you didn't get the mirror. You didn't have it come up and stop and pull back. It just went right through that. See? Now it got to this level. And ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, I can't even understand, other than this right here, why they just tried to stop it there at that price. But you can see now, if it goes beyond this price, it is going to gap up from here to there. Now, there is a chance it could gap up just from here to there. But regardless, I'm telling you, if it goes over, the blue 5-day goes over this line right now. If it goes over that line right now, this stock is going to go to there or even jump all the way up to this price right here. 322 a share. Okay. Now, once it gets over that, it's going to meet resistance here at 329. Then it's going to meet resistance here at 333. Then it's going to meet resistance here at 338. It's not 339. That should be 338. I promise you. That number should be 338. That's a sell number on my buy sell sheet. All right. So this number is 338. Don't believe it's 339. Okay. It is 338. It's 338. I'm going to make it 338 because I don't want you to be confused. It is 338. And I want you to sell at that price. I don't want you to mess around and miss selling that at 338, folks. Because that is what it's going to be, 338. It's going to stop there. Well, whatever. You know what I'm saying. The number is 338 where you want to sell. Then it pulls back to 333. Then it goes up to this number next. Okay. And that is going to be actually right here at this price. That's where it's going to go next. Now, I'm just showing you this, folks, because if it breaks 339, then this thing's going to take a rocket ship ride. Okay. I'm just letting you know that there's been nothing to stop it over this price right here, 355. And if it goes over that, well, it's on its way, and it's going to get right on out of here. And the stock I'm talking about here is KEEL. And this is what it looks like right now. There it is. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the definition of consolidate, capitulate, and converge. And look at this, the 50-day average breaking over this lower line of resistance and the blue 45. And they're in a vacancy area. There's never been any staying between here and here before. They're in a vacant area, folks. And they just broke over this line. And I say that they're in a vacant area, and I'll show it to you by backing this out. You can clearly see there's a vacant area here. There always has been. There's been a vacant area there, a vacant area here, and there is a vacant area here, folks. There's never been any resistance from there to there, and there's never been any from here up to there. That's why I'm very, very, very interested in wondering, and I'm wondering, why are they trying to stop it here? Why are they trying to stop it on this line? Man, look where it goes next. Then if it breaks that, it goes to there and all the way up, folks. And that's what I'm calling mirroring. IBKR is the best way to buy it. I recommend the options over the stock. Okay. So I've got all these marks in place. And ladies and gentlemen, this KEEL stock, it has a triple upside crossover on the 200-day moving average right now. Listen, this is building a nice shoulder on this crossover right here. It's plateauing on this 10-day. It already plateaued on it once, plateaued on it twice, plateauing on it the third time. And the 50, when it was there plateauing, was down here. When it plateaued here, the 50's risen to here, and it's plateauing here, and the 50's risen to here over this line of resistance. And there's just, like I said, there's just a vacancy here, folks, a vacancy. There's a vacancy. There's a vacancy there. And I've lost 50% of my portfolio in the last 2 weeks. So depressing. Yes, it has been a very, very, very tough time. And I'm right there with you, man. It's very depressing. And I understand that. But we are going to continue to persevere. And we are not going to be getting in on stocks. Again, these stocks that I bought today, I thought, well, I'm going to get them at the very bottom. And luckily, I did pick up a Keel today at the bottom. I got it at the bottom. And if I go over to monitor right now, Keel, I am up on, not hugely up, but I'm up. I'm green on KEEL. And, but I'm down on BIYA. Uh, I'm glad I'm only down $98 on it now. I was down about $190 on it. So it actually has risen back up a little bit. So I'm glad on that. But I'm down $98 on it. And someone called out one yesterday, HCAI, and I don't know how many people said HCAI yesterday. I had a lot of people call it out. Pat Yeager called it out, I believe. Uh, yeah, Pat Yeager called it out. HCAI. I've lost a bunch of money on that, man. Well, I say a bunch. I'm down 86 on it today, $86. But HCAI, I got in on that one. And if you look at the chart, I'm going to show you HCAI now. And so this is what's happened to HCAI. Yesterday, you can see in the morning it was called out. It made a massive move, and I started buying it, and it ran up here, and then they ran it right down to the 50-day today at lunchtime. HCAI. And look at it right now, as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen. Coincidentally, HCAI. Very little in the way of volume on it right there on these candlesticks, really. But what a coincidence. They ran it down to the 50-day and then boing, right off. Tomato biscuit, HCAI destroyed me. Yeah. Yep. And this was called out yesterday. And it doesn't matter who called it out. We need to understand the way the method of they're doing here. When people call them out, that's because they're on the radar. That thing shot up in the morning when the market opened. And we got to know this because this is what they're doing every day now, beating it down, beating it down. Take it down the next day below the 200 even. And you have to understand that the price went from 14.45 all the way down to what? 8.34. $6 drop on that thing. $6 drop to today's low this morning. But hey, look where it is now. Hit that line right there and pull back though, because I told you there's resistance right there, right there, right there. I've already labeled this one out too, where resistance is going to be. Man, it sure would be nice to see this thing. You've already broken this level. There should have been resistance here. I'm going to show you where there should be resistance right now. Right there. Uh, there. To the blue 5-day, where this resistance, where it dropped down to right there and popped, there should be resistance there now. And sheesh, this thing just shot over that. Now, there should be the next resistance point is here. And look, it shot over that. There should be resistance there. Man, there should have definitely been resistance right there. There's no doubt about it. Right there where this price came down and hit that line right there, where it came down and hit that line once right there, and it came down and hit that line twice right there. This should definitely be a line of resistance right now. And folks, it looks like if it breaks over that, this is a line of resistance. If it breaks over that, well, then this thing could make a move to there. And if it breaks over that, it's going to this point next. Okay, right there. Yeah. Oh man, HCAI. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the bid is $10 and the ask is 1044. The bid is $10 and the ask is 1044. You know what? Let me zoom in on this. Give me a second here because I'm way zoomed out on it. Well, the bid is now $10.20 and the ask is 1044. So the bid just came up 20 cents. Well, I'm going to try to buy 1021 or 1022. I'm going to try to buy 1022 here. And you can see today I'm down $64 on this stock. HCAI. The bid is now 1020 and the ask is 1044. Well, let's raise it to 1024. And can't get 1024 either. I want to zoom in a little bit more on this. Let's try to buy 1025 now. The ask is 1044. Let's try to buy 1026. Well, I can't get 1026 either. Let's go up to 1027. And the ask just went up to 1042, folks. So they're raising the ask for way away from me. And the ask is now at 1042. Let's try to buy 1028. And right now I have 126 shares of this stock. Now I'm going to try for 1029. And I'm looking over here. Look at these prices, folks. Look at these prices. How bizarre is that? One share at 1036, and then someone dumps 200 at 1022, then 61 at 1031, now 1042. Look at these prices, folks. 5 shares at 1024. Any number of shares that's bought is up to 1040s, but these little dinky dumps. And who gets paid to dump out 268 shares at 1024 when they're selling for 1040, 60 shares? Who's getting paid to dump out shares, 268 shares at 1024 when others are selling 400 at 1042? You should ask yourself that question. Who in the world would sell in their right mind 268 shares at 1024 when you can sell 400 at 1042? Does that make sense to you? Yep. I just bought HCAI at 1024. They finally came down and gave me the 1024. But look here. Look at these prices now. And there's my order right there. Hello, 1024. Thank you. And yes, I only bought $50 worth. I only bought 5 shares, but that's my order they filled at 1024. Right there, folks. That's moi. That's moi. I don't need to buy a bunch more shares. But I wonder who's getting paid to throw out shares here at 1022 when orders were just filling up here at $10.42. I wonder how that happens. Look at these orders: 60 shares, 60 shares, 1042, 1042. Who decides 404 shares at 1042? Then who sells at 1027? Throws out 20 shares at 1027. Who? 404 sold at 1042. And then I say, oh, well, I don't want to sell mine for that much. I'm going to sell mine for 1027. Okay. All right. I got you. Don't sell them for 1034. Throw them out at 1028. Only some guy in a basement could ever do this. Right. And look at it now, 1049. By the way, this is in HCAI. HCAI. 1056. 1060. HCAI. 1148. What? I just went up $73 on this stock today. Look at that, folks. HCAI is skyrocketing. 1152 for the ask now. And who was just throwing out shares at 1040? Wow. Oh my gosh. Charles Schwab, Think or Swim. HCAI. Oh my gosh, 1150 now. And we still got a lot of time left. We got an hour and a half left, folks. Wow. Holy smokes. And it just who was just selling at $10 and oh my gosh, look at this son of a gun, folks. Hope Duck Fu got in. Oh my gosh. Back to 1070, they're dumping, and then 1110. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you how to day trade this. And I'm just going to show you how this works. Smoking hot. 11:15, folks. The ask is now at 11:30. That's me. I'm the one at 11:30. That's my shares there. I'm the ask at 11:30. Yes, sir. That's my order right there. 11:30. And there it is. I just sold at 11:30. I'm pretty sure I've only got 5 shares there, and it's showing 11:30 just sold. There we go. That's it. 11:30 right there. I'm up $46 there. 11.29 one share. Are you shitting me? 11.29 one share. Now 11.22. 11.29. 11.29. 11.29. Are you crapping me, people? 11.29. And by the way, 1,200 shares there. I'm taking my sell away. Screw you. I took it away now. It's gone. I just took it away. Now we're going to sell it at market. Screw that bull crap. 11.29. Now it's 11.39. See how it works? Some just sold at 11.39. There you go. Sell at market. I just sold it. Just sold 11.35 right there. See, I had to take that order away to get them. Now I'm going to sell 11.49, and they'll come up to 11.48, 11.48, 11.48. Up $56 on it right now, folks. And this is HCAI. HCAI. And now I feel like, why even put a sell order in? Oh, I just sold 11.49. Yes. Oh, I'm going to sell 11.72 here. Oh, I just sold 11.79. Now I'm at 12.19. Oh my gosh, here we go. Sell at 12.12, folks. I'm up $132 now. HCAI. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, the Lord led me over here at the right time. I just came to this stock 10 minutes ago. I hadn't looked at it all day long. Hadn't looked at it all day long. Sell at 12.08. Okay, say that, sell at 12.08, sell at 12.13. Come back in here underneath it now. Come in here at 11.66. I'm coming at 11.68 and 11.77. There we go. I just got an 11.55. Nice. I just sold 11.63. I sold something else at 11.60. I don't know how it happened. And now I'm going to sell up here 12.08, 12.13, 12.20. Sell there, folks. There we go. I just sold 12.22. And now we're selling up here 12.30. Sell 12.44. Sell 12.55. Come out at 12.64. There we go. And look where they are, folks. They're on my dollar cost average. They're on my dollar cost average now, 12.09. Oh, yeah. Come on down here and buy 11.87 now. Come on. Get an 11.82. Try and buy 11.77 here. I just sold 12.28. Sell 12.37, folks. You want to sell 12.37 here. HCAI. And they may halt this thing, so let's take the money while we can. Don't let them halt it on us, because then they'll drop the thing $2, $3. I'm trying to buy down here now. 1170s. I've got 1176. I want to see if I can get an 1172 here. Just below my DCA. They're working below me now. Here they come. Here we come. Here we come. Come on, right into my range here. Come on down. Come on down. Come on. They're just over my DCA right now. Barely over. Here they come. Come on down here to me. Come on down here. Wimps. Oh, they're gonna get, oh, sorry. Oh, they'll get at least 1188 here after selling the 1220. They've got to. They probably will come down to 1166 here. After getting that 1220, they've got to, folks. Here we go. We're gonna buy right now. There we go. I just picked up an 1179. And I just got 1178. And there I just got 1177. And I'm looking for 1166 here. Even an 1157 would be good. And oh yeah, they're going to want to try to hold this under 12, no question. They're going to come back down to 1184, 1183. Now we're back over 12. I want you to sell here at 1220 now. Sell 1217. Take off these highest sell orders up here. Here we go, folks. She's running up. And you should sell the 1220 right now. I just saw 1227 sell. Why didn't my 1220 just sell? You know what? When they don't fill my orders like that, I take them off. I take them off and I say, screw you. If you're not going to sell my orders and I see the price is over mine, I don't. I just wait and I'll sell them market when it gets up there. Screw it. And look at them trying to buy 2 cents under my dollar cost average now. Just chinsing out right underneath my DCA now. Oh, come on. 1192 should be a piece of cake for these chumps right now. I can't believe they haven't gotten an 1157. I got to raise these up, folks. They're not going for what I was hoping they would. They're just hanging out just under my DCA. They're just trying to get on my DCA, folks. Buy on my DCA right now. Look at them, folks. They're sitting right under my dollar cost average right there. Right there. Look, it's like they just don't even care to come down and get these orders that I'm waiting on down here. They're just going to, we're all right here, 2 cents below you, Catfish. And look at them buying all the shares there. It'll probably end up being the most shares they bought today at this number right here, $12. Unbelievable. All right, well, I've seen this before. I'm going to sell at 1213. Yeah. I'm going to sell 1213. Going to buy 10 cents below me at 1188 and then sell the 1213 and then buy the 1188 and sell the 1211. Buy the 1182.92. Here we go, folks, on the next leg up right now. The stock is HCAI. The bid is $12. The ask is $12.21. The bid is $12. The ask is $12.18. The bid is 1171 and the ask is 1217, folks. The bid just came up to 1180. The ask is 1217. This is HCAI. They've suddenly decided to make my dollar cost average the accumulation point. The bid is 1180. The ask is now 1218. The ask is now 1221. And now they've risen the price up above me. They've gotten tired of trying to get any below me. They got 6,300 there, and that's all the capacity there was. So now we're going to raise this up. And sure enough, they're sitting at a bid of $12. Now the bid is 1205. I just sold 1213. Now I'm going to sell 1225. The bid is 1215. The ask is 1221. The bid is 1205. The ask is 1220. HCAI, ladies and gentlemen. And we're still an hour and 15 minutes away from this market closing. And I can pretty much guarantee you they're going to try to close this under $12, folks. It is up 10.32% right now. So some stop losses just got triggered by the shorts right there. And they started selling at 10% down. So their stop losses are getting kicked in right now. And the bid is now 1208. The ask is 1220. And I guarantee you, I'm going to sell here at 1217. I'm looking to get out at 1225 as well. I love that the bid is 1208. The bid just dropped to 1190 now. I'm trying to buy down here below my dollar cost average at 1192, 1193. Here we go. They're going to come down to me now. But they're still sitting at 1204. And quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, they have not been able to obtain any shares at this price prior. Only 300 shares at 1204. And at 1205, none. Zero shares sold at 1205, just so you're aware of it, everyone. None there. And that happens to be what the asking price is now. And there's never been a share sold there at 1205. Not one. Maybe that's why the ask is there now. Right? They got to at least get one share sold there. Right here it says 4 shares just sold at 1205. Yep. And I just picked up a 180, got the 88. Oh yeah. And I think I'm going to get the 1182 right now. 1165. All right. Nice. 1165. That was sweet. Let's try for 1143. I got 1141. Man, are they manipulating this thing? They're trying for an 1108 buy now that we're after we just sold in the 12s. I'm just going to buy market here, 5. 11:08 now, folks. Can you believe that, Savannah? And now 11:44. Wow. 11:08 from the 12:20s where I just sold in 12:30s. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, the stock we're tracking is this one right here, HCAI. HCAI. It was up to $14 yesterday morning in the pre-market. Wow. Look at that, folks. HCAI. Now, watch the bottom of this candlestick here. Watch it. And you know what? These candlesticks are 15 minutes. I don't want to. Oh, man. Let's change these candlesticks. Come on up here. Let's change the candlesticks to 1 minute. Now we got it. Oh, man. Look at the 45 rising off that 50-day there. Look at that thing climbing over that. Wow. A triple upside crossover this afternoon. HCAI. Triple upside crossover. Wow. And look at him try to come down and kiss that freaking 50-day there. See ya later, man. Out of here. And if this thing flat tops green right now, they're in huge trouble here. And they're just cradling it on the 10, folks. So commonly done when a 45 and 50 are moving like this. Cradle that 10-day and off it goes. I'm telling you, folks, this is a short eating porpoise. This is a short eating porpoise right here. It's the snub-nosed short eating dolphin. This thing right here. What I've got on my shirt. This is what it is. This is what you're looking at right there, folks. It is the fish. It is the fish. It's been identified. There it is. No news, but a damn short squeeze stock, and I blew it. Which one are you talking about, Mo? I confess I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. I know it. This has been a week of confessing a lot. The words that come up on the negative side, they are there for sure this week. But hey, listen, the only reason you could be down so much is because you were up so much. You just keep that in mind. All right, you keep that in mind, and you're going to be up again. You're going to knock your knees. You're going to bust your knees up. You're going to scrape them. You're going to scrape your chin, the bottom of your chin. You might even knock out your freaking tooth. But you're coming back. You're coming back. Every fighter that was in the ring has all felt the floor. They've all felt the mat under their back. Every single fighter that has success and has won and victorious, who stood with their hand raised at the end of a bout, has all felt the mat under their back. HCAI. Ladies and gentlemen, be aware. I'm showing you these candlesticks. And if you want them, become a member of this channel at the Goliath member. And I'm going to show you these candlesticks. There are way more buyers than sellers there. Way more buyers, way more buyers, way more sellers, sellers, but very small volume sellers. More buyers, more sellers. Still volume is low. More buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers. Every single one of them. More buyers than sellers, people. More buyers than sellers right here on every candlestick, every minute. More buyers than sellers. What will happen with a rising 50 and 45-day and a rising 200 if you've got more buyers than sellers and you've got a friggin' short eating porpoise forming right now? Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it is. It's a short eating porpoise. You can clearly see it. Watch this candlestick, flat top green. Not to mention, I'm here talking about it with literally 4,000 people today have been here on this channel. And now I've got 46 listening to me. And I want you to know, CDU made me about $2,000 this week. Know your history. Yep, that's right. I digress. Don't want to Debbie Downer. Get it. Tank, wish you all well. Yep, no great feat has ever been achieved without opposition. Dang right, Larry. We have anyone from the Midwest in here? I am. Well, they call this the Midwest. I can't figure out why. This is, ladies and gentlemen, Michigan is absolutely not located in the Midwest. Arizona is in the Midwest. Utah, Arkansas is in the Midwest. All right. Um, Kansas, it would be considered the Midwest. Why they call Michigan the Midwest, I have no understanding. I never have been able to figure it out. The Midwest, Michigan, the Midwest. I can tell you one thing. They called this the Midwest when they got here because it was the new frontiers people who had never been beyond the Mississippi River. So once they got to Michigan, they thought they were in the Midwest. Well, we've reached the Midwest now. Let's set ourselves a stake here and stake our claim. We're out here in the Midwest, way on off out here in the West. We'll call this the Midwest. See, because the only ever run across Ted Nugent? Yeah, absolutely. I've watched him get up on stage and shoot a bow and arrow up there, shooting Ayatollah Khomeini with his daggum bow and arrow. Yeah. All right, let's see this HCAI keep its run going here. I'm looking now, and I'm going to put a little line here just to show you. HCAI. Holy smokes, what happened? Who lit the fire under it? And why in the world are they trying to drop it to this line now? What has gotten their pants about this line? Let me go back over the history of the stock and see if I can figure out why they're trying to get that line. What the heck does that mean to them? Well, it doesn't mean jack crap to them other than they. Hold on, folks. Let me extend the line out further. All right, I get it now. I see it right there. I see it there. I see it there. I see it there. I see it. Pull back to that now. Whoop de doo. Let me tell you something, folks. This price of this stock was at this price for a millisecond. Here it was there for a millisecond. Here it was there for a millisecond. It was here for a microsecond. Okay? What makes you think it's going to harbor itself here now? Does anybody think it's going to do that now? Does anyone really think that? Does anyone think that? No, it's not. Look at it. Look at the bottom of that candlestick. They just brought it down to the 10 days so they could kiss it off that. And they said, all right, that's what we wanted. And there she goes, right back up, right off that freaking rising 10 day. And again, folks, this price here, it's never stayed here before. I'll show you again so you understand. It touched it once for a second. It touched it again for a second. It touched it for a second. This is just in 1 minute candlestick, 1 minute candlestick, 1 minute duration there. What makes you think it's going to sit there now? What makes you think it's going to sit at that number now? It was only there for 1 minute duration. And again, it was only there for a 1 minute duration. Again, just 1 minute. These are 15-minute candlesticks. I'm sorry. Let's go to the 1 day. All right. Those were 15-minute candlesticks. So again, I ask you, if you scroll back over here and let's go to the 5 day. If you're looking at the 5 day chart on this right here now, and each one of these candlesticks is 15 minutes, well, I can change that. I'll go over here to the time frame And I'll change these candlesticks to just 2-minute candlesticks. Now let's go look at it. So every candlestick is 2 minutes. So this stock was at this price before and even higher. And ladies and gentlemen, look at these other higher levels of resistance. Man, right there's going to be a level of resistance next. So, hey, I've got to put this in so you guys can understand this, where to sell next. And right here on this stock, there's going to be a line. You can see there's a line of resistance there and there. But once we break that, the next line is right here, folks, right there, where they dropped it from that price there down to there. Right there's the next line of resistance right there. All right, I'm going to put a line there so you know we should sell some there. And then the next line of resistance is going to be right here. And we should sell some right there at that price, right there. And then the next line of resistance doesn't stop until it goes up to this price. And we should sell some right there. And I'm putting this in where the 5-day average was. I'm not doing where the price spiked to and the price spike do. I'm doing the 5-day average. I'm doing the 5-day. I'm doing the 5-day. See? The 5-day. And ladies and gentlemen, right now, we're on this line that's a critical line. This line with a rising 45 and 50 and rising 200 that just broke the lower level of resistance. This level of resistance, the 200 has just broken it, folks. It just broke it. And this one has now broken this level of resistance. There. All that level of resistance, it's broken, folks. It finally broke over that line. 1072, folks. That was the most critical line of all, 1072. Once it broke that, it was off to the races. I'm telling you, this line right here, that was the most critical line of all. And it look at it. Oh my gosh, the 5-day is almost there now, folks. The 5-day average is almost at 1072. And look at this. Look at that number, what it's meant to him in the past. Look at it there. Look at it there. Look at it there. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look. Oh my gosh, this number 1072, people. This has been like their absolute median. This is the median. This has been the median line, 1072, for a long time. And now this 45 is about to cross it. And this son of a gun is going to blow out at the end of the day here. All right. And listen, from off this line, ladies and gentlemen, it could go all the way up to right there. Right there. And ladies and gentlemen, that price is 1235 a share. 1235. 1235. Even off a pullback to this line, it could go to 1230. If there's around 250 trading days per year and you average 2% per day, your whole account, just look for a 2% in 1 year is a 500% gain. That's right, Jayhawk. Yeah, I know, Modeve. Don't worry. We like I said, we scruff our knees up. We take a few bumps and bruises. We get hurt. We get pounded. We get our noses bloodied. And then we get up and go, dadgummit, man, I'm not going to do that again. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not going to freaking do it anymore. Now I'm highlighting this HCAI, and you better look. It's a crocky gator, folks. In case you don't know what a crocky gator is, that's a crocky gator you're looking at right there. You can easily see his eyeballs right there and the water surface right there. And Shorty's up here shitting in his jeans. That's right. He's stinking so bad and it won't come clean. And the crocky gator's going to sniff him out up here, folk. He's rising right now. His mouth is open, and you better look out, Shorty. If you're on this stalk, you better look out. You better run for the gates right now. Get yourself out of the pond. Get out of the water. Don't wait for me to break out my guitar. This will be it. Pop and drop right there. Drop and pop. Get out now while the getting's good. 1150 bid, 1187 ask. 1160 bid now. Raised the bid 10 cents. Stock is up 6.48%. Looks like I was able to get all my lower orders to fill right there. That's good. Over here, folks, is where we are. Look at the quantities they're using here. Look at the quantities. One share at 1175. An order comes of reality of 59 shares and it's at 1183. See, one share to get 1170, but a quantity order comes in and it's at 1177. One share to get 1160. Quantities come in for 100. It's at 1182. See that? This is how market makers play it. One share to get an 1160. Four shares to get an 1160. Any quantity comes in 1182, just like that. Yep, that's how it works. And by the way, I'm just kind of curious, who's getting paid to throw out shares at 1158 when they're just moments later 1182, 147 being bought? Who's getting paid to throw out six shares or whatever at 1151 and then the price is 1173, 1183? Who's getting paid here to throw out those low numbers? Who's getting paid to throw out four shares at 1166 or six shares at 1162? And one share gets it to 1182 a share. You see that? Oh my God. Look at all the shares sold at 1172. They ran out of 102 shares. And after they ran out of that 102, one share ran it up 10 cents. Look at that, folks. Then they get five at 1172. One share, 1183. Who's getting paid to dump out five shares at 1172? And then one share breaks it up to 1183. It's an act of futility, folks. 13 shares at 1174. One share at 1166. Jeez, oh, Pete. One share at 1162. One at 1155. And who's getting paid to do it? Who's getting paid to sell one share at 1150 or five at 1138 or one at 1141? Who's getting paid to do this? To sell one share at 1154? Zero shares at 1139. Who's getting paid to sell zero at 1139? Then 18 shares are bought and it's freaking 1153. See, this is how the games are played, folks. One share at 1127. Look at this dinky volume. And then one share at 1152. Look at that. 50 shares come in, bang, 1153. Then someone's paid to throw out a thousand at 1139. Why? There's 100 at 1151, folks. Why would you throw out 1,000 shares at 1139 unless you're getting paid to do that? Why would you put out 1,000 shares at 1139 and then the price is at 1151, 1154 with one share? Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm here to show you guys. This is how market manipulation occurs. All right, Mo Dave, I hear you, my man. You're not going to stick around for the drawing in 1 hour from now. You better come back. You might win it. You might win at 408. You better come back. Look at this. I look down here. I see zero shares at 1138. 6 shares at 11.39, 11.49. Who dumped their 49 at 11.39 when they could have sold them just moments ago at 11.60s and 11.70s? One share at 11.27, folks. A big order comes in for 30, 11.37 and a half. 8 shares at 11.17. 6 at 11.20. And then 9 goes to 11.48. 1 to 11.47. 15 to 11.20. 300 gets you at 11.30. I love looking at this. I love looking at this. And I think this thing's going to go back over $12 with this kind of shenanigans going on. I love watching this. I love it. Watching how they do it. And who's doing it? Who's throwing out 2 shares at 11.30 when they were just selling for 11.50, 100? Who's doing it? Who's behind this? Who's behind 7 shares at 11.19? And then 44 jumps to 11.50. Who in the world? Well, I'll tell you what now. I'm going to take advantage of it. I'm going to sell at 11.49, and I'm going to try to buy 11.14, 11.20. Yep. I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm going to step in and take advantage of it. I've been watching and showing you for long enough. It's time to take advantage of it. I just want to make sure I catch this very bottom. I can see them working it down. They're definitely working it down. The onesie twosies working it down. I guess all they wanted to get was 11.13 there. Hold on a second. I got to dump these sell orders here. All right. And now I'm going to sell. Looks like 11.48 is selling here. And I'm going to try to buy at the low I'm seeing here is 11.16. And the bid is now 11.18. HCAI. The bid is now 11.11. The ask is 11.48. Well, that's my ask right there. I'm looking for 11.47 there. And the bid is 1091 and the ask 11.48. The bid is now 1070. The ask is 11.25. The bid is 1050. The ask is 11.25. And what they're trying to do right now, ladies and gentlemen, at 10 after 3, is they're trying to get the price down to my dollar cost average. They're trying to get it down to my DCA. And my buy order is sitting at 1082 right here. Unfortunately, I'm too low. Shoot. Oh, man, I didn't get 1083. Dadgummit. I thought for sure they'd get down to 1083. Uh-oh, now they're back over 11. Dang. Let's try 1097 at least. Come on, give me a 1097. And the bid now is 1098. The ask is 1142. Now the bid is 11. Well, they're not going to hold 11, folks. They aren't going to hold 11. They're trying. I'm trying to buy 1082 here. But they're bidding 11, unfortunately, for the shorts. They're bidding 11 now. Shoot. All right, I'm coming up here to 1099. And ABTS turned out to be a good buy today. I'm going to sell my 200 of that. And I'm going to try to sell 129, 131, 133, ABTS. And it looks good right now. It's got an upside moving candlestick here. ABTS right there. I don't know whether you say, oh, Mo D, please. If I win the shirt, give it to my 2 cents. All right, you got it. All right, your name is definitely going on the list. And for those of you that don't know it, we're going to have a drawing here for a t-shirt that I'm wearing today. This is the shirt that I'm wearing right here. It is a short eating porpoise. It is a one-of-a-kind shirt. You'll be the only one to get it. You'll be the only one to have it. You'll be the only one to wear it. And so thank you, Modi, please. All these people have been making donations all week long. And when they do make donations to this channel, they get a chance to win the shirts that we draw. So I want you to let you know that I've got this many people in today's drawing and these people. And now we got to add some more. So Modi, please, you're going to get a bunch more, 5 more. I just saw someone else come in. And also, um, I have this shirt here, and this shirt is in a size, because all my other shirts are 2XLs. This shirt here is in a size female medium. This is a size female medium. And if you think you can wear this shirt, I will send you this shirt. If my 2 cents, would this shirt fit you? If if you like that shirt, I don't even know if you like that shirt, but Modiv, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 5 more entries. Thanks so much, Sweet Jester. Sorry if that's too much information, Tank. Oh, not buying this late on a Friday. Having my disappointments for today. Monday will start fresh. My VOO is my savior to keep my spirits up. Ah, Mo, that's so sweet. Happy birthday, Mo Deeve. Mo Deeve, happy birthday. I hope you're still here for that birthday wish. And right now I'm selling my ABTS. My dollar cost average is only $1.24. It's 129 now, and I've been selling it. I'm up a little bit. But I got 160 shares on it, and I'm glad. I just hope I'll see it go on up here this afternoon, right here into the close. And I want to sell. I've got 129 next, then 131. I'm just going to sell 130, 132, 133. I'm going to sell all those. Right now it's at 128. Bid is 126. Ask is 129. And the stock I'm selling here is ABTS. And honestly, I probably should just take away all my sell orders because every time I do this, they seem to just sit it right there. So I just took all my sell orders away. If you want my shares or anybody else, I'm not going to leave a wall there. I just took out all my sell orders on ABTS. And right now, then I'll just sell them. And usually, it's funny how many times that I've decided I'm not going to try to sell a stock anymore. I'm just going to take away my sells, and all of a sudden, the price then, as soon as I pull those orders, they just go right on up. So I took away all my sells just now on ABTS, and let's see what happens the rest of the afternoon on it. Chart ABTS, and this is the stock right here. I want you to see, and I just took out my orders. And you can see they've been sitting there, ABTS, and I just took my orders out, and look what happens afterwards. Ah, as soon as I pull my orders away, look at that thing bounce. Pull my orders out, and what does it do? Let's look at the 1 day chart on it. Look at that. It's a triple upside crossover on the 1 day chart on ABTS right now, folks. We got 40 minutes until the drawing. And I sure enough pull my orders away, and then boom, it launches. See that? Maybe some of you others had orders there for sale, and we took them away, and now there's nothing there. There ain't no wall no more. There ain't no wall no more, no more. There ain't no wall no more. Modeve, where are you? I'd like to thank you, Tyler, for all your efforts. Been with you daily for about a month. The first day I ever traded, early April, was with you and made 400. Been with you ever since. Oh, cool beans. Modeve, where are you, man? You still there? Thank you for letting me know. I guess that my 2 cents is too much information to give out your shirt size. I gotcha. All right. Well, you're gonna get a 2XL. I was just trying to find if a medium-sized female would be good. And oh, there you go. Hey, Modeve, I'm glad you haven't left yet. Shit. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dave. Happy birthday to you. Could you hear the guitar that time? Because sometimes I play so loud that it uh it peaks and it stifles. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Now can you hear the git fill? Yes. Thank you, sir. You're very welcome. I'm sorry when I sang it the first time. It was muted and you could not hear. But now I'm glad the song has made it to your ear. He was wanting the nutsack song. The nutsack song? Really? Well, you've been watching HCAI and wonder should you buy, and you decide to buy on the nutsack. Okay. Walking down the five, you wonder to buy, and you decide to buy the nutsack, baby. Nutsack, baby. Yeah, we're watching NCAI today. Yeah, we watched them run it down like every day. And that's the way that the shorties all like to play. Now they ran it down to the ground. They ran it down to the nutsack. They ran it down, honey. It ain't too funny, but that's where we buy money and we get it on the running. Yes, she does. It's a very, very place where we buy together. Buy the nutsack, baby. Buy the nutsack, baby. Let it down. Then they ran it down today. But they didn't run them down every day. But we do not. They got to buy the stock when that thing will rock. And they run it down. Nutsack. We gotta get some money, buy it when it's running. Then we get the money and we go and for the money. Having nuts is a very hairy place where we all buy together. We buy the nutsack, baby. Buy the nutsack. That's where it's at. Nutsack.
That's where it's at. Bang on the door. Bang, bang on the floor. Touching and a hugging, kissing and a loving. Bearing next to nothing, 'cause it's hot as an oven. And the whole tank shimming. And the whole tank shimming. Yeah, the whole tank shimming. And all the cats are splashing around and around and around and around. It's a very hairy place where we all buy together. There you go, a little rendition of it. Mixed it up a little bit that time. Somebody told me one day I was playing that song. They said, "Man, I got my Blaupunk speaker playing out the stereo here in New York City. Everybody's looking up here. What the heck is that? Playing the Nutsack song for all of New York." Yes, Motive. Little nutty music for you this afternoon. Thank you very much. Well, it's been so long since I sang it that it kind of came apart. Hey, look at this. We get a buy on this ABTS. Oh, man, I'm glad I just sold it, man. ABTS. They're trying to take that dang thing down to my dollar cost average right now, folks. I've got 160 shares left. Boom, I'm out. Sell it, market. Adios. And now I'm going to sell the other 60. I'm not going to belabor and wait. I'm getting out for all of the rest right now. Sell it, market. ABTS. Thank you for calling that out this morning. Actually, it was called out yesterday. ABTS was called out yesterday. Yes, it was. It was called out yesterday. And folks, a perfect example here. I want you to see something. And I'm going to show you an example of what we got going on here. This is ABTS. I just got through selling it right here. But I want you to know that if I show you the 5-day on this, I want you to see something. So this stock was called out yesterday morning when it was on its high. And what I said to that individual was, to be honest with you, I appreciate you calling this out. And I'm going to show you here so you guys understand how this worked. Yesterday, this stock was called out. ABTS was called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. Okay. He called this out yesterday morning. It was on a run up to there. And I said, I appreciate you calling it out. But listen, Mr. Mexi, we don't buy on the day of the news. We don't buy on the news. Okay. We don't buy on the run up. We do not buy into this momentum and all this energy and all this shouting. It's going off. When others are shout, we often doubt. And if we own the stock, when others shout, we get out. Now, the reason we sell there, and I told you this yesterday morning, is because what we want to see is a big wash fleece out. And then the next day, look what they did, fleeced it out even more to this morning. So this is why we do not want to buy these run up stocks, folks. This is becoming a very, very regular, everyday pattern we're seeing. They're running it up like massively in the pre-market on the big news that they had, and then they buy all the shares, then they short the position and they sell the crap out of it. And this is what we're seeing every day. This is the new pattern of the day trader, hedge funders, and the market makers. This is what they're doing over and over and over. And those of you that are here with me, you know it, you've seen it. You've seen them doing it every morning, running these up and big and then selling them down all day. You're getting used to it. So today, I decided to buy this there. I looked at it this morning. It was called out yesterday, and I told all of you that were here this morning, I said, listen, I have a list here of everything that was called out yesterday, and all these ran up really high yesterday. A lot of them made big runs yesterday. And I said, what I want to do now, I want to go back and look at these runners that ran up yesterday, and I want to try to catch a nut sack. So I did. This is the first one I did this morning, ABTS.
Thank you, Mr. Mexi Brown, okay, for calling that out because it had catapulted up. And I said, I will wait because I'm a catfish and I like to buy the satchel. All right. And that's what I did this morning. AB, and the stock is ABTS, not to hold long, just for a day trade stock. And I see it rising here in the closing bell, and it looks good, ABTS. But folks, this is not something to hold long. Don't hold long. Don't be confused. I'm not going to hold it this long. All right. Not going to do it. Now, let's go look at HCAI. Ah, yes. HCAI. Another one yesterday. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to repeat this for you so that you can understand it. We'll do it the same day with this one, the 5-day chart. Let's back out and look at it. And let's look at HCAI. All right. Now, again, I want you to know this was a stock that was on yesterday's list. Okay. It was on yesterday's list, and it was called out by Pat Yeager and Belfour Don. All right. They both called out HCAI. So this morning, I said, well, if this was a big runner, maybe they fleeced it out. Let's go see. And I saw that this morning they fleeced this thing out big time, HCAI. So I said, okay, I'm going to buy it. And ladies and gentlemen, again, this was called out yesterday morning in the pre market. I did not buy into it on the big energetic run up. I did not get suckered into this because I've seen this too many times. I've been telling you, I've seen these big run ups in the pre market only to sell off the rest of the day. Kind of surprised that this one actually had a pre market run up and then went up early in the morning, but I still did not buy it. He called it out and I said, let me watch it because I want to wait for a pullback. And I told him, I said the same thing to Pat Yeager. You know how I am. I don't buy these stocks on the run ups. I'm looking for the fleece out the next morning. So I did not buy this too much. And it started falling and it fell and fell. And this morning, boom, nutsack. All right. Just as I anticipated. These stocks that run up, we're seeing this as a very frequent pattern now. And there's the fleece out this morning. And I sold some shares here to buy actually into another one. And then I kept the other 230 shares and off it goes. And look at it closing out. And it's going to close at the high of the day, near the high of the day. And folks, I've already told you, I've shown you guys on this channel many times how good it is for a stock to close at or near the high of the day. Usually the following day, which in this case, unfortunately, is going to be over the weekend. And I know shorters do not like to hold short positions over the weekend. If this was a long week, yep, fear makes you do crazy things, Modiv. Yep. I'm putting myself in the trading penitentiary starting Monday. All right. Well, one thing we're not going to do, we've been getting in on these zealous running up running and getting behind this energy and thinking it was going to continue to carry. And it just hasn't been happening. They've got a technique now where they're running these things up in the morning and selling them down for the next couple days. We just got to understand that. And we got to play our cards right. We got to play our cards right. And now here's HCAI now. And you guys saw me go over and sell some of this morning. And then after I sold just a few shares of it, I sold 120 of my shares. And the next thing you knew, the dang thing took off. And unfortunately, somebody actually called it out for me today and told me about it. Said, "Hey, Catfish, go look at your HCAI." And I did, and it was running. And so right now, oh my gosh, look at it go, folks. HCAI. Oh, bid 1123, ask 1150. Trade HCAI. Here we go. Let's sell some of this and make some freaking money, folks. I'm up $70.47 on it today. And this is HCAI. And I want to see it continue to go up if I can. Don't know whether it will or not, but it might. And right now I see the bid 1130, ask 1145. And this is interesting. Look at it again at this stock. Look at how it's been monkeyed around with. Who sells? Let me ask you this. Who's being paid to sell these shares at 1130 a share, 3 shares, when they're selling 100 for 1147? Who in the world is being told to sell shares at 1126 when they're being sold at 1147, 100 at a time, and 1143, 134? Put in an order for 100 shares and you can't get 1126. Only sellers of 1 share at a time can get 1126. Put an order in for 50 and you're filling at 1138 or higher. See that? The only shares you're seeing are the 1 share sells at 1126. Onesie twosie, onesie twosies, onesie twosies. Any order, even 10 shares, is 1138. But now you can see how the manipulators work. And now we're at 1143. And this is the stock HCAI. All right, just so you're aware of it. And my guess is they're going to try to keep it under 1150. So I'm going to dump some to them at 1149. And I'm just going to be selling 5 shares at a time. I'm going to let them get some 1148 here from me. And like I said before, sometimes I don't really like to put in orders where I want to sell automatically, because then they'll take it up to right under it 1 penny and they'll drop it from 1147. So, but right now I'm going to be trying to sell 1148, because I think their only interest really at this stage is to hold it under 1150. That's what I think. They have no real concern about $11. They've already conceded that they're not going to get 11, but they're going to hold it under 1150, folks, if they can. I promise you. They don't want to be in the money over 1150 on this. This stock is only up 4% today right now. But their objective is to close it under 1150, and that's why the price is being dumped out 1 share at a time at 1131 right now. And 1126, 1 share at a time. And I'm here to show you right now how they do it. They sell 1 share at a time, 1131. 1 share later, 1141. 5 shares, 1135. Oh my gosh. Look at all those onesies. Cell phone farm, people. Cell phone farm. This is a cell phone farm at work right here. This is how they do it. 1 share, hooked up cell phones together, 1 share. This is a cell phone farm working right here. If you don't know what they are, I'll show you what a cell phone farm is right now. Let me show you a cell phone farm. Here you go. Enjoy. This is a cell phone farm. This is a tool used to manipulate the stock market. There are many of them around the world. I can show you other pictures of cell phone farms. Here's one here. Right here. Hold on. There's one right there. Cell phone farms. There's a lot of pictures of them here. Here's another one. Cell phone farms. Here's another one here. Every one of these, folks, is a cell phone farm. They've got them all wired together, and they can put buy and sell orders in one share at a time. And they get paid. They're getting paid to do this, folks. In case you're not aware of it, these are cell phone farms. If you go to Google and you put in there we go, images, and you can see. Look at this guy here. He's working away in his little cell phone farm, loading in this one share orders one after another. That's the method but that they operate in. I'm just showing you. And I told you guys a minute ago, if I put in a sell order like this at 1148, they'll maintain the price a penny below me. And look where they are. It's at 1147. As soon as I put in that sell order, they'll make that the order number. And I just sold 1154. And she's taking off. I'm going to sell 1172. Now I'm going to sell, and I'm going to sell here 1213. Look at the price, folks. It's at 1250 a share. 1260. I'm up 202 on the position now. I just sold 1203. I'm going out 1264. I'm going out 1276, 1282, 1289, 1287. Holy cow, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Get out 1213, 1212. Just sold 1221. Yeah, baby. Bid now 1203, ask 1240. Come out 1238, folks. 1238. 1150 now. 1158. 1170. I've only got 123 shares left. My, 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 my. I'm going to take out my buy at 1082. Wow. Look at this thing, folks. HCAI. HCAI. I just sold over the 12s and it's at 1150 again now. Quarter till now. Oh my. And I want you to see something, folks. Listen, this morning they were in a desperate frenzy to stop this 5 day from crossing that line. And you want to look right now where they are. There's nothing but a space between here and here. There should be no stopping it until it gets the 5 day gets to this line. It never stopped there before. It never stopped there, and it never stopped there. And I doubt seriously that it's going to stop now at this price. I doubt it. And I tell you right now, if I could trade this in after hours, I wouldn't be selling it right now. I would hold it because this thing looks to me like it is going to break over this line right here in the after hours. I could be wrong, but let me tell you, if it breaks this line, watch out. It's going to go totally nuts. Here we go again. I'm going to sell 1208 now. I'm going to sell 1208 and I'm going to sell 1220. I'm going to sell 1230, 1229. I'm going to sell 1238. The bid is now 1181. The ask is 1198. This is the stock we're on. It is called HCAI. This is it right now on the long-term chart. We're going to go to the 1 day. There's the 1 day, 1 minute. And I told you if it broke over this line that it could go as high as that point, and it did, and then pulled back, and then it went even to this point almost and pulled back. And this is HCAI. HCAI. This is a red belly blueback, ladies and gentlemen. Red belly blueback. 5 day moving average is the light blue. 10-day moving average is the orange. And by the way, look at that attempt to stop it from running up. Look at that massive sell-off right there to try to stop it from running up. And that quantity on that was 44,781 shares. 44,000 shares dumped right there to try to stop it, to try to stop this from running up. 44,000 shares dumped right there to try to stop it. And then look at behind that, what's coming out trying to sell. No more effort. No more effort. They blew their wad there, folks. They blew their freaking wad right there. They blew their wad. They blew everything they had. They unleashed the Kraken right there, folks. Trying to stop this thing. But this is a crocky gator, folks. It's a crocky gator with his mouth wide open now. You can see him eating shorts and going to enjoy himself for the last 10 minutes of the day, munching away on shorty balls. That's right. He's going to be munching away, having a great day, and no one's even with me. SMH. Gary Bullock, I'm having a great day. I'm with you, my friend. I'm here in the thrill of the chase. I'm having fun. HCAI. Congratulations. SUNE just hit 35 cent up 15 minutes ago. Gary, nice. Yep. Little shop. I'm here. Hey, listen, we got a drawing coming up here, ladies and gentlemen, in about 20 minutes. Be here at 20 minutes from now for the drawing for this t-shirt. All right. Let's go. Let's bounce off this cradle, off this tin, and go, baby. There is no selling. Everyone buying here on the ask. All shares being consumed here on the ask. If we go to the trade on it, HCAI, 1156, huh? Man, I see the price up here at 1196. What is this bullshit? Well, I'm going to take away all my sell orders because they see them and they get scared and let it go over those. So we're going to just take away all my sell orders now. We're taking away my sell orders up to 1266 and let's just let it run up there. Take them all out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first order I took out, they just passed it, 1213. They just went over it. And I'm gonna be punching my sell button every time they go up over 1213 on this. And right now I see the orders are filling at 1182. They just went up to 1203, 1185 now, $12 again. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Selling now at $12. And listen, nobody else wants to sell it for less than 1198 right now. Nobody wants to sell it for less than 12. At this stage, nobody wants to sell it for less than 1193. And now no one wants to sell it for less than 1208. And now no one wants to sell it for less than 1221. Are you seeing that? Look at this. There's a 2-share sell at 211, folks. I'm going to take my order away. Goodbye to it. They're just going to hold it under me at 207 if I leave it there at 208. There it goes. Now we're up, and she's running right on up. And the stock we're on, ladies and gentlemen, is HCAI. And today I'm up $153.88 on this. And I know to sell I'm not going to hold this overnight. I'm not going to do it. Waiting for it to get back up over 1220 again now. I'm up 153.88 on the stock today. And the stock I'm selling here is HCAI. And all I'm merely waiting for it now and is for it to jump over 1213. And I expect it to do that right now. And I've got right now 7 minutes until the market closes. I'm now up 133. My dollar cost average is at 11.80 a share. And here it goes, folks. Rocket land. Here we go. 1220 now. Bid is 1203. Ask is 1217. Ask is 1220. Bid is 1190. Ask is 1213, of course. Now the ask is 1220. Ask is 1233. Ask is 1231. The bid is up over 1209 now. I just sold 1219. Bid is 1211. Ask is 1230. Going out again. We got 5 minutes left. Bid is 1211. Just sold 1220. Bid is 1209, which I find must be very discouraging for the shorts that they can't get bids under 1208. That has to be disgusting for them. Now the bid is 1190. Bid just jumped back up to 1206. Ask is 1222. Bid is 1206. Ask is 1222. Bid is 1212. Oh my gosh, the bid just jumped over 1212, folks. And we now have 4 minutes till the market closes. The bid just jumped to 1226. I just sold 1231. And I'm up $194 on this position now. The bid is now 1236. The ask is 1244. I just sold 1240. Now I'm going to go out at 1247. And I'm up 188.88, folks. Nice, nice. And the ask says 1249 now, and mine is 1247. Bid is 1230. Ask is 1242. I have only 103 shares left. Bid is 1210. The ask is 1238. We got 3 minutes left to trade it all. Bid is 1210. The bid is 1219. Uh-oh. Just sold 1223.
still up 188.18. I now have 98 shares left. Bid is 12.17, ask 12.36. Bid is 12.17, ask 12.36. Bid just jumped to 12.20. Just sold 12.17. Trying to toss it down now. They're going to try and splash the close, perhaps. We've got 1 minute and 40 seconds to sell the rest. Bid is 12.20. Ask is 12.37. Bid's 12.21. Ask is 12.37. Bid is 12.21. Ask is 12.37. I'm out. I now have 88 shares left. Bid is 12.20. Ask is 12.30. And we now have, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute and 10 seconds left to keep selling. I'm up $171. Up 171.62. Bid is 12.15. We now have 40 seconds left to sell everything. Bid is 12.28. I just sold 12.31. I'm up $184. I'm up selling here now. I just sold 12.41. I now have 78 shares left. We got 20 seconds left, folks. I've got 73 shares left. We now have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And somehow I bought at the last up 159. Well, I've got 123 shares left of this. I made a mistake. Somehow I hit a buy there instead of sell. I meant to sell all of them. I wanted to have 3 shares left. I got 123. Well, still not a bad way to end up your day, folks. All right. Little shop of stuff. Where is Chu Wang? Where is Apu? Well, 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 well. HCAI. Daggum, folks. That stock, it took off, didn't it? Man, oh man. Okay, listen, guys. Um, it's time for us to cut this sheet up and start getting this drawing going. I want to make sure I get it done at 4:08 exactly. And so, congratulations, everybody, on HCAI right there. I can't believe that last order I put in a freaking buy instead of a sell. But it doesn't really matter. The bid is now 12.14. The ask is 12.28. But I just wish I had a sold every single share of that and not been leaving any of it on the table at all. But somehow I hit a buy button for 30 right at the minute when I was trying to sell 60. And I bought buy and I hit buy. I can't believe that thing executed. Shit. Well, who knows? Maybe it'll be a surprise and we'll go up to 13 or 14 on Monday. Well, I tell you what, that stock sure came out of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't it? Look at that thing run. And man, it closed at the high of the day, folks. And that is very, very good usually. Okay. I like that. So for that reason alone, I'm happy that I did not sell all of it and I kept 100 shares because anytime a stock closes near the high of the day, that's a very, very, very good sign for you. Okay. And I've shown you guys before that. Look at they closed at 12:02 and I bought right there 12:02.
Right at the last second, I bought at 12:02, and it's now a bid 12:15, ask 12:28. So I think I might be okay. And yep. And my dollar cost average on it is 11.98 now. All right, well, that's where I'm at, folks. Let's do this drawing. I want to thank you all for being here. This is the shirt you're going to get a chance to win. If you want to get in on this drawing, make sure that you do indeed put up your make sure you put up your gift right now if you want to get in on this drawing. Today we have all of these this week's viewers who have been making donations and gifts. I want to thank you very, very much. And right here, Mr. Optimist is that way because of the tracking of the history. I know what these stocks do when they close near the high of the day. So I have reason to believe that it's going to keep rising because I know what happens when a stock closes at or near the high of the day. And I showed people yesterday that, and I showed some people this morning the same thing, how good it is for your stock to close at or near the high of the day. Okay. And I'm not exactly sure. Let me take a look where HCAI ended up. Hold on a second here. HCAI. And the high of the day today, 1260. The low, $8.30. And you bet I'm going to put HCA on one of my winning stocks today. We're going to go here, top gainers. And this is going to be for 5/1, May the 1st, 2026. HCAI. And I do want to cap lock that. There we go. HCAI. Oh my God. I'm having troubles here, Houston. Houston, I have a problem. 5/1. You cannot hit the back arrow if you want to move the thing over when you're it won't work. All right, HCAI. And who called that out yesterday? HCAI. That was called out by Pat Yeager. Pat Yeager. And I always like to put down here today's low and 830 a share to 1260. 830 to 1260. Wow. 830 to 1260, ladies and gentlemen. And knowing me, I would have been buying it at 833 and 831 because those are on my buy sell sheet. So I'm going to put 831, and then the selling price I sold the highest and then the close was 1202, so 1220, but I know I sold 1220 and 1230 several times. So we're going to say 1220, just be conservative. And 831, please hold a moment here. 8.31 times 60% plus is 13. So we're going to do about 45%. 8.31 times 45% plus is 1204, 47. 8.31 times 48% plus 1229. Okay, that's good enough for me. 48% gain. And beautiful. I wonder how many shares it traded. All right. Well, Pat Yeager, good call out there on HCAI. It was volatile. There's no doubt about it. It wasn't an easy ride, but wow. Yep. Now in after hours down to 1165. Doesn't matter. We've already seen all afternoon they were using onesies down in the 1040s and onesie, twosie. So they're not going to stop doing that. They're not going to stop selling, getting paid to dump shares. They're not going to stop. But I tell you what, when the price closes at 1202 and the high was 1220s, what did it say the high was today? 1260 was the high. And actually, I want to put that on this chart. 1260 was the high. High 1260. There we go. And I know that I sold it at 1248 a couple times. But I'm just going to put in there 1220 as my average. Oh my God, this is just insane, this stupid thing. I gotta stop. I gotta stop hitting that back button. I need to move the cursor just by clicking. I cannot hit that back. It always screws me up. All right, let's click save here. And the high 1260 today, low 831 a share. Pat Yeager, good call out. And 1202, Dr. QQ says. Oh, okay. I'm not even following it now. I'm happy, man. I'm a happy camper. Oh, 1166, Savannah. After hours down to 1166. Oh, that number doesn't mean anything. No, that number means now it's at 1170. Oh, well, but that number means nothing, Savannah. 1166 means nothing whatsoever. Don't even you think about that because you're just looking for that number, Savannah. Ah. All right, let's go ahead and get these drawings cut up. Let's get this drawing. And have you made a gift here that I missed? I want to shout out to all these people because we're going to do the drawing at 4:08. Well, it's 4:10, so we're close enough. But we're going to do a drawing with all of these people who have been the lucky. Hopefully, one of these people will be the lucky shirt recipient today. So let's cut this up now and get the drawing done. Sorry that I'm a little bit late. Oh, look, in the after hours now, it's back up to 1202 after just being at 1166. I guess they ran out of the onesie shares. They must have run out of the onesies. Okay. So thank you, Nicole Barbie and J Rod. Ultra Surfer, thank you. And Port Bear. Tomato Bisque Soup. Pat Yeager, thank you. And thank you, Port Bear. One Love, thank you. And Mo Deve. Dubs, thank you for becoming a member. Michael O'Banion, thank you. Larry Pitts and Mo Deve. Larry Pitts again and Mo Deve. Wow. Regulars, folks. Larry Pitts, Mo Deve. Larry, Mo Deve. Yeah. The Savvy Traveler, thank you. And Richie B, thank you. Thank you. R. Richie B. My 2 cents. And David Corns, I'm sorry. Jayhawk. And Don Julio. My 2 cents. Richie B. Tomato Bisque. And Amado Jimenez. Tomato Bisque and the Bass Assassin. Nicole Barbie, thank you. And R. Richie B. and Amado Jimenez. We're almost done. Richie B., Amado Jimenez, Jayhawk, thank you. Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, Larry Pitts, and Christine K. Larry Pitts again, and Nicole Barbie, Pat Yeager, my 2 cents again. Thank you. All right, so we're going to cut all these off right here now. And we're going to cut all these off. We're cutting you off, people. And that is, folks, about 60, I believe 60 people right here already that we've got these names for. And I certainly want to thank all of you and make sure I have them all individual because some of them kind of got out of line a little bit, but we got them. That looks all right. Oh, here we go. Jayhawk and R. Richie B. I got you on one sheet here too. So we got you all taken care of. And now we have the other side of sheet of paper. And none of these, one of them just dropped. Ugh. Get back in there, David Corns. And now we're going to cut these here. Shirts should be cherished forever. Thank you, Ultra Surfer. Jayhawk, there you go. Ultra Surfer, speaking of you, Charles Washington, your Goliath membership gets you 5 entries. Good luck today. Igera, thank you. MHCJ162 or 1G2, thank you. My 2 cents again. R. Richie, my 2 cents again. Capera coming in today, big time with a donation. Thank you for that big donation, Capera. That gets you 5 entries. Modib, please. You get 5 more entries. He said, give my shirt if I win. He said, give it to my 2 cents. And the shirt that we're giving away, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be this shirt that I'm wearing right here now. And there we go. This is all the folks that are going to be entered, and we're going to put them now into my hat here. Yep. Modi, my 2 cents. Hello there. Yes, now in after hours down to 1165, 1202. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. 1168. This is all piddly stuff. All right, everybody. So we're going to put your names into the cat hat right now. And let's hope that you get to be the lucky winner right now. Now, also, just so you know, and most of you do know this already, but if you don't get your name drawn today, I have here a tackle box, and your name will be put into this tackle box if you don't win today. And to give you an idea of how many people are in here already for this year, this is what we got. And this dang thing is nearly half full of all the people who have made donations during the past year. And we have this again, a number this many again, folks, from the year before. And I mean, there is a huge number of people who've donated over the last year. And I want to thank you very much. There must be 2,000 or 3,000, maybe more in here. I'm not kidding. You know, it'd be cool to have a counter that could count all of these. But uh-oh, I dropped one. There we go. All right. And then we're going to do an end of the year drawing, okay? Whoa. Just about yanked that thing right off onto the floor. All right, everybody, here we go. We're going to do the drawing. And I'm looking at this HCAI. I just saw the price $11.66, then $12, then $11.66, then $12, $11.66, $12. I have to guess one share sell orders going across here now. All one shares, these onesies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Alexa, start the long drum roll, please.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Oh, please, come on. Alexa, play the long drum roll.
Long Snare Drum Roll by Cartoon King from Spotify.
No, no, no. Alexa, that's not the song we want. What
I'm
is
not
it?
quite sure how to help you with that.
Well, you're going to figure it out, I'm sure. Alexa, play the long drum roll.
Long Snare Drum Roll by Cartoon King from Spotify.
Alexa, can you play the long drum roll, please?
Long Snare Drum Roll by Cartoon King from Spotify.
I don't know what happened to this silly thing. This thing has played the long snare drum roll for me three or. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to do a new long snare drum roll win. The lucky winner of the drawing is going to be coming out of this hat right now. We're going to reach in right here and pull it out. And the winner is Port Bear. Port Bear. Alexa, stop. Port Bear is today's winner of today's drawing. And I believe Port Bear, yes, recently bought one from me and should have gotten it. Or Port Bear is the one who I have to send one out now to. I've got one for. I can't believe it. Port Bear, did you just win 2 weeks in a row? Because I know that I just sent you one. Yes, Port Bear. I think in the interest of everybody else here that's been contributing, if you don't mind, Port Bear, um, I'm gonna draw another name here, okay? And because I know that in fact you did just win. Now I'm not certain that I actually got your shirt. I know I signed it, but my ink ran out on it. I think that was you because I did send out the other one to Larry Pitts already. So the autograph shirt I did send out to Larry Pitts, and Larry, you should have already gotten your shirt. I would hope. But anyway, Iguera says, Alexa, please listen. Okay, okay. Uh, Alexa, please play the long drum roll by Bob Morgenstein. Alexa, please play the long drum roll.
Long Snare Drum Roll by Cartoon King from Spotify.
Larry, the mail is slow, man. I hear you. Well, anyway, I did send your shirt out to you. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do a drawing again, and we're going to see if we can get someone else instead of 2 weeks in a row or winner. The winner is Alexa. Stop. And the winner is J Rod. J Rod. And I have to tell you right now, my 2 cents. If you could wear that size shirt for the meow shirt that I had, I'd let you have it. Holy cow! HCAI's at 12:37 and after hours. 12:37 and after hours. Well, hopefully, my 2 cents. You will definitely, hopefully, win on the drawing at the end of the year and get something even more massive. Oh yeah! All right, so we're gonna put all these names now into here. Um, and Port Bear, I will get your shirt to you because I'm still waiting for the stupid Amazon order I made to come in for my ink pens. And I've already told my wife if it's not here this evening that we're going to go buy one tomorrow at a fabric store so I can get your shirt on out to you. But oh, and I got to put Larry Pitts in here from his previous wins. And I've got a few others over here that I got to put in that I've shipped out already. There they go. All right, they're all in there. All right. Put that right down there. All right, folks. Well, dang. Well, I tried my 2 cents. Yep. Well, me too. I already told my 2 cents. You don't even have to have your name drawn. If you happen to wear this size shirt, I'll just send you the shirt for nothing. I was hoping that this would be a size that would fit my 2 cents, but she must be smaller than this. Probably too dang big for her. So, what can you do? And Port Bear, I'll send you another. I won't probably be a shirt, but something else cool. I think you'll like. I already have your address, and I'll just send it along with the first shirt that you won last week. I'll send you something else. We'll make sure and get you something else sent out because you did contribute to the channel and you did win. You did have your name drawn again, but you're one lucky sucker, man. You should go out and play the lottery right now. You should, Port Bear. You should be playing the lottery 2 weeks in a row. Drawing from Catfish is that's lucky. That's lucky. Do you guys remember one of the drawings that I did that I drew out this guy's name? And yep. And I drew out this guy's name. I believe it was Khalid Al Hajri. And he had said that he was overseas. And he said, so if I'm overseas, don't bother sending me anything. And so I said, okay, I just drew out this person's name. And I know that they don't want me to send them anything because they already said that they're overseas and it would cost too much. So I'm going to draw another name. And I reached in the hat and I pulled out Khalid Al Hajri. I set it down and I said, oh my gosh. Well, he won again. I guess it's destiny. But then I said, let's do one more drawing. And I shook the hat and I reached in and I pulled out Khalid Al Hajri. And at that point, I said, I got to send this guy his shirt because, I mean, and there was 80 or 90 people's names, maybe even more in there at the time. But 3 times I pulled his name out and I just said, wow, I got to send it to him. There's no question about it. He deserves it. And I can't remember if it was Khalid Al Hajri, but it was somebody else that was overseas, and I did send it. And interestingly enough, one other shirt I sent out to Canada cost me $47 to send that shirt to Shalal Hassan. And I have not seen or heard anything from Shalal Hassan since I sent that shirt to him. Not one, not nothing, nothing at all. I have no idea what happened to Shalal Hassan. He was a very, very regular, and I know that he did a lot of fishing, and I believe he was in Alaska, or no, he was in Canada. He was somewhere in Canada, and I finally got his address right, and something was wrong with where I was trying to ship it to, and we had the wrong something or another, and so finally I got it all right, and I sent it out to him, and I haven't seen or heard anything from him since then. I don't know what happened to him. Pat Yeager, thank you. Well, your name is going to go on the list for next week's drawing, the very top. You're going to start next week's drawing, Pat Yeager. Hey, Pat, I know that twice when you've been in here that I've been reminded of my joke about the Mick Jagger frog. I should change the frog's name to JJ Jagger Jr. But Pat Yeager, thank you for being a regular donor on the channel. I really do appreciate your regular donations and your constant support. I appreciate that. And I'm watching this stock HCAI now in after hours, and I'm watching this, and I want you guys to take a look at this. Yes, the little elephant. I was wondering, have you told that joke to anyone else? But look over here at HCAI, folks. Look at this. One share at 12, four gets 12.13. One share at 12. One share at 12. Cell phone farms, people. You see that? One share 12, one share 12, one share 12, one share 12. Someone's getting paid to sit at a computer and load in one share orders at 12 repeatedly over and over. Any big orders that come in, you can see what happens to the price. 50 shares and it's at 12.30. See that? 479 shares, it's at 12.37. Look at down here. 20 shares, it was at 12.40. And this was just 10 minutes ago. So understand how the manipulation is done. Someone could could have sold 479 at and even more at 12.40. They could have sold 20 at 12.40. Down here, they could have sold all those shares at that price, but instead in the after hours, they're going to sell 6 shares at 11.99. Does that make sense to you? Who does that kind of thing unless they're getting paid to do it? You got orders filling at 12.36, 12.37, 12.36, 12.37, and then somebody says, "Well, let me sell my 6 shares at 11.99." Who does that, folks? Who? I'm asking you to ask yourself, who's going to sell 321 shares at $12 unless they're paid to do it? All right. Who's going to sell 810 shares at $12 unless they're being paid to sell 800 there? That's what I want to know. Because why wouldn't the morons instead sell at the 1240 just of 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago? Who's getting paid to keep dumping out shares one at a time or two at a time or one at a time at $12 a share? Who is? Why? Why are they doing that? Why are they doing it? Why are they doing it? Not only that, but also, why is it that Yahoo, why is it Charles Schwab just decided to stop showing the numbers that were down below here? Why did they stop showing those? At 4:25 p.m., what happened to all the shares that were sold before 4:25 that were sold down below at 1166? Where did those numbers go? Why can't I scroll down and see those numbers now? That's what I want to know. Why can't I scroll down and see those numbers that were sold at 1166 in the after hours? Who's preventing that from happening? And then who sells, like I said here, who sells 227 shares or 810 shares at $12 when they could have sold them at 12.10? Who? Who's selling one share at $12? Who's being paid to sell 40 shares there or 6 shares? Why? Why would they sell that many there? Again, I ask you, they just could have sold them at 1240, but look, now those numbers have disappeared off the screen. And they're not going to show you those numbers. They don't want you to see them. I guess they don't want to. I guess someone at Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, I guess they just don't want you to see that orders were just filling at 1240 a share. I don't know where they went. I don't know where all those orders went. I see some sold at 1213, but why won't they let me go down here and see the orders that filled at the 1166 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago? Why don't they show us that, folks? Why have they stopped letting me look at those? Why? 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 What's going on, folks? Why won't they let me go down? They used to, during the day, I can scroll down as far as I want. I can go back and look a freaking hour ago and see what they sold for. But suddenly in the after hours here, they decided to erase all the numbers down here and won't let me move below them. And all they're showing is a low of $12. That's all they're showing. They're not showing in the after hours. It was 1166 and 30 minutes ago. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not show that? Why hide that from everyone that the prices were 1166 25 minutes ago? I'm curious. I'm just curious. Mind wants to know. Oh, Pat Yeager says, yes, I have. Oh, very cool. Well, thank you for sending that thumbs up my way this evening. I appreciate it. You're the one to help me get my jewels today. We're not a very, very, we've seen sometimes 2,000 in jewels in a day, like we did 2 days ago. Today, 79 in jewels. But hey, it's okay. No big deal. No worries. I understand things have been a little bit tight. We've had some tough runs lately. But now I see the bid is $12. The ask is 1213. I see the bid is 12 and the ask is 1213. And all I can wonder is who in their idiotic minds is thank you very much, Pat. Yes. It's the laughing disco ball. Yes, thank you. Well, and the interesting thing is I see the bid is $12 and I see the bid is 12 and I see all these prices being thrown out at the bid. Why? Why are they throwing away shares at $12 a share? And the interesting thing is, my dollar cost average is 11.98. But why, if the bid is $12, why are they selling them at 12? It says the ask is $12.13. Why are they throwing out all these orders at 12? Who's getting paid? 1, 3, 1 share, 4, 7, 2, 5, 1, 1, 1, 1, 7. Who is getting paid to keep throwing shares out at 12? That's what I want to know. Interestingly enough, when the market closed, someone told me, hey, this HCAI is at 1166 in after hours. And I went, oh, well, I'm not worried about that. It's just people selling one share at a time, like these here, one, 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 one. So they run out of the onesie twosies after a while. And then the next thing you know, it was back up to 1240 in the after hours. And then they sing it back down to $12 selling onesie, 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 5Z, 79, 79. All cell phone farms here working, folks. This is all a cell phone farm working. They're throwing out share after share. Someone's getting paid to sit and dump shares at 12. And I can prove that to you because, ladies and gentlemen, over here, nothing's deviated at all. The price still says the bid is 12 and the ask is 1213. And right now, the interesting thing is somebody's sitting in after hours throwing prices out to the bidder. And they just ran out. They just ran out. They just ran out of the 12s. Oh my. Yep, Charles Washington, level 2 tells the story. Well, you can see now they just ran out of the 12s. They ran out of them. And again, I want to ask you guys, who was selling all these shares and who was getting paid to sell all these that they could at $12? Who was getting paid? Now the price is $12.25, 2 shares. 12.20, 90 shares gets 12.20. Isn't that interesting? Look at all those cell phone farm orders. I told you, cell phone, cell phone, cell phone. Man, I wonder how high this thing is going to go on Monday. HCAI. Well, holy smokes. Look at that thing go, folks. 1230 now. 261, 1235. HCAI. Oh, man, this thing could go back up to $14. Now, I want you guys to take a look at something here on this stock, HCAI. I'm just going to show you here. And here's what you need to understand. As you can see, this stock has no problem making serious moves from $5.20 all the way up to $14 with virtually zero resistance at all. See that? It has no trouble making its way through this range. Now, look here. See where they stopped the 5-day average when this thing ran up to that price? They stopped the 5-day right here, folks. But look where the frickin' 5-day is now. Look at it. Look where it is. It's over this line of resistance. And I told you all if it went over that price, it was going to go to there. I told you that. I told you it. I said to it, everybody, if this 5-day goes over this line, watch out, is what I said earlier. Because I had seen it before stop at that price. And I warned you guys. I told every one of you, if the 5-day goes over that line, they're in trouble. And I want to back out here so you can see it even more clearly so you can understand. Look again, folks. When this price hit $14.45 a share, the 5-day stopped on this double line. It stopped on the top line. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5-day is now crossing over that line in the after hours right now. See it? This was a critical stopping point when the market opened up yesterday morning. The 5-day stopped there when this was at 14.45. That's why I'm telling you now this price could easily go back up to 14 right now because the 5-day just went over that double line. It just broke over it, folks, where it stopped previously. This is a critical line right here. This one here. I'm just pointing it out to you. I show you, you decide. I provide, you decide. Okay? All I can do is provide you the information. You have to decide what to do with it. This stock is HCAI. And I already told everyone when the price hit $14.45 a share, I told every one of you the 5 days stopped on that line. Watch if it goes over that line now. That's what I said to you this morning. And look at it now in the after hours. It just went over that line. And I'm telling you, this thing could go all the way back up to $14. And look at that. The bid is now 1201 and the ask is 1245. And I'm telling you, watch out because this could easily go up here, folks. This is how fast it could run off that number. Look how fast it did this morning. This happened in freaking 45 minutes. These are 15-minute candlesticks, folks. So 45 minutes, it was at 1445 after it crossed after the blue 5-day stop there. And now look now, the blue 5-day just crossed that line. Oh my. And by the way, the last time the blue 5-day crossed this line and stopped and pulled back, the 10-day orange was down here. See that? Look where the 10-day orange was. Well, now look over here. Look where the 10-day orange is. It's in an area where there's no resistance. It's in a vacuum area. It's in a resistance-free area. There's never been resistance up to there or up to there or down to there or up to there or down to there or up to there. No resistance here. And here it is, the 10-day right in the middle of an area where there should be no resistance. And that's just going to push the 5-day up even more, folks, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I mean, dang, folks. Oh, the 5-day mustered out and ran out of energy right there. And the 10-day ran out down here. Now look where the 10-day is. Christine, thank you. Your name is going to join with Pat Yeager right now. Thank you very much. And that's a big donation. So thank you. You're going on the list with Pat Yeager for Monday's drawing. Next Friday's drawing. Um, for those of you that are on this channel still with bearing with me here this Friday afternoon, it's things like this that I show you that you can carry with you for the rest of your lives, ladies and gentlemen. It's things like this that I show you that can be a true indicator of a true breakout occurring. This is truly a breakout possibility. And I show you this because this 5-day just broke over that line. It's the second line where they stopped it, folks. It really needs to be moved up a little bit. It needs to be moved up to right there. And folks, we're breaking over it now. We're going to break over it right now. And if it does, this thing is going to skyrocket. The 10-day was here when it stopped there. Now the 10 days up here. And it isn't going to stop at this line, I don't believe. Bid now 1196, ask 1230. You can sure see that they tried to stop that, though. You see here when they got the price to there that they pulled it back. And that 5-day, they pulled that back off there. They're trying it even here, but man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. HCAI. Bid now 1196, ask 1230. Well, it sure doesn't seem to be much of a. You shouldn't be surprised to see how hard they've been coming at this in the after hours with all those dump share orders they had at 1170, 1180. It shouldn't be surprising because they know that if it breaks above this level, it's got a ways to go and it may not stop. They know that. They already know. So they already know how critical this line is. Trust me, they know. They know it, folks. I promise you, they know. I guarantee you they know. They know how critical this line is right here. They are very well aware of it. But just look at this 200-day moving average. Look at the 50-day and 45. Look at them try to attack it in after hours, and it just cradled off that, and boom. Try to take it down to a 50 again. It's just going to go right off that again because, folks, this is just too much friggin' energy here. Too much energy with this 200 and the 50. Just too much. No matter how hard they try, they're going to lose. They're going to lose here. And interestingly enough, I'm going to move this line up for you. So because we don't need it anymore. Let's move this up to right here. Right there. Right there. This line right here, folks. Resistance. Going to be resistance here again. You'll see major resistance right here before at that line. And there will be resistance here most likely again to push it right on up. Especially, ladies and gentlemen, when they got to this resistance line right here, I want you to be aware the friggin' 50-day average was way down here at that time. Here's where the resistance was recreated, and the 50 was way down here. You don't think there's going to be resistance again at that line with the 50-day right below it? Think about it, folks. The last time there was resistance at this line, The 50-day average was all the way down here. Look at the straight line from there. Resistance from that line. The 50-day was here, folks. From this line right here, the 50-day average was all the way down here. Now they're trying to take it to this line, and the 50's right there. Forget about it. There's no way it stays at this line, folks, in my opinion. No freaking way. No way. If it was resisted here and pulled back, and that 50-day was way down here, it's going to resist the drop here because the freaking 50 is right on its heels, baby. And the 200 is just climbing here, climbing through this. Should be no resistance here. There never has been any resistance here at this price. Blew right through it. And next, it's going to blow through this one. And then there's going to be no resistance from here to here to here to here to here to here. No resistance when it crosses this line. I'm telling you, when this 200 keeps coming up, when it crosses this line right here, you better watch out, shorts, because then you're really screwed. Because this 200 is going to go right up to there, right up to there, okay, without any resistance. There never has been any here. There's been no resistance to the current price, and there will be no resistance to the 200 through here either. All right, just so you're aware of it. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You can watch it with your own two eyes. Watch it bounce off this line now. The same line that was this big run up resistance and pull down now will become their own demise. First, it was a disguise, and now it's their demise. See that? First time here, it was a disguise. Second time here, it is not a disguise. Well, it would be, but I'm here to expose it for what it is. A kiss off the 50-day and goodbye. With a rising 200 below, about to cross over this line of resistance. And I don't even know why I have the line there. The line really should be here, this line of resistance. It should be here. And I'm going to move it there now where it should be. And look, at this point where the 5-day average stopped going down and turned and ran, the 200 is now broken over that level right now. It's breaking over it now. You watch what's going to happen after that. Hey, I'm here to show everybody so they'll buy the dang thing. All right? And take notice, if you would. Happy to show you this. Take notice, if you would, down here. Do you see this massive attempt to splash the close? The volume on this candlestick, folks, is 45,000 shares. 45,000 shares were thrown out there. 45,000 shares to try to splash the close. But look what the price did from that level. When they sold the 45,000, look what it did. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a shorter and you're trying to stop a run up, this is the best way to do it. In the middle of this, sell 45,000 shares and make the freaking price drop like a rock. But look at that. Can you imagine what they did? Can you imagine the look on their faces when they sold 45,000 shares right there and then they watched that friggin' price from there just keep going up? I bet they nearly shit their pants. I can almost guarantee you they nearly shit their pants when they saw that happen. When they sold 45,000 shares at this level and then they saw that price go right on up, I guarantee you they nearly had a heart attack. They're like, oh my God, what are we going to do to stop this son of a. Look at that effort right there to stop it. Take a look at that effort right there to stop it. And this was done at what time? It was done at 20 minutes until the market closed. They tried to start tanking it down at 20 minutes till. And instead, it closed at the high of the day, folks. Oh my gosh. Yikes. Holy smokes. Market makers started selling right here. Sell red, red, red through this area. You can see the price was falling, 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 falling. But man, it got to that line and it said, sayonara, baby. Man, and that is a vag if I ever saw one. And then mirror trading, folks. Mirror trading. Look at that 200 in the after hours just climbing and now crossing this line. And from that line, it's going to go up to there without much resistance. It's going to rise, folks. The 200 is going to rise all the way up to here without much resistance because there's just never been resistance here or here or here. Never. You watch, folks. Watch and learn. Watch and learn. Every single attempt here that in the after hours to break the 5-day below the orange 10 has failed. They tried to break it below the orange 10 and it failed. Here, they try to break it below the orange 10 and it's going to fail again. You want to know why? Because here, where they broke it below the orange, it was the 50 way down here. Here, where they broke it down to the orange, the 50 had risen to here. And now, where they break it down below the orange, the 50 has risen to freaking here. All right? So if they break it down below the orange here and the 50's way down here and it responds upwards, and then they break it down to the right at the orange 50 and the 50's risen to here and then it breaks upwards, then they take it down below, just below the orange 50 here, and the 50's risen over this resistance line. What do you think is going to happen, folks? Let me just let you guess. I'll let you guess what's going to happen. The same thing that happened over here 4 minutes ago. Buyers only. Buyers only. You're going to see the green come in here. Honestly, believe you will. Bid now 1189, 1202 ask. Looking over here, let's see what they're working with just for the hell of it. Ah, just what I thought. Onesie, 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 one, 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 one. One, 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 one. Yep. This is how it's done. They play it with the ones, folks. This is how it's done. Onesie, 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 onesie. You know, and I wonder who's getting paid to do this? Who is getting paid to sit around and sell one share at a time in the after hours on a Friday afternoon? What a job to have. What a job to have to sit at a computer on a Friday afternoon at a cell phone farm, loading in one share sell orders one after the other on someone's behalf. Hey, Kat, did the AI search on HCAI? It's a Chinese company that did a reverse split 1 for 30 2 weeks ago and now has 163,000 shares. This could be another AKAN. Okay. They only have 163 shares, 163,000 shares. HCAI has only 163,000 shares. Let me see. The float, you're right, is 163,000 shares. Shares outstanding is only 629,000. Oh my gosh. It's another one, folks. Look at this. Shares held by insiders. Shares held by insiders. Look at this number, folks, of shares held by insiders. 158% of the insiders, 158% held by insiders. 158% held by insiders. Can anyone explain that? How, oh my gosh. No wonder they're only able to sell onesie twosies back and forth to each other. No wonder there's no shares. There's no shares there. Look at that, folks. One share at 1165. What a freaking joke. One share, folks. One share at 1168. One share 1169. One share 1171. And now another thing interesting about Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim, is they're not going to let you look at the sales that were just made at 1240 a share 20 minutes ago. They've erased those off the bottom here. You can't get access to them. I don't understand. I've never this is getting to be unusual. Why are they only showing you now? Why aren't they showing the shares that just sold 20 minutes ago at 1240 a share? 1240, 1245. Why aren't they showing that? They're happily showing these 1186s and 1189s, 1172s and 1165s. They're happily showing that. But why? What in the world? One share at 1165, one share, one share, one share at 1156. Well, I tell you what, man, I don't know who's behind it, but there's no doubt this stock is really, really, really being aggressively traded against by these shorts. They must have a heavy short position against it. They really must, but because they're paying someone to sit around and throw out one. And I mean, go ask yourself, what logical sense does it make when the shares were just selling 30 minutes ago at 1240 a share to now come in and sell at 1156 100 shares? Who does that? Who does that? Except someone being paid to do it. Nobody. Literally, and again, the thing I find interesting is that Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim, doesn't want to show you anymore that shares were selling at 1240 a share literally 15 minutes ago. But they want to cut that off. And I don't understand. I've never really noticed them do that before, but I can't go any lower than this price, 1189. I mean, it's just done. It's like, no, 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 you can't go back and look back 20 minutes ago and see the price was 1240 a share. No, no, no. Okay for you to look at the prices here at 1150. That's fine. But we're not going to show you that it was 90 cents higher 20 minutes ago. We don't want you to see that. And we don't want you to see that they just use one share, one share, one share, one twosy, onesie twosies to get it to 1150 from 1240. I don't know. I don't know if they're trying to cover it up for them or what, but it makes me it feels interesting to me that I cannot go back to just 20 minutes ago and see the shares we're selling at 1240 a share. They just won't let me go do it. All they're going to do now is let me look at these that are selling by one at a time at 1150. And somebody smart just came in and bought 1,143 shares at 1150, folks. Well, pretty smart because they probably were just seeing it at 1240 a share 20 minutes ago, and they're thinking, "God, dogs, man, I'm going to get in here. This is market manipulation 101." They've already seen it down in the 1160s earlier when the market just closed, and then it went to 1240. So they're thinking, all right, well, let's just buy it again here. And they're right to, because now look, one share at 1159. Who in the hell just sold 55 shares at 1133? Who the hell did that? Who sold one share at 1132? And now the price is at 1159, one share sold. I mean, listen, folks, the only one that would sell anywhere in this world a share price for, and now, by the way, $1.07 lower, $1.07 below where it was just selling for 30 minutes ago. It was at 1240, I know. And then I saw the sell orders at 1240. And then all of a sudden, they're selling shares, one share at 1132. $1.08 below where it was. 108, folks, and we know that is a favorite number, 108. And they worked it down to 108. 108 below the price it just was 20 minutes ago. $1.08. And then now look at it rise. Look at it go. Where's all the shares at 1132, 108 down? Shit, it's already at 1170, ladies and gentlemen, 40 cents higher almost. And look at that, a 50 share order sold at 1156, and somebody comes in and buys two for 1170. My gosh, what in the world? How is that even possible? Look at that, folks. Dumping out shares at $11.30 something cents, and now they won't let me look at those numbers. They're not going to let me look at the 1130s that just had achieved. I can't. Yeah, they are. There they are. There they are. They're still showing them. I thought they took them away. They're like, oh God, we can't show people that the price was just 1130 and now it's freaking 1170 again. We can't do that. So let's race 1130s. Well, there you go, folks. That's manipulation 101. This is how the aftermarket works. Selling one share at 1132. And it was 1140, it was 1240 a share 30 minutes ago. 1240 a share. And I'm going to show you right now on HCAI with the chart, the 1 day right now. You can see it. And let's zoom out. Look at that effort. And I wonder what that line means to them. I already told you what was going to happen if it broke over that line. But they take it down then to this line. Meanwhile, look at that 200 day rose above this and still rising, and it's still leaving that line now. And here comes the green flat top right now, right now. Green flat top begins here now. And there it goes, folks. And here come the buyers. Look at them coming in right there now. Oh, yeah. Come on in there. How many shares they buy right there? 1,800 shares just bought right there, folks, on that drop. And you better look up there at that thing. That's a flat top green with not a single bit of a wick on the top of it. None. None at all. No wick on the top. Bid now 1156. I wonder how the people feel that just got through selling this stock at 1132 and the price is now bid 1156. Huh. The bid is 1156, the ask is 1170. The reason that is because is because they want to get a sell now, and they want to collect this stock at 1166 again, like they did earlier. And interestingly enough, now the bid is 1156, and the ask is 1170. And I bet you right now, if you put in an order, that you would fill at 1166 if you put an order in now. If you could do a market order, it would fill at 1166 right now, I guess is. And now I want to try to go to trade here. There we go. Let's go see. Well, see that? They took away all the sales at 11:30. They took them off. They wiped them out. All the sales as at 11:30 are gone now. They don't want that to be seen that somebody was selling and throwing out shares at 11:30 just 5 minutes ago. The price just went to 11.70 again. They don't want to show that 11:30 nonsense. That's ridiculous, they said. Oh God, no. 11:56 is as low as we're going to show them now. We take away the 11:30s. You can watch that 11:30 down there. No, no, no. 11:60, that's better. We'll go with that. Oh man, one share, boom, up over their favorite number to 1167. See that? One freaking share at 1160, one share 1167. Uh-oh. What happened to all the shares at 1132? Where'd those go? The 1132 shares. Where'd those go? HCAI, folks. HCAI. Well, there's not many shares left, I can't imagine. I can only presume there's just not many shares left to keep throwing out there on the off the share tree, plucking them off the tree and sell them. And now I look at this candlestick and I like what I see, man. I like to see those buyers coming in. Look at them. Look at them coming in. Boom, boom. Out go the lights, baby. Boom, boom. Out go the lights. And look at that freaking 5-day turn and going north now. Watch this candlestick go up here. I stay on here. I'll talk people into getting this stock. It's 11.56 bid, $12 ask now. There's no more 11.67 on the ask. It's freaking all the way up to 11.90 now. The ask has gone up now to 11.90. You couldn't buy an 11.66 right now if you wanted it. The ask is 11.90. No way you're going to get an 11.66 now. And let's go see what it's trading at. 11.81, 11.90. All right. Filling at the ask price now. And I'm going to show you. You better look at the chart, folks. This is a doggone flat top green candlestick right there. And the next candlestick started here. Holy smokes. A flat top green, and then the next candlestick starts here, totally unenveloped. Watch it. Watch it, people. This is a flat top green, and the next candlestick starts here, unenveloped. Bid now is 11.56. The ask is 11.90. The bid is 11.56. The ask is 11.90. And this price here is 11.70 right here. And the stock I'm looking at is HCAI. The bid 11.56, the ask 11.90. Holy smokes. And I think it's interesting that the bid now is at 11.56, the ask is 11.90, and the shares are all selling here at 11.90. Look over here, folks. 11.88, 11.90, 11.89. You're not going to get a freaking order to fill for you right now at 11.56 or 11.66. It isn't happening. 11.70 is as low as they can get it with a 5-share dump. I mean, they're right up underneath the ask price. They're filling at 11.88 and 11.90. I'm just letting you know this. You can do with this information whatever you want, but the ask is 1190, and the shares that are being bought now, 5 at 1170 thrown out, and 20 at 1170 there. But a big order comes in for 50, and it's at 1188, and another one for 20, and it's at 1190. And I think it's going to keep rising, folks. Oh, and they wipe out all the why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Why are they taking out all these orders down below here? Is it fixing to go even higher? Is this thing going to go even higher? And now all they can show is 1160 for the low? Is it about to launch? Is it about to rocket? Is it about to take off? I think it is, folks. I think it is. And that's why they keep erasing those numbers. They don't want you to see that just a little bit ago how low it was. But I got news for you, folks. Over here, they got this low established on the 50-day average. And now they got this low established with the 50-day way up here. The 50's still way up above, folks. It's very hard to make a price stay below a 50-day with a rising 200 below it. And this thing just keeps going up like I said it would. It just keeps going away from that. Bid 1156 still. Ask 1190. Bid 1156. Ask 1190. Orders now filling at 1166. 4 shares. 4 shares at 1166, folks. Four mighty powerful shares there. All I like is what I'm seeing on this chart right now. And I see a rising 200-day that has now come over this low resistance at the after hours, right when it closed, the after hours. The 200 crossed over that low resistance line. And then here, an hour after hours, the 200 crossed the next resistance line. And that's all that matters, folks. This long-term average crossing resistance lines like they're just nothing, just riding right through them. Same angle. It has never changed. And here they try to take it down below this, the 50 up above. Impossible. Not with the freaking 200 rising into this range. In my opinion, this thing is going to skyrocket. The bid now 1156, the ask 1190. I take a look again. The bid 1156, the ask 1190, and shares filling right under the ask 1189. One share at 1180. Well, they just sold 3 shares at 1170. Did they only have 1 share for 1180 now? And now 1190, and we got 44 shares to buy. 1 share. See this? 1 share 1170. Then the buy is 3 shares 1173. Then 1 share 1180. And the buy is 44 shares at 1190. 1190, folks. Then 3 shares at 1177. Uh-oh. What's this? We got 4 at 1166. And we got 6 at 1156. And then 93 at 1178. How is this possible? The bid is 1170. The ask is 1189. They're not going to get 1166 anymore this afternoon, I do not believe. The bid is now, unfortunately for the shorters, the bid is 1170. The bid is 1170. How are they going to get any sales again in the 1150s if the bid is 1170? I'm here to show you right now so you can see it with your own 2 eyes. The bid is 1170, folks. When the bid is 1170, who in their right mind is throwing out shares at 1156? What happened to the shares at 1156 and 1157? The 4 and 5 and 6 shares. What happened to those? Why are they bidding 1170 now? They ran out of the 4 shares and 5 and 6 at 11.55. Now they got 78 shares. They drummed up at 11.61. Down here, though, 11.55, 11.56. I just show you guys how they work the market in after hours. Price was just selling at 11.90. They could have sold at 11.90 a share. Just moments ago, they could have sold 11.90, but now they're going to come and sell, and again at 11.90, 44 shares, but they're going to come in and sell 11.61, 78. Oh, I'd rather not sell 11.90. I'd rather sell mine at 11.61. I mean, why should I want to make that much profit? 11.90. Why would I sell 44 there at 11.90? Let me instead sell 78 at 11.61. Yeah, that makes me a genius. That makes me a virtual genius right there. Let's not sell at 11.90, 44 shares. Let's sell ours instead at 11.61. We'll sell our one share at 11.61, folks. We don't want to sell our one share at 11.90. Let's sell that one at 11.61 instead. After hours. Yep, after hours. FYI 999 Nokia, okay? I'll write it down for a Monday possibility. Monday's going to be May the 3rd. No, yes, May the 4th. May the 4th. Okay. I'll write it down. May 4th. We're going to start a new sheet of paper. May the 4th. And we'll look at Nokia. I think it's NOK, correct? I'm 99% sure it's NOK. FYI. Okay, I got it. May 4th, 5-4 NOK. I'm 99% sure that is the stock symbol for Nokia charts. NOK. Just let me get over here and make sure that's right. Jeez. NOK, Tyler. NOK. Oh, Tyler, just turn on your daggum keyboard. You can't see shit down here. NOK. Enter. Well, that looks just like this other stock we're on now. NOK looks identical to the chart we're on now. NOK. FYI 999. Thank you. NOK. FYI 999. I got you down for Monday morning. Price at 1388 for the high today, 1389. And anybody that's on this channel that's with me, they know that is a sell number. They would never have held that there. Anybody that's on my channel already knows and would have definitely sold there because I've got right here sell, and it said right here sell 86, 87, 88, 89. And everyone on this channel would have sold that price because they know it. See that? And look where they ran that up to. 89. Perfect. Sell that 1389, people. Buy it back at 1288 or lower. What was this price? 1326. My buy sell sheet here tells you to sell right here. It says sell the 86, 87, 88, 89. And then the buyback right over here 37, 38, 39. I mean, that's one of the lows that you could have bought back. 13.89. And then just now at the closing, they closed it at 13.26. 62-cent down off the high today. I'll watch it Monday morning. I thank you for calling it out, FYI. Fizz John, hello, after hours. Yep. Hey there, Gary Inwards. Yep. All right. Well, now I want to get back over to my other chart, and that is NCAI. But I'll look at Nokia. What was that other one? It's not NCAI. Gosh dog it. Been trading this son of a gun all day long. HCAI. HCAI. There it is. Uh-oh. Well, folks, this is after hours. You can hang around and watch them piddle around with this, selling onesie, twosie shares all night long if you want to. But I don't need to. I've seen this before. Someone's getting paid to dump out 70 shares here at 11.56, and then right on the heels of that, 11.68 for 31. I have no idea how much higher this is going to go. But I want to thank you for being here with me this afternoon, and I'm going to call it a day, folks. I've been here since 6:48 this morning. I'm going to get on out of here. I hope you guys have a great afternoon. It's Friday, everybody, and we're off for 2 days. I wish you all the best of luck in all your financial endeavors. I hope that you have great success in all of the things that you attempt over this weekend. Set yourselves goals that are attainable, and let's reach those goals, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to wish for you that you have not only happiness in your life, but that you have healthiness in your life. Because truly, that is really the most important thing, is that you stay healthy, okay? And of course, as I always say before I finish my stream, I hope that you are all surrounded with love, because each and every one of you absolutely, definitely deserves it, no doubt. So God bless you all. Have a great weekend. We will talk to you on Monday at 6:48 a.m. God bless America. Catfish Tyler says over and out. Yes, have a good one. Yep, Pat, thank you. Gary Edwards, thank you very much. Thank you, FYI 999. And if you haven't hit the like button yet, hit that like button right now before you get out of here. And that way we'll maybe even get up close to 100 likes. Today is a Friday, and not a bad day. Not a bad day. We sure did make a rescue with NCAI. Guys, have a great night. I wish you all well. We will talk to you and see you on Monday. Like I said, 6:48 a.m. Eastern Time. And congratulations to today's winner, Port Bear and J-Rod. Okay? That's it, folks. Catfish Tyler, over and out. See ya Monday, 6:48 a.m. Eastern.